Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day one of the virtual dynamics competitions here for a slightly different Formula Student, but it is Formula Student 2020. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Great to be back once again for another Formula Student competition with you all. And I'm joined this morning by Dowie Griffiths, formerly of the Cardiff team. Morning, Dowie, how are we doing?
Morning. Very good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very, very good. How's the lockdown? How's this strange few months been for yourself?
Yeah, it's not been too bad. I'm probably in a very fortunate situation where I actually started a new job on the first day of lockdown, so it's not actually felt too dissimilar for me at the moment. So I'm one of the very lucky ones, at least. But yeah, how about yourself?
Yeah, very, very busy. The engineering world has very much continued on during the last few months as best as it can. So yeah, it's been fairly busy. But yeah, let's get into the competition today. Obviously, we're not at Silverstone, which is a shame. I think we would all prefer to have been there this weekend for the full competition, but we've done things a little bit differently this year. We've had the statics and the judging event same as you would with the normal Formula Student on Thursday and Friday over bits of technology such as Zoom and other platforms as well. So from what I've heard, that's gone very well. This is where we really start to do things a bit differently. Obviously, we haven't got a Cops Corner and an autocross track and an Excel and skid pad to play with this morning and tomorrow, but we have got a set of Corsa. That's going to be one of the main basis of the virtual dynamics here today, and qualifying heats that we're going to go through today. There's going to be a lot of them. It's going to be quite fast paced. Do stick with us. Do bear with us. But basically, the aim of today for each of the teams is to qualify through to one of our finals that we'll have tomorrow. Ranked from A being the best final down to D being the least performing final. How do you think this is going to pan out, Dowie, across the course of the day? It's going to be, as I say, quite fast paced.
Yeah, it's going to be quite fast paced and quite different to what we're used to in a typical Saturday at Silverstone. Hopefully, all of the competitors have got used to the new format, all got used to their simulators, and yeah, hopefully produce some interesting racing for us to talk about.
We hope so. Is it going to be a bit of a best of British affair? We've got a mix of British vehicles and British circuits that we're going to be using today before tomorrow as well, where we are going to have a more traditional Formula Student sprint event where we've been able to model the Cops Corner autocross course on a set of course and pilot a Formula Student car as well. But today, just to run you through the rounds. We're basically going to have 8 rounds. There's 2 servers going on throughout the day. Each team has 2 to 4 drivers. So if you're a 4-driver team, each driver takes part in 2 rounds of qualifying so far today. Obviously, if you've got 2 drivers, they're going to have to compete 4 times. But rounds 1 and 2, which we'll see first, are going to be around Croft circuit up in North Yorkshire. They're going to be using the Mini Cooper Cup car for that one. So obviously Mini, a very well-known British brand, and he's still built, of course, in the UK. Second round's going to see us go to Brands Hatch, if I've just got that correct. Yep, Brands Hatch on the full Grand Prix circuit using another British brand, the Bentley Continental, and it's the GT3 version that we're going to be using for that one. So a car that's had a lot of success in GT3 racing over the years. Cadwell Park will be up next, so that'll be rounds 5 and 6. For that, we're using the Caterham Academy car, so a very different vehicle to use there, from going from the Bentley to the Caterham. And then we'll finish up with, at the end of the afternoon, going to Donington Park. And this is the one that I'm really looking forward to, Derry, because we're using something that's not modern at all. I doubt anyone of the competitors will actually remember this car, or maybe probably haven't even seen it in action, but it's the Lotus Type 49.
Yeah, what a car! Brilliant. When the whole organising committee got together to doing this virtual Formula Student, that was one of the first cars I went to in a set of Corsa. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to old school historic F1, and yeah, it's a bit of a handful, that car.
So is that? Do you reckon that's going to be the biggest challenge for the students here today of the 4 cars that have been chosen for qualifying?
Yeah, I mean, Caterhams probably won't feel massively dissimilar to what a Formula Student car does. Quite darty, although nowhere near as short a wheelbase as a Formula Student car. However, the Lotus is going to be something different. It's very low grip. Aerodynamic downforce is non-existent, and yeah, just a huge amount of power around what's going to be a classic circuit and not exactly an easy circuit.
We did have a practice event yesterday, and seeing that Lotus coming down through the Craner curves was quite spectacular. Just checking the time, we've got 3 minutes before our first lobby of the day opens up. You can get in contact with us. Various ways of doing so. Let's start with YouTube. Of course, the YouTube comments. I'm keeping an eye on those. So let us know who you're supporting this morning and this weekend for FS 2020. I believe we're also streaming on Twitch today for the first time as well. So at Former Student for the Twitch channel, if that's your social platform of choice. You can also get in contact with Former Student. They've done very well. They've got the same handle pretty much for everything. So Facebook at Formula Student, same for Twitter at Formula Student on there for their Twitter handle. Use the hashtag. In fact, there's 2 hashtags to be using this weekend. FS 2020, the age-old one. It's turned to 2020 now instead of 2019. But we also, because we're doing things a little bit differently this year, and I think we're all pining for Silverstone quite a lot. We want your memories. We want your memories of previous Formula Students. So if you're on Twitter or Facebook, use the hashtag #MyMemoriesOfFS. Send those in to us to, share out what your experience as a Formula Student in previous years were. You can get in contact with us on Instagram as well at Formula Student and LinkedIn as well. Big LinkedIn group if you weren't aware already, and especially if you are a student who's preparing to graduate or preparing to go on a year in industry. It's a really good group to be part of on LinkedIn. So /Formula Student. And just if all of that wasn't enough, you can get in contact with myself in the virtual commentary box at @MM on Twitter. Right. So how this morning's going to work? It's going to work in a quite similar way to skid pad and acceleration. We're only going to be able to watch one server at once, but we'll be keeping an eye on the other server as well. Each driver will be competing in either server throughout the course of the day, so don't worry, you won't miss anyone out there on the circuit. I'm just going to have a look down here for our first heat of the day. Here is your set of drivers. So running down, Heriot-Watt University. Here we go. First mention of the Celtic Cup in honour of Sam. Unfortunately, he's not able to join us today. But Celtic Cup competitor Heriot-Watt University, number 5. Ewan Smith starts off their dynamic FS 2020 competition. Ryan Wilkins goes for the University of Cambridge, Full Blue Racing in car number 22. Nizar Al Said goes for Tafila Technical University number 16. Ben Smiles runs for the University of Hertfordshire, who've had a very good weekend so far in the static events. The Pakistan Navy Engineering College number 13, Sheikh Mohammed Shehara goes for them. University of Bradford, which I think is a new team. I don't remember a University of Bradford team competing before. Nizam Sham Suddin drives for them in the number 21 car. And then the University of Exeter have Joe Barnwell in the number 23. IIT Bombay, very, very strong team, produced a really nice car last year when we were at Silverstone. Aditya Shah goes for them in this first heat, number 8. And last but not least, the University of the Basque Country, the Biscaya Formula Student team, Ricardo Mate runs for them in heat 1 for round 1. So as we say, this is going to be round Croft in the Mini Coopers. Darry, what's your experience of Croft in terms of Assetto Corsa? It looks like a quite simple track, but it really isn't.
No, it's not one that I've actually driven a huge amount there. Obviously, it's quite challenging in terms of a very very difficult hairpin towards the end of the lap. It sort of feels a little bit Donington-esque in that sense of it. Yeah, an interesting couple of sections. Obviously, a lot of right-handers. So if we were talking real life, we would talk quite difficult tyre wear to manage throughout the race. Although that is taken into consideration within the Assetto Corsa. So yeah, it's going to be a very very interesting one. Probably not one of the ones that's a go-to for everyone, within simulator racing. But it's good that those tracks are having a little bit more exposure now, since we are racing in the virtual world.
For our international audience, it's a regular on the British national scene, so the British touring cars regularly go there. 3.3 kilometers in length. As Darry says, a lot of right-handers, some big braking zones around this circuit as well. A bit of everything with the big braking zones. Sector 2's got some more sweeping corners, some flat-out corners, and then a very, very tight complex to finish the lap as well. Just looking at live timing, I think we've got all 9 drivers into the lobby, which is a very good start. I'll be honest, this is my biggest worry of the day, organising students, particularly at this time in the morning. I'm glad I'm not the one having to ring them all up and get them in the lobby, but this first set of drivers are all in. Here's heat number 2 that we're looking at. So this will be up afterwards. University of Manchester are in heat number 2 with Dimitris Tsoumanis driving for them, number 25. Christian Bessel, driver that I know very, very well from the university karting scene. He's back for another year of former student for De Montfort University in number 3. Imperial College London of Sam Coy driving for them in the number 7. Joe Grimer goes for Staffordshire University, a relatively young former student team, but made quite an impact on the competition last year with a strongly running car. Tom Godwin Brown goes for Liverpool John Moores University, a long-standing team in Formula Student UK for over 10 years. University of Edinburgh, Oliver Hutchinson drives for them in the number 17. Oxford Brookes University, reigning British champions, top British team from last year's competition. Charles Borleave goes for them in the number 12. Another new team, Glasgow Caledonian University, Ian Mackey drives for them in the number 4. And then from Thailand, the K-Start University team with Chok Kai Jerongrakran driving for them. That will be heat 2 again at Croft in the minis after this one. So we're just waiting to see this first heat getting underway. And hopefully we'll be across there shortly for the start of this one. 30 seconds is what I've got in my head before we go across there. In terms of the drivers and the experience so far, we often see that when we get to the dynamics, the students, a lot of them are not, well, definitely not professional racing drivers, and a lot of them don't necessarily have experience of real world motorsport, whether it be karting or anything of that description. Do you reckon we're going to see a similar amount of that today, where there's probably a couple of mistakes from our less experienced drivers?
Yeah, probably. There we go. We're away. To answer your question, I think we will. We'll probably get some drivers trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew at turn 1. We'll see. Oh, there goes one.
Absolutely, so call that spot
point
on
already. But for the rest of them, I think it's about keeping your head low and seeing where everyone else is and getting into the groove. Also, nice little move around the outside there through the chicane.
Absolutely. So here's heat number 1 then. Looks like we're on board at the moment with Exeter in second place with, is that the University of Hearts out front at the moment. So driving for Exeter in this one, X Racing, it's Oscar Jinks. Looks like there's already been problems out there for the Tafila driver. So Al Said is currently down in 9th place. But IIT Bombay look to have had a good start as well. Shah up at the front, Aditya Shah. Running wide there through out of the Jim Clark S's. Was that Exeter running wide? No, I think it was Heriot Watt. The Scots have had a bit of a problem there on lap number 1. Coming into the complex now, this is the tight, twisty section, but does offer opportunities to overtake, particularly into this last corner, the hairpin. As we come around to finish lap 1 then, let's have a look at the standings as they come over the line. So yes, it is the University of Hertfordshire who've had a very good start here and have the early lead. Exeter in second, Heriot Watt in third, University of the Basque Country in fourth, IIT Bombay fifth, and then Bradford, the Pakistan Navy College, Tafila and Cambridge wrapping out the order at the moment. On board then, with second place, and I guess you were right, Dowie, that the early stages of this one, especially first thing in the morning of a former student competition, all about just keeping your head at the moment, and especially as there's a long, long way in this competition to go.
Yeah, definitely. There's no sense in doing anything silly. I mean, clipping apexes like that probably would be counting as that. Just see where you are towards the end of the race. I mean, it's the first time we've done this dynamic event, so we're learning as much as the students competing.
Yeah, I think that was the Heriot Watt car running wide again, the number 5, currently driven by Ewan Smith. Looking very, very comfortable at the moment for the University of Hertfordshire. Another one of our British teams that have been around for a long, long time. Have been there from the early days of former students, even before it was run at Silverstone and run at places like Bruntingthorpe Aerodrome. Over start finish, so end of lap 2 then. Smiles leading by 6 seconds out there now. And I think that's a move being done for third place. Heriot Watt up the inside of Biscaya. Oh, bit of a shoulder barge there from the Biscaya car, but looks like Ricardo Marte is through there past the Heriot Watt driver into the chicane. Crucial with this part of the circuit that you carry a good amount of speed. Oh, spin there! And was that off into the wall for Heriot Watt? It looks like it was. And, well, Ewan Smith's got the car going again, back out on circuit, but that was just the kind of mistake, Dowie, that we've been saying you don't want to have at this stage of the competition. Still a good chance for them to get good points from this first heat, but a top 3 is looking like a big ask now for Heriot Watt.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea to try and keep your nose clean as much as you can. You know, learn the handling of the car, able to push maybe towards the end of the race, see what points and what positions you can pick up at the end. Just get into the group and find out the limits of the car slowly, and yeah, deal with that.
On board now with Exeter shortly, so looks like former student Biscaya are starting to close in on the ex-racing driver. Now, who was that just ahead of us? Was that one of the back markers? Yes, I believe it was. I don't think that's Hertfordshire having any troubles. In fact, just looking at their times consistently in the 1:33s and 1:34s at the moment is Ben Smiles, who's doing a very, very good job. Second place still there, the number 22. Now we're looking at Cambridge. Another team with a long, long history in former students. Always a team that doesn't have the biggest of budgets at Full Blue Racing, but always turn up with a lot of enthusiasm. They've had engineers go on to great careers in Formula One, such as Ruth Buscombe, who of course works for the Alfa Romeo Formula One team. She graduated from Cambridge University a few years ago. Going through the fast part of the section of the circuit now, through Croft, and then two corners that are one of my favourites in terms of corner names in the country, Sunny In and Sunny Out. The double left-handers there. Right-handers, I should say. Here's back with the leader then. Ben Smiles for the University of Hertfordshire. Oh, locks up a little bit there into the hairpin, finding the limits of what this Mini can do. The Tafila car you just caught an eye of there. That's a lap down, so Nizar Al Said still cracking on, still looking to get some points on the board here. And in fact, that means that Smiles has lapped everybody up to 5th place. So this has been a very good performance from Ben Smiles, with just less than 3.5 minutes on the clock here through the chicane, committed, carrying that speed now up to Tower Bend. Long run here. It's a tricky corner to overtake through. Fast entry, hard on the brakes, just after 100 metres there from Smiles, downshifting into 2nd gear. Not much runoff there, so not much room for error. Up through 3rd and 4th gear here. We get the Jim Clark test. It's great shots on board here through these corners. Croft is next. Flat out through there and then into Sunny In, downshifting into 2nd gear. Sunny Out up to 3rd gear for this last part of the circuit, simply called Complex. Got to be very patient with your lines through this section. Nobody really to overtake at the moment for our leader. He's been that dominant, but this has been a very good performance so far from Ben Smiles, down into 1st gear as he goes through the final corner. Back with Exeter then. Still this battle for 2nd place, with Exeter holding off University of the Basque Country. Now with Ricardo Marte. There you see the Exeter car piloted by Oscar Jinx just ahead. To Clairvaux then. Oh, Jinx runs a little bit wide there. A lot of turns out there. We saw some trouble for some of our drivers in the test event last night, running wide through there and losing momentum and losing grip and costing themselves some positions. Both of these drivers at the moment, Jinx's best lap is 1:35.2. His times are consistent, so he did a 1:35.3 last time around. Ricardo Martin, running a little bit wide there out of Tower Bend. Just about managed to get it all together. But Ricardo Martin did his personal best of the race so far, 1:34.215 last time around. Both of these drivers really pushing their Mini Cooper Cup cars at the moment. Into Sunny In, then Jinx is wide and is on the grass, and that might give the opportunity to the University of the Basque Country. A big block there coming in from Oscar Jinx to hold on to this 2nd place. Exeter right now, side by side, door to door almost, as we go into the complex. Will Ricardo Marte, it spins! They both spin, synchronised spinning here on what should have been the first day of the Olympic Games. That was fantastic, but both of them have got going again. Still Exeter in 2nd place and the Basque Country in 3rd. In fact, I thought for a moment then that the University of the Basque Country were pulling off the circuit. But no, they're still running. 15 seconds to go then. I think we know who's going to win this race, Gary. It's been a really stellar performance from a very experienced team. A good start for the University of Hertfordshire.
Yeah, very impressive race from them. They kept their nose clean straight at the start. They just got faster and faster as well. On their last lap as well, they got the fastest. Yeah, a lot could be said from leading from the front.
Yeah, but you've still got to deal with the pressure, haven't you? And the occasion here for FS 2020. Just to run through some of our other teams that we haven't mentioned for a little bit. IIT Bombay still doing a solid job in the top 5. Good drive there so far from Aditya Shah. Leader is on the final lap now. I can see on our screens. Tafila still in 6th place. Bradford in their first drive now in 7th place. And then the Fern team, the Formula Electric Royal Navy team for Pakistan. They're in 8th. Cambridge, unfortunately, I don't think Cambridge have actually been running in this one, are going to be classified in 9th place. But around the final corner, really good start for the University of Hertfordshire here, and it's maximum points from this first heat for UH Racing. Ben Stiles takes the win here at Croft Circuit to kick off proceedings. Second place should be Exeter. There is Oscar Jakes. Great run from Exeter there. Good points for them from the first heat. Third place will be the University of Basque Country, Multitude of Vizcaya. Ricardo Marte put on a good show there for third place. Heriot Watt are going to take good points in the Celtic Cup. Fourth place for Ewan Smith. Bit of afters after the checker flag, don't worry about that. By the University of Basque Country. Fifth place will be IIT Bombay. Sixth place, Vila. Bradford 7th, Fern in 8th, and Cambridge in 9th. Well, a quite good start to the morning there, Dowie, especially that battle between Exeter and Biscaya for second place.
Yeah, nice to see a good little battle there. Some slight contact probably. We saw some nice moves actually going down into a couple of those chicanes. Throw in a couple of moves down the inside and the slingshot back, proving quite useful there.
Just looking at some of the comments on the YouTube stream. Good morning to Ivor Cadmer on YouTube. Said, good battle, Ricardo. Nice try. Chief, who directs, says Celtic Cup, thought that was a myth. No mention of it last year. There definitely was mention of it last year with myself and Sam. But yeah, the Celtic Cup, we should explain, is for teams. It's an unofficial part of the competition, but one that we thought we should definitely keep going. Let's have some normality in 2020. So it's for any teams from Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Cornwall as well. So we shouldn't forget the Cornish. Which one of those teams comes out on top is metaphorically awarded the Celtic Cup. And we should also mention the relatively new one, which is the Yorkshire Pudding for anyone from Yorkshire. So Bradford on the marks there early on. Just looking at some replays from that last race then. And really it was controlled from the front, from the off for Hertfordshire. There was the spin for IIT Bombay, but in the end they recovered into the top 5. Exeter had this great battle for second place with Biscaya. One of the other cars running wide there, but I think this is our synchronised spinning. Oh, there was contact actually. There was contact between Exeter and Biscaya, so it wasn't quite synchronised spinning. There was a little bit of the conservation of momentum going on there between Exeter and Biscaya, but thankfully both drivers able to recover. And that was after the checkered flag with that contact there. So I think we're getting ready for heat number 2 now. I'm just going to give my live timing a bit of a refresh. But I think we ran through the heat 2 order earlier for what we're expecting in server number 1. We've got some more Celtic Cup competitors. Glasgow Caledonian University. They'll be a Celtic Cup competitor from Scotland. Here we go. So Manchester, Dimitri Simonis, De Montfort, Christian Bessel, Imperial College, Sam Coy, Staffordshire, Joe Grimmer, Liverpool, John Moores, Tom Godwin-Brown, University of Edinburgh, another Celtic Cup competitor, Oliver Hutchinson, Oxford Brookes University, Charles Bourleave, Glasgow Caledonian, Ian Mackey, and then the single non-British entry in this field from Thailand, K-Start University with Chok Kai Jarungakran driving for them in this one. Any drivers in there that you recognise, Dowie?
Actually, no. I probably don't know that a lot of the students as well as I have done in previous years. Do you recognise any?
Christian is one that I know. I've scrutineered De Montfort University in the past, so always a good bunch of guys there. I'm just going to try and get. There was a question of who won the Celtic Cup last year, and for my sins, I can't remember actually with the results from last year. So bear with me on that one. But yeah, it's a obviously very British dominated field in this one. A lot of teams that will be looking to challenge Oxford Brookes University as the reigning British champions. And I can see on live timing drivers hopping into the lobbies now.
Oh, so last year would have been University of Aberdeen winning the Celtic Cup.
Yes, it was Aberdeen, a very nicely put together car there. So yeah,
very
they were
nice.
Celtic Cup winners last year.
Yeah, nice to see that another team with the Triumph engines. Actually, with Aberdeen, it's a very nice 3-cylinder. I believe they were using the Street Triple, which was what my old team Cardiff have gone for in recent years as well. Good strong engine that.
Was that the engine in the Cardiff car that won the whole competition a couple of years back? I can't remember.
It was indeed. That was the first year we used it. It was an absolute joy to use compared to the Aprilia that we'd used in previous competitions. It was a good tick in the box when we went and got the result of that competition, winning it outright in our first attempt with the Triumph. So yeah, very good weekend for us.
Going back to that year, obviously when Cardiff took the title, we know we've been talking about my memories of FS. What were the abiding memories of that? Obviously, there were quite a lot of highs, but I've no doubt that there will have been some lows across the course of what will have been a very hard year.
Yeah, it was an incredibly difficult year. I mean, any team that goes through a big philosophy change within the car as well as an engine change knows how much work it can be and how much work you need to just to put in to get it to be reliable, get it to be built, but more than anything, make it perform. And that year was really good. It was my final year of competing in Formula Student after quite a few attempts, and it was great to win it in my last attempt as well. It felt like doing a Nico Rosberg in the end. But we had a lot of students that year that had it was a culmination of a lot of years for them. So a lot of them were in their final year of their MEng. They'd all done year in industry, year in industries at the university, and out at a lot of companies, including one who was actually at Triumph, and he was instrumental in us getting that engine that year. And yeah, going from something that had about 50 horsepower some of the time with the Aprilia to about 95 horsepower all of the time with the Triumph, it was a really good competition. And it was a shame it wasn't a lot more competition from a lot of the European universities, but we would have been up there. Probably my highlight of Formula Student.
Definitely.
How about yourself?
It's a good point you make there about in terms of sponsors helping the teams. I know from my own experiences at Birmingham, you simply can't run these projects without the support from those companies who then often take on students to work for them as well. Just keeping an eye on this second heat of the morning. You're not missing anything. I can see that they're still sitting on the grid at the moment for, to say, this second heat of the day. Talking of sponsors, I think let's give this opportunity to give a big thanks to the partners of Formula Student this year. MathWorks, you can see them all across the bottom of the screen here. But MathWorks, Babcock for their help in the autonomous side of the competition, which has still been running this year with driver in the loop assessments, which is a big part, I can say, from my own experience in the automotive world. The virtual analysis, changing the setups, changing the parameters of a car and what it's doing in the virtual world is something that's done a lot of. ANSYS, talking of virtual world, ANSYS, big suppliers of CAE software to companies around the world and a lot of our teams. DLG also service as well. Big thanks for their support. And all of these servers put on by Assetto Corsa server hosting have been a huge help in the competition to get all of this going in and give the students, a chance to show their skills and score points for the dynamic side. And of course, the High-Vis Media Group as well, who all of this that you're seeing at the moment has been put on by them fantastically as well. So big thanks to all of those sponsors and partners of Formula Student 2020, FS 2020. The hashtag, keep using it. So I think we're going to go into game now. Here we go then for the start of heat number 2, round 1, round Croft, and away we go. Very good start for Manchester there. They got off the line very well. Staffordshire got a good start as well in their car as they head down into the first corner for this one. A bit calmer so far than what we had in Heat 1. Yep, everybody has got through. But I think we are missing. We're missing at least one car. Oh, as round there, I think that was a collision between K-Start and Edinburgh. So problems for them on lap number 1. In second place at the moment, having a look at the rear bumper of the Manchester car. And Simonis locking up there through Tower Bend and just about gets it all together. That was very well recovered from the University of Manchester driver. Go through the Jim Clark S's and then towards Barcroft. Staffordshire having a very, very nice start to this race, Dowie.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams there just keeping their nose clean straight at the start, like we mentioned in the first race. But yeah, we'll see a spin in the first or second corner there. Yeah, not good for them.
Into the complex then, towards the end of lap 1, still the University of Manchester leading this race. Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Simonis, running wide, just about hanging on again. Into the confines of the circuit, side-by-side contact off the hairpin there between Manchester and Staffordshire. So Demetrius Simonis.
It's great to see a good battle for the lead.
Of lap 1. Third one then for the second lap. And just to remind you, it's Joe Grimer driving for Staffordshire at the moment. Simonis using all the track and a little bit more there through the chicane. Can Grimer get a run up towards Tower Bend? It's a good drive off the chicane for both Manchester and Staffordshire drivers there. They're looking for the rear bumper now of Simonis, and up the inside goes Joe Grimer, and well, that's a very nice overtake. I think Simonis recognised he was there, gave him plenty of room. Probably recognised now that he's still in a good position this second place, doesn't want to throw away what would be good points for Manchester.
Exactly, but in dicing together, third place is actually coming up on them. But it is good to see a battle for the lead after the domination of Hertfordshire in the first heat.
Third place is actually Edinburgh at the moment, so Edinburgh have had a good recovery back from their first lap incident, although, I've seen lifetime. It's running wide there, and Simonis is in trouble again coming through the complex, and he's held it. What a save from the University of Manchester driver. 2 laps in a row, he had moments through complex, but that was a much bigger moment. Probably a little bit of lift off oversteer there. I was just going to say, we can see on our live timing screens, we get nice little notifications. Little animations every time there's some form of incident out there, and my timing screen just lit up very red. I think we had a bit of contact between De Montfort, Liverpool John Moores, as it's not rallycross today, boys, here at Croft Circuit, although they have been known to do it in the past. Oxford Brooks, I think, were involved in the incident as well, so 3 of the British unis getting together there. We've got them on the screen now. Looking at it, I think we've actually had a change of driver. Rowan Hillier is in for De Montfort, so not Christian Bessel as we had on the graphic. So Rowan Hillier driving for them. Who else have we got out there? So we've still got Charles Bolieve for Oxford Brookes University, and Leon Chambers for LJMU, and Nathan St Chambers. Back now from the Brooks car. K-Start have recovered to 5th place as well, so the Thai University starting well here with Jaruna Krang in the car for them at the moment. 5 minutes of this race to go. 2.4 seconds now the lead for Staffordshire at the front of this one over Manchester. Third place still Edinburgh. As you say, Dowie are closing in on Manchester, so we'll have to keep an eye on that battle for second and third.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's still a few minutes left to go. Plenty of time to catch up. And you never know, a small mistake like we've already seen, the order can change quite easily.
It can indeed. 133 is being run by Staffordshire at the moment, which is very nice. If you compare that back to the best lap times from earlier, 133.299 was the fastest lap put in by Ben Smiles for Hertfordshire in that first heat. So Grimer is only a couple of tenths off that at the moment. There's been a crash with the environment, which I think is my favourite race control timing screen message I've ever seen in my time commentating. There's been a crash with an environment for De Montfort, so they're having some more troubles. In fact, I think you can see on the little track map on the bottom right corner of your screen, just up by where you've got sunny in, sunny out, the long right hand, you can see a little explosion that keeps happening. Yes, that's what happens when a car crashes here in the Formula Student Assetto Corsa surface. So De Montfort obviously have got problems down there, and I think are stuck at sunny in and sunny out. Just over 3.5 minutes to go in this second heat for round one of the qualifier day for Formula Student 2020. Andrew Mather and Dowie Griffiths on commentary duties for you today. We're having a look at the moment at the number 25 of Dimitris Soumanis, Manchester car in second place. Not too far behind will be the number 17 of the University of Edinburgh, one of our Celtic Cup competitors. Oliver Hutchinson doing a fine job for them at the moment. They're still your leader though, Joe Grimer for Staffordshire University. Team I've had the pleasure of scrutineering with in previous years. So only their third year of competition in Formula Students. Actually, to ponder on this thought, Dowie, obviously you're a relatively newcomer to being a graduate, and I guess you're still quite involved, or at least talking to the Cardiff team. How's this year, affected the teams? How have Cardiff taken about this new world that we're living in, and what do you think are their plans going forward for next year?
It's a very good question. From what I've spoken to from the team members that I keep in touch with quite regularly, a lot of them are just massively gutted that they can't build the car that they've spent all year pouring their heart and soul into. I mean, there's a part-built car in their build area, which was crying out for some attention when lockdown came in, unfortunately. So I should probably give a shout out to James and Ara in there, who've been leading the team this year, because, yeah, as I said, they put everything into it this year, and not having the opportunity to take it to Silverstone and represent your university is, a bit heartbreaking, really. But I'm sure that's the same for every single team around the country and around the world that are competing.
Indeed, a bit of an off there for, I think that was the leader. That was the leader going off. So Joe Grimer made a mistake through sunny in. I think he's just about being able to hold on to the lead. Yes, he has been able to hold on to the lead, but that was a huge moment. Under braking, ran wide, and this being an old school circuit, no big swathes of tarmac runoff here at Croft into the grass. Just about got it back on circuit, but he's going to be under a lot of pressure now from Dimitris Soumanis, the Manchester University driver. And this should be the last lap as well, 25 seconds to go. So what can Soumanis do on this last lap through turn 1. Hard braking down into turn number 2. Next up is the chicane after Hawthorne Corner. Both navigated that pretty well. Grimer was a little bit wide out of the chicane, but still kept good momentum. They go up to Tower Bend now, hard braking at 100 metres. Down through the gears. Simonis is really starting to put Grimer under a lot of pressure here. Through the Jim Clark S's, flat out in these Mini Cooper Cup cars, and through Barcroft Corner as well. This is where Grimer got it the wrong way round last time. Oh, Simonis has made a mistake this time and spun out into Sonny in. Is he going to lose second place? Because Oliver Hutchinson wasn't too far behind in the Edinburgh car. No, I think he's just about held on to it, but that's a bit of a let-off for Staffordshire and Joe Grimer. You can see the graphic at the top of your screen is on his final lap. Well, a bit of a scare this. He was in complete control of this race before the mistake on the penultimate lap, but it is going to be maximum points for Staffordshire University in their first heat of the day. The second heat of round number 1. Across the line, there goes Joe Grimer. Great victory for him. Dimitris Simonis will take second place for Manchester. Third will be Oliver Hutchinson. Fourth to Oxford Brooks, Charles Bullieve. Fifth place should be the K-Start team. And as I say, that brings an end to heat number 2 for round 1. I do believe we are going to cut across into the second server. As I say, we've got quite similar to how, Dowie, on a Saturday morning, you've got skid pad and acceleration both running at the same time. Here we've got 2 servers running. We're going to go into heat number 2. And in fact, just as we get to grips with this particular heat, Dowie, that Saturday morning, for me, when I was competing, it was probably one of the most stressful parts of the competition, as you've got to get that car through and got to get it through 8 runs of competition, 4 on skid, 4 on axle. How did you find it during your time at Cardiff?
Oh, there was a bit of an art to sorting out a Saturday. Obviously, hopefully by that point you'll have gotten through every aspect of scrutineering and had no problems. Statics are out of the way, so you didn't have to think about it. So it was nice to actually have the team entire focus on the racing. Yeah, it's a bit of a juggling act really, because usually weather would come into it, and then you've got the standoff between all the teams, because nobody wants to go out on a dusty Silverstone circuit, especially on the skid pad, which is obviously not on the international circuit itself. So the tarmac does clean up a little bit, but I think it's always good to get a couple of banker laps in, and then maybe later on in the morning you can send out a second driver to have another go. Yeah, it's a very tricky one, because they're not exactly close to each other, both of those. Obviously the acceleration being on the old pit straight at Silverstone, and the skid pad being more on the infield. So yeah, how was your experience of that?
Similar, but probably a little bit more chaotic. I remember 2011. I tweeted about it yesterday on my memories of FS. 2011 was a very, very wet Saturday morning, and there was also a similar situation in 2012 where teams have been known to even make contacts with the pit wall at Silverstone. We had a bit of a near miss on that one, I remember, in 2011. But as you say, always very, very tricky, especially when the track is changing. And not just improving, but it can get worse as well. I know there's been many skid pad competitions that have been impacted. Say if someone lays a load of oil down, obviously the track is then in very poor condition, and if you get caught in the queue and behind that, you've got to take that decision. Do you take the rough with the smooth and get your lap time in, or do you go away and wait for the track to clear up? We'll talk more about that later. We are, as I say, looking at this second heat from server number 2. and it looks like De Montfort are having a much better time in this one. Christian Bessel currently the leader of this race. Time has expired. Leader is officially on the final lap. Second place at the moment, we've got the University of Zagreb, Croatian team, with Zvonimir Ercegovac driving for them at the moment. But here, I think we're seeing the leader come around the final corner. Are we not? No, we're not. We're leaders going through Sunny Inn at the moment. The University of Surrey are having a good race in this one. Jonathan Watts currently sat in third place. Here he is, Pertec liveried car. Exeter, another strong race for them so far. Cameron Barry driving for them is currently just behind the Pertec car in fourth place. Here come your leaders. This looks like it's been quite a close one. Christian Bessel, though, should take the win. Oh, Zagreb run a little bit wide there, but are going to hold on to second place. So De Montfort University take heat number 2 in round 2 of today's FS 2020 qualifiers. Across the line, there goes Christian. Great result for him. Zvonimir takes second place for the University of Zagreb. Third for Jonathan Watts there for the University of Surrey. Fourth will be Exeter. Fifth place for Staffordshire, so another good result for them, for Harry Mattox driving for them. Sixth place for Edinburgh in this lobby as well. He was driving for Edinburgh. It was Sam Evans. Seventh place for the University of Sheffield, Elliot O'Toole. We'll talk about them in a bit. And eighth place for K-Start, which was Sarawut Wishian driving for them. Yes, Sheffield, previous views of previous former students will know that Sheffield are one of my favourite teams. Hashtag not biased, being from Sheffield myself. But I've decided, Dowie, that this year I don't like them. I don't like them at all. They've been putting up lots of great photos of their memories of former students, but they've been telling everybody, quite correctly, that they are now 10 years old as a team, 10 years since their first competition, and that's why I don't like them, because that means it's 10 years since my first competition as well. That's making me feel old, and is not on, really.
I'd probably agree with you. It was 10 years since my first competition as well, back in 2010. So yeah, been a little while now.
I'm joking, of course. University of Sheffield still a very well-run competition, another team that we've had good times with in the scrutineering pen in previous years at Silverstone. Not the best of results for them in this race so far, but I'm sure we'll see them come on strong across the course of the competition. So De Montfort take that win. Zagreb, very impressive performance then from the Croatian team, University of Zagreb. Good to see them competing here virtually in FS 2020.
Actually, on the subject of Sheffield, I think it's probably worth mentioning their performance last year at Silverstone.
Yes.
They built an absolutely incredible car, very, very lightweight. I can't remember the exact weight. It must have been about 150, 160 kilos. And after being out on track through sprint and endurance before they unfortunately DNF'd, that driver was giving it absolutely everything. And he was my vote for driver of the day. Brilliant effort from them, but unfortunately didn't get to the finish.
It is a great story, as I say. Local bias aside, you know, Sheffield, they started 10 years ago, and I remember when they first came in, you know, as a first year entry, it was very, very tough for them. But even from those early days, what was clear that they focused on was statics. They had a very strong statics performance for a first year team, and they've very much built on that and shown how to develop a former student team. You know, it's very, very difficult dynamically to compete with the bigger teams, your Oxford Brookses, your Hertfordshires, your Cardiffs from being out the box. But get the statics done correctly. That gives you the foundations to then build the car, develop the car, and as we say, roll on. Well, I would say it wasn't just last year that they had a good car. They've had a good car for a good few years now. You know, you saw a team from having nothing to within 5-6 years being one of the top teams in the UK. Really have shown a blueprint of how to do things and how to grow a former student team for anyone, not just in the UK but around the world.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. The importance of the statics, I think, is really underrated, especially for new teams
Mm.
coming through. I think there's a bit of a different way that some teams look at it. Is what we do a learning exercise, or is it a motorsport? And it's
Mm.
realistically probably a bit of both. And in your early years, if you can go and do well in the statics, I think that's the perfect thing to do. You'll be further up the order. It's something better to show to your university and to your sponsors. And more than anything, it's the low hanging fruit. I mean, it's the famous quote from Ross Brawn. You'd always go for the low hanging fruit in motorsport.
Absolutely. On your screen now, we've got heat number 3. This is back in server number 1. And in fact, heat number 3 has got going already. So we'll run through who we've got out in this one. We've got Brunel out there with Alex Slim. Cardiff, their first appearance of the day. Jordan Dobson driving for them. Transylvania University of Brasov, long supporters of FS UK. So the Romanian team. Alexandru Catalan Butu is out for them. The University of Agder, another very new team, but one best newcomer previously at former student Norwegians. They're out in this one with Cindy Curtin driving for them at the moment. University of Portsmouth as well, where I've just got Miles. I haven't got his second name, but Miles is out there for UP Racing. University of Southampton, who, well, anyone who remembers endurance during 2019's edition of Former Student will remember Southampton. I'm looking forward to any rocket-propelled exhausts today, providing some fantastic sounds out there on circuit. If anyone's going to do it, it will be Southampton, but I'm Preston driving for them at the moment. University of Surrey, we've got Murray Taylor out there for them in this one, and then last but not least, welcome from Bangladesh. The Kolda University of Engineering and Technology. The team name is Kilo Flight, and Mohammed Mahoud is driving for them in this one. Let's have a look then at what's going on out there on circuit here at Croft. At the moment, it looks like Southampton and Cardiff are in broad daylight in a great battle for the lead here in Heat 3.
Yeah, always great to see. I mean, yeah, exactly what you were saying then about the Southampton team last year within the endurance. Wow, having their exhaust fall off, it made you realise that, you know, if we didn't have these noise regulations, we'd have some pretty damn good sounding cars. And yeah, on the flip side of that, it's good to see Cardiff fighting for the lead. Yeah, obviously not biased at all.
You're allowed a little bit of bias. I have, in fact, up the inside goes Cardiff. So that was a great move by Dobson. Bit of a block pass. And Preston won't like that, the Southampton driver, but he did leave the door open there for Cardiff to go down the inside and take the lead here. No, just say, so Cardiff have run wide there and are into the gravel and have lost the lead now. So Southampton back up the inside. And that's going to be a closing door on Cardiff. And yeah, driver pulls out of that one. I think that was a wise move from Jordan Dobson. Very difficult to get two cars side by side through that chicane. And then on the run up to Tower Bend. No, you are allowed a little bit of bias, Derry, for Cardiff. I have no previous team bias this year because there's no Birmingham entry. A bit disappointing. But leaders coming up on some traffic now as the 8th place car, the Bangladesh car, I think it was, is having some problems out there. As both leaders are off, both running wide at Sunny Inn, and Southampton just about keep onto the lead, side by side now as they go into the complex.
There's a bit of action behind as well.
Yeah, you're right, Darryl. I think that was contact involving the Colner car, the Kilo Flight car. Still, these two going at it. This is brilliant stuff here at Croft. Fantastic switch back there from Cardiff. And Jordan Dobson back into the lead. I think they changed ownership of the lead 3 or 4 times there on that last lap, and might do so again As Southampton looking down the inside into Clare. Oh, nearly a bit of contact there. Cardiff shut the door. Fantastic racing between two long-standing teams in former students. Oh, Dobson's made a mistake there. He's going to run one out of the chicane. And there's more contact, and Dobson's going to be in the wall there. Well, that's going to be something that we're going to want to have a look at later on. That was definite contact between Southampton and Cardiff. Cardiff driver was trying to restrict the movement of Southampton there, but normally it is the responsibility of the driver overtaking to make sure they do so safely. Be interesting to see what the stewards make of that incident. On board now with, I think this is either Brunel or Agda. In fact, yeah, it's going to be Brunel. It's third place Brunel car with Alex Slim driving for them in this heat. Fourth place there. This is the Agda car. Great team this now. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to talk to them in previous years. Not the biggest of teams, but all
a little bit, yeah.
Very well prepared car the last few years.
Yeah, I've probably had a beer with most teams at some point during the Formula Student weekend. But yeah, it's good to see them always competing in the Formula Student and producing nice cars.
And having a look now at Brunel, one of the teams who've competed in Formula Student for many years, not just in the UK, but around Europe. Got a lot of pressure at the moment from the University of Agda driver. Of course, he's going to try and make a move here. There's not much space down there to make a move. He's going to go to the outside into Tower Bend. Can he make the move stick? No, that's great defensive driving from Alex Slim. Brunel Racing hold on to third place then. Less than 3 minutes of this heat to go through the Jim Clark S's. Can Cinder Corson set one up into Sunny Inn? No, not quite that time. Might look for a move into the hairpin, just keep things nice and tidy as they go through the complex on this particular lap. There's the Brasov car. Got a quick shot of it in fifth place, back with our battle third. Brunel and Agda. Now keeping this defensive work going. Oh, I thought Agda were going to throw one down the inside there, but thought against it. Maybe they just want to get a nice run off of the hairpin and have a go down into turn one, maybe even the chicane. Brunel go defensive again. 1 minute 49 on the clock, so there should be 2 more laps, I reckon, in this one. Agda have a little look, go down the inside. That's very brave on the brakes. Can they get it stopped? Yes. Really nice move there from Cinder Corson, and that means the University of Agda in this heat are up to third.
That was a very impressive move, actually. You can see down the main straight there that Brunel car was moving, trying to pick the toe of the slipstream. So a bit naughty, but it's some great routes in there.
Can Brunel fight back through Tower Bend, then keep things nice and tidy? It's a bit bumpy through there. It's hard to get on the power early. Still Southampton and Cardiff first and second. So Cardiff, despite that, hit the wall early on in the race. Still in this now. Actually, at the moment, are faster than Southampton. 133.789 last time around for Jordan Dobson. They're just coming up on Bangladesh car to be lapped again. Oh, pulls off circuit. That would have been a bit of a scary moment for the Brunel driver. But now Cardiff are pulling in on Southampton. Check what the gap is next time around. They're about to cross-start finish for the end of the penultimate lap of this race. We could be seeing a final lap showdown here between Southampton and Cardiff. Or not, because Southampton have responded with a 1:33 of their own, and the gap's 5.7 seconds. That's probably how it's going to finish first and second for Southampton and Cardiff. So it's still Agda and Brunel then, the closest battle out on circuit. through Hawthorne Corner, then into the chicane. Brunel don't look like they've got enough speed to respond to the University of Agder at the moment. So Portsmouth still running out there. They're currently in 6th place, with Miles driving for them. And then 7th place is Kilo Flight. Leader on the final lap then. Southampton will be getting, at least provisionally, maximum points from this heat.
Yeah, it's just a case of bringing it home now.
We've got our first guest of the stream. Very happy to welcome onto the FS 2020 live stream, John at Dangerfield. John, how are you doing this morning?
Yeah, really good. It's amazing to watch this. I think it's coming out fantastic.
For the benefit of the viewers at home, John, you've been a long-standing member of the organising team behind Form the Student. Just give a brief overview of what your involvement in Form the Student UK is.
Yeah, so I'm the head cost judge. So I look after all the basically all the cost element of the statics that we do. Yeah, it's been quite a while. I think this is my 20th season now. I haven't really missed a UK event, so I was back. My real event was 2002, and then I was an enthusiastic spectator and helper out for a couple of years before that as well.
Good stuff. We've been talking about the way that we're doing Form the Student this year, because obviously it's been heavily impacted by COVID-19. You've been judging teams over the last 2 days, say in the cost arena. How's it all gone?
It's gone amazing, actually. You know, we had so few problems. We had literally one no-show, which actually sort of beats what the physical event does as well. The judges have been really engaged, lots of learning, and actually, so far as we didn't have cars to physically look at and cross-reference all the cost documentation to them, it was still pretty good. And this year we brought in a special task that was pandemic related as well, so that went really well. Lots of teams coming up with some really inventive ideas for that. So really engaging, and I know all the judges really enjoyed it and do every year, to be honest.
Having been a competitor myself in previous years, you know, the former student game never stops. There'll already be teams looking forward to 2021 and hopefully a return to normal competition. What do you think are going to be, especially in terms of cost, the big challenges for the teams going forward over the next 12 months?
I think supply chain is a big issue, and we're finding this actually out in the real world. So what we try to say with people with cost is, we're trying to give you that little bit of insight that is outside of the realms of forming the student. So what struggles and what challenges are you gonna have when you actually get out into the real world? And what we're finding now is supply chains are depleted, stock that they've been holding have been run down, and you can't necessarily get what you want straight away. So I think the teams are really going to have to plan ahead for next year, because certain metals, certain unobtainium exotic materials are not going to be as readily available as they were in previous years. And that's going to have to drive innovation. So one of the questions that we asked at our cost final yesterday was, what happens, for instance, if one of your machines break? So let's say you're machining some hubs and your CNC machine breaks. What are you going to do if you can't fix that? Because there might be a backlog of maintenance, or they might not have the parts. How are you going to actually change your design and re-engineer it so you can still deliver a viable car? So that might mean switching to hand tools and doing some sort of steel fabrication or anything like that. So I think you're going to have to get really inventive in 2021. Hopefully things will go back to normal in terms of the supply chain and everything, but if it doesn't, You're going to have to get inventive and go old school with some of your designs.
I'd very, very much second everything that you've said there, John. I know from my own work, yeah, supply chain has been one of the key challenges for all businesses out there. So great advice there. Going back to the dynamics, you've been having a little bit of practice yourself. Hopefully
Yeah.
we'll see you tomorrow in some of the fun races that we'll have throughout the course of the Sunday. How have you? What do you make of the Assetto Corsa style of dynamics that we're doing this year?
I'm really impressed with it, actually. So this is a dream come true for me, because 20 years in Formula Student, I've never actually been able to sit in the car. Standing 6'7". I don't actually fit in these Formula Student cars. So now I finally get to take part in some sort of Formula Student dynamics, and not have my weight or size be a compromise. So yeah, we've been doing some testing for these servers. I have to say, because I've been involved in all these typical driver excuses coming out now, because I've been involved in a lot of the statics work, I haven't had as much time to practice as I would have liked. But certainly it's been an awesome experience, and really great teamwork from everyone at IMEC and everyone that volunteers into this. I've said it to the team before on the text that we've been doing. It is a real concerted effort and a great example of a great team working together under very, very difficult circumstances. And I think, the quality of what we're seeing now and the engagement that we're getting from the students is really testimony to all that effort.
Absolutely, I'll echo all those sentiments there. Just looking on screen. This is heat number 3 of round 2. Oh, there's contact there. I was just going to say we're joining this third place battle, and there was contact. I think that was Ryan Clabban of the Hearts team having contact, not of his own making, with the NSFT car, the National University of Science and Technologies, and Said Nasir driving the entry from Pakistan there. Oh, that's a real shame for Hertfordshire, because it means they're going to lose out to Liverpool John Moores University with George Lunt at the wheel. Here is a battle for, is this second place? Cardiff involved again down the inside. Oh, that was a robust move there from, in fact, I think that was, that might have been Imperial on Cardiff. I'm just trying to work it out on the driver tracker at the moment. No, apologies, it wasn't Imperial. It was the number 18 of the University of Hong Kong, who are a lap down. So that's an interesting move there on Cardiff. Aidan Bliss driving for Cardiff at the moment, a driver that I know very, very well. Does a lot of sim racing, competes in championships held across on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel, amongst others. Drives in Club 100 and BUKC Racing as well. It looks like he's recovered from that contact with the University of Hong Kong. He's still in second place. Leader is on the last lap. Looks like it's going to be a win for Hisham Nasser, driving for Imperial College, as who's that running wide? In fact, I think that's the Hong Kong car running wide there. Just trying to find our leader at the moment. Looks like he's just coming around the final hairpin now to take the victory and a maximum number of points for Imperial College. A good result for them. The Hong Kong car makes contact with the tyres coming out of the complex there. So it's a win for Imperial. Second place is going to go to Cardiff, so another good result for the former overall champions at Formula Student. Third place is going to go to LJMU. That will be a result positively received up in the northwest. Fourth place should be Ryan Clabban for Hertfordshire, although I think he'll be a little bit frustrated after that contact with one of the back markers. Fifth place should be Queen Mary University from London, Hassan Awan driving for them. Sixth place will be the Tafila Technical University from Jordan, Hamza Nasir driving for them. Good results. University of Hong Kong 7th, and then the National University of Science and Technology, Pakistan, in 8th place.
It really is a great track. This, we were testing this last night, and I was with these actual cars, and we were having a lot of fun.
I was having a lot of fun watching it and doing a bit of practice commentary on it as well. It's a little bit chaotic at times. As we say, we're going to have some fun races tomorrow as we work through our finals, and also the sprint autocross challenge that we're going to have. And we showed it very, very briefly, John, yesterday on the Formula Student Facebook page. But I've seen it myself. The mod of the autocross course on Cops Corner at Silverstone, I mean, absolutely fantastic. What have been your thoughts on the on what's been shown there and what's been shown as possible with the mod on the Assetto Corsa?
Yeah, so certainly the Silverstone one, the way we replicated the usual physical track, I've driven it a couple of times, and actually, having never driven a Formula Student car, it really threw me just how difficult it was to pick out the cones, and how tight that track was as well. It didn't go well the first several attempts, and even now the drives that I do on that track. But I tip my hat off exactly to all the drivers that can do that. And actually, then when you think about some of the drivers that really throw those real cars around that track, they're absolute heroes. You could do it in a virtual world where there's no real risk, but actually doing it in the real world as well, that's some good driving that's going on there.
It is indeed. Well, thanks for your time, John. We're going to have to let you go. I know you're very, very busy this weekend, but thanks for coming on. Thanks for having a little bit of a chat with us, and we'll catch up with you later in the weekend.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. Speak to you soon.
Cheers, John.
John Dangerfield there, our chief cost event judge. We're going to jump into another lobby. I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure which one it is, but it should be Heat 4 for either of round 1 or round 2. So we're quickly rattling through them here, and I think it is going to be from server number 1. So here's your lineup for heat number 4. This will be the last heat in this lobby with the minis. And I think we have already started the race here, so let's have a look through who we've got out in this one. The second of our Hong Kong entries, the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, are out there in this one. Chow Chun Hin driving for them. Loughborough, LU Motorsports, another long-standing British team. I've got Chris Hancock in for them at the moment. Queen Mary University of London, Kieran Gray is out for them in this one. In fact, both Hong Kong universities are present on the circuit. The University of Hong Kong, with a team, and Yung Chun Hong Jasper is out for them at the moment. University of Sheffield, who I think we can see are in the lead of this race at the moment. Eddie Warden driving for Sheffield Formula Racing. Warwick Racing, just down the road from myself here at the University of Warwick. Tanvir Bandari is driving for this heat. Ariane Souza is driving at the moment for the University of Zagreb. And then last but not least, Nust, former student from Pakistan, Mohammed Hamza Rao driving for them. That's who we've got out. So I think we just saw a change for the lead there, Dowie, with the University of Zagreb sneaking by Sheffield University just as they went through Sunny Inn.
We've got a battle coming back, though.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah, just going into that final complex, there's another change in lead. A couple of lock-in breaks. They're going into the main straight side by side. That's it's exactly what we want to be seeing, isn't it? A bit of racing for the lead. None of this domination nonsense.
Yeah, we like it to be close and competitive here at Formula Students, and I think Warwick are not too far behind as well. They've got Bethel in the car for them at the moment, but they have a driver change from what we've got on our tracker at the moment. Excuse me, no, it is Bandari in. I'll just refresh my long timing. So yeah, it is Tanvir Bandari driving for Warwick, just being patient at the moment. Still a long way in this race to go, over 6 minutes of running around the Croft. In fact, it'll be more than 6 minutes. Typically seeing the leader come over start finish with around 20 seconds of timer to go. Kind of add another minute onto the race at the moment before we see the checkered flag. Zagreb running a bit wide. Oh, Sheffield running even wider. Sunny in and sunny out. Definitely being two tricky corners for the minis to negotiate so far today. We've seen quite a few errors down there. The Croatians continuing to lead this race at the moment. Nice and calm through the hairpin to get good drive down the pit straight here at Croft. And then brake hard to Clermont corner. Threading the needle then through this part of the circuit, through Hawthorne and then into the chicane. That's nicely done by both Zagreb and Sheffield. And Warwick's still not too far behind as well. Fourth place at the moment is the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Chowchun doing a fantastic job at the moment. There's a driver off up ahead. Oh, that's a scary moment for second place, having to go around the outside of a wounded National University of Science and Technology car, the entry from Pakistan. So they're currently in 8th place, behind Loughborough in 7th. Two other cars out there at the moment, fairly close together around the circuit, are the University of Hong Kong and Queen Mary. There's been contact, at least being noted on my screen, between Warwick and the MUST former students entry. That was the lapped car that we saw being negotiated by the leaders, was it 30 seconds or so ago. Zagreb taking a very wide line there. Oh, having a problem there and coming to a stop. What's happened there for the University of Zagreb? That looks quite strange indeed. And the result is that they've lost the lead. So Zagreb ran very wide, then slammed on the brakes coming off of the hairpin. And as a result of dropped to second place, they've got going again now. Just see him there in the kind of teal blue livery that we're running in this race. It does mean that University of Sheffield, the team celebrating 10 years of competition in former students, the 10th anniversary of their first appearance in former students, now lead this race. Eddie Warden piloting that mini at the moment and doing a really, really solid job. Sunny in and sunny out now, back on board with the leader. Just to let you know, Tanvir Bandari still running in the Warwick car, which is really good news. Running in a very solid third place for Warwick at the moment. Two minutes of this one to go on the clock. Zagreb having problems again, it would seem, with the final hairpin running a little bit wide there. Difficult to get on the power when half your driven wheels are on the stuff that's not the tarmac. They're still there in second place.
Yeah, quite a peculiar incident that they had a few laps ago where it just looked like the brakes stuck on at the exit of the last hairpin.
Yeah.
Very weird one. Could be an issue with their simulator rig. I didn't think we'd see reliability issues in a virtual race.
Well, you say that it has happened across the course of the lockdown. I remember back to the virtual 24 hours of Le Mans. You even had some drivers, I think it was Simon Pagenaud, actually swap a rig out and a replacement one in when his initial simulator rig failed on him mid-race. interesting to hear from the teams how they're running their efforts. Some of them will be running with the team members probably at their own houses in various parts of where they're living. Maybe even, well, we have international teams, international entries coming from around the world. We may have individual teams themselves and their team members being spread apart by several hundred miles, maybe even cross countries. Other teams may be running a more centralised effort as universities have started to reopen, running everything socially distanced and safe, of course, and keeping the team together, keeping them working well as a group. We're on the last lap then of this fourth heat in server number 1. And shortly, each of our teams entered into the dynamics portion of this virtual version of Formula Students will have run twice, once in server 1, once in server 2. And we'll move on to our second circuit and second car for competition today. This has been a very calm performance from Eddie Warden and the University of Sheffield. Bounced back to form. We saw their race in server 2. Didn't quite get the results that they wanted, but they've got good points here from Eddie. He's just got the complex and then the hairpin to negotiate. And he'll wrap out a very, very nice victory and a good result as well for the other unofficial competition. So we have the Celtic Cup, we also have the Yorkshire Pudding. This will be good points in the Yorkshire Pudding competition for the University of Sheffield. Across start finish they go. There is the checkered flag for Eddie Warden, who takes heat number 4 in round 1 for the qualifying day here at Formula Students 2020. Second place for the University of Zagreb. More good points for the team from Croatia. Third place will be the Warwick entry, the University of Warwick, Warwick Racing, Tanvir Bandari. Fantastic job from Tanvir there to get some good points. Fourth place will be the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, so Chow Chun Hin gets a top 5 there. Wrapping out that top 5 was Queen Mary University of London, Kieran Gray driving for them. 6th place, good recovery there for 6th place for Loughborough and Chris Hancock's. And just coming around the final corner now is Jasper for the University of Hong Kong. They'll finish in 7th place. Last but not least will be the 8th place car from Pakistan, the National University of Sciences and Technology, Mohammed Hamza Rao, finishing there. We're having a look at some replays now. So this is server 2 and their 4th heat. This was the start of the race for them. We're going to cut to live action in a moment. And a couple of drivers running wide there, 2, 3, and contact being made, and Portsmouth were involved in that, and Warwick as well. So a bit of a messy one, probably the messiest one that we've seen so far today. So back to live. So this is, let me just get a grip on things. This is going to be server 2, heat number 4. Brunel are currently your leaders ahead of Loughborough, Agder in 3rd, Portsmouth 4th, the Hong Kong University of Science and Technologies in 5th, Warwick 6th, Oxford Brookes 7th, and then University of the Basque Country in 8th. That looks like a bit of a fraught start there, Dowie, for this final race in the minis.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that's probably the most eventful start that we've had. Quite a bit of contact there, but yeah, it's good to see a bit of competition for those places, isn't it? As I mentioned earlier, we've had a couple of races where someone's just disappeared off into the distance, but yeah, it's good to see a bit of wheel-to-wheel action.
This is a crucial race, of course, because this is the last race of the first phase of today's competition. So we'll be waving goodbye to the Mini Cooper Cup cars after this race and moving on to Brands Hatch and the Bentley Continental GT3, if I'm not mistaken. So for all of these teams, they've had one of their drivers race once already. They've seen all of their other competitors race twice. This is their opportunity to either solidify points that they've already secured from server number 1 or start to recover their day if they've not had such a good start across in server number 1. So crucial race this. This on board or in the chase cam at the moment was Brunel. So Brunel leading at the moment. Jake Halley is out for them at the moment. Second place is Joe Wilkes for Loughborough University. He's having a strong run so far. Third place, the University of Agder, is Ole Henrik Hakstad. Apologies for the pronunciation on there. That was not Scandinavian at all. Fourth place, in fact, I think we're on board with fourth place at the moment, is the University of Portsmouth. No second name, I've just got Callum. Oh, Callum nearly running a little bit too wide there, just on the entry to Hawthorne Corner, but keeps it all together. In fact, it's a very good battle because they've got the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology just behind them, with Yoon Ho Young just behind. In fact, we are on board with Yoon Ho Young at the moment. Portsmouth going defensive into Tower Bend. Will Hong Kong University of Science and Technology try and do the cutback? They will do. They're going to get side by side off Tower Bend and will be side by side still through the Jim Clark S's. This could get a little bit interesting. Portsmouth just about pull back ahead. Good defensive driving there from the University of Portsmouth. Through Barcroft, then on the brakes, hard on the brakes. And, oh, is that almost a bit of a punt there from the University of Warwick? Callum Bethel driving for them at the moment. They all keep going along in the correct direction. It's a great battle for fourth place as they come into the complex. Portsmouth looking a little bit vulnerable, have run a little bit wide there. Will the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology try and go around the outside? Oh, there's no room there for the fifth place car to go through, and down the inside goes Callum Bethel. Well, that is the very definition of a block pass, and he's going to get past both of them. Great stuff there from Callum Bethel. You know, Young might complain about that a little bit, but for me, Dowie, that was a hard but firm move down the inside. The gap was there. Callum Bethel was under control of his car at all times. In fact, fighting back now is the Portsmouth car. A little bit more contact. This is getting very British touring cars out there at the moment in the last race of proceedings at Croft. And more contact this time. It's the Portsmouth car going round after contact with Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Well, we did say it earlier, trying to go too wide through that chicane is very, very difficult, and we've seen the effects of it there. Young now going around the outside of Bethel through Tower Bend. You can tell this is the last race of a phase of this competition, and team is very, very keen to score points, and contact through Jim Clark S's, and that is not going to end well for Young there. He's off the road and he's going to lose positions back to Portsmouth as well. Well, that is what happens when cars make contact through such a high-speed piece of circuit. We are actually on the last lap of this heat, and it should be Brunel taking the victory, but there's still a chance here for a change for second place. The University of Agder, can they make a move down the inside of Loughborough on the last corner? No, they're not going to do so. They're going to take the points, take third place, which is a wise decision if you ask me. But Brunel will take the win. Jake Halley is the final winner in the minis here today. Joe Wilkes takes second place for Loughborough, third place for Ole Henrik Hakstad, fourth place in the end I think is going to go to Callum Bethel from the University of Warwick. Yes, he does. Fifth place is going to be the University of Portsmouth. Callum driving for them in that one. Sixth place, recovering from that spin through the Jim Clark S's, is the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology's Young Ho Young. Seventh place is going to be Oxford Brookes University with Shao Mafuna driving for them. Eighth place for Formula student Biscaya, the University of the Basque Country. Gonzalo Fernandez was their driver in that one. Back to us here in the virtual comms box. That is the end of the first phase of our competition. So rounds 1 and round 2 on servers 1 and 2 are done. every team has raced twice. We'll move on to rounds 3 and 4 on servers 1 and 2. And it'll be Brands Hatch, the Grand Prix circuit, and the Bentley Continental GTs. Dowie, it's been a bit of a frantic morning, but what have you made of the racing from Croft in the minis so far?
It's been good. We've had a good few races where it's been quite tight between the field. There's still a bit of a difference between first and last place. Not quite sure what to put that down to. Probably maybe lack of practice for those at the back. But we've got to understand that simulator racing is actually quite difficult to get into. To get the feel for it is a bit tricky. But we've seen some really good drives from a lot of good teams as well. First of all, there was an absolute domination by Hertfordshire, but there's been some good consistencies. My old team Cardiff getting 2 second places, which is nice to see. But yeah, we got some really good racing towards the end, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing a bit of Brands Hatch. It's a circuit I know a little bit better.
Well, an absolute classic circuit coming up, and a great piece of kit as well that all those teams that we've seen so far this morning will be racing in again through rounds 3 and rounds 4. Remember, you can get in contact with us if you're on Twitter, hashtag FS2020 and hashtag MyMemoriesOfFS. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn and Twitch, all at Formula Students on those platforms. We're going to take a short break now here on the FS 2020 stream. We'll be back shortly with the start of rounds 3 and 4 at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit in the Bentley Continental GC3s. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of Formula Student 2020, the first day of Dynamics competitions virtually done this year due to COVID-19 restrictions. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and I'm joined once again by Darry Griffiths, formerly of the Cardiff Racing Team, and now one of our many team of volunteers that makes Formula Student happen. We're going to be joined by another guest now. Very, very glad to welcome on to the Formula Students stream, returning to the Formula Students stream. It is Paul Woodford, Circuit Manager up at Cadwell Park. Good morning, Paul. Can you hear us?
Morning, Andrew, Dewey. Good job so far. This is brilliant, and it's a shame that we can't be doing Formula Student properly, but it's one of my favourite things in the world, so I'm delighted to be here.
Great to have you on. Paul, I'm going to start with how are things at Cadwell Park at the moment? Obviously, you've been closed, as all race circuits have, for the last few months, but things getting back up and running again?
Yeah, there's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes across all of the MSV circuits to get things back up and running safely. It's not normal, as you can imagine, but it is working so far. And it looks like we're going to have a fantastic season across all of the venues. I have to say, I'm here under false pretenses. Having worked with the high-vis team behind the scenes at Formula Student before, I know how this works. But I'm the circuit manager at Cadwell Park. Of course, up next is Brands Hatch. I know that Mike Groves, circuit manager of Brands Hatch, who's actually, I think, racing as part of this weekend, is actually tuned in. So sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to usurp you. This was not my doing, but I'm pleased to be here anyway.
Yeah, I saw Mike racing a little bit last night, but we'll be looking forward to him at Brands on some of the wacky races tomorrow. I'm going to say I was at Donington on Sunday, another one of the MSV owned circuits. Very, very nicely put together operation. Everyone socially distanced for the Masters Historics event that day. What have you got coming up at Cadwell Park? I imagine running in a similar format.
Yeah, well, tomorrow's a car race event, so it's the Classic and Modern Racing Club. Everything from the Northern Saloon Championship to historic Formula 3, actually, a guest series from the Historic Sports Car Club. That's one of my favourite series at Cadwell Park, historic Formula 3 cars here. It's evocative, to use that word. I like to use that word a lot here.
Absolutely, some great sounding things going around the circuit, I'm sure. As you say, you've worked on Formula Student competitions before. When we've been at Silverstone for those competitions, what's impressed you most about the competition and what it's done in previous years?
What I love about Formula Student is no matter where you look, wherever you are in the paddock or at one of the events during the weekend, during the week, there's just something happening. There's a real buzz. It's like a motorsport event or hundreds of motorsport events in one. And the attitude of everyone, the energy and the excitement around the place is just intoxicating. You can't get away from it. I absolutely love that. You come away energized. It's hard, as you know, it's hard work doing what we do across the whole Formula Student event, but you don't come home tired. You come home just energized and so impressed with what you've seen. So yeah, gutted we can't see that energy in real life this year, as I say, but you guys have been bringing it to life brilliantly with these events. And I get to drive real racing cars on these e-events, of course.
Absolutely. Obviously, you yourself as a circuit manager, you see all kinds of motorsport coming in and out of Cadwell. How have you seen the skills that the engineers have learnt at Formula Student be passed then into the racing teams around the country?
It's all completely transferable, and it's not just in motorsport either, is it? Because we have a lot of vehicle testing here as well. So Jaguar Land Rover were here recently, and there were some former Formula Student people among the guys that came, and they're going around the world testing sports cars. And it all started in that paddock at Silverstone, in that room where they present the business case. It all started there, and I think that's a fantastic story that runs through the Formula Student project, which does go into lots of different walks of life related to engineering. You see that here. We have the whole Formula Student team over here. Of course, they're one of our local teams, and they brought the car over for a display the year before last, I think it was now. Doesn't time fly? So it's nice to have a real link to Formula Student here as well.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Cadwell as a circuit. We've got it coming up later in the afternoon. obviously you've got an element close to your heart in terms of this. We try not to be too biased, but what makes Cadwell Park, especially for our international audience, what makes it special amongst the circuits here in the UK?
First of all, the mountain. There's no other race circuit in the UK. I'm not sure if there's even one in the world with a jump on it. So whether you're on 2 wheels or whether you're on 4 wheels, if you're going quick enough as you go up the mountain, you will get air, and that's pretty unique. But the whole feel of the place, because it's so narrow and in many places the runoff isn't as big as at another circuit, it still feels very historic. Don't get me wrong, the safety measures are in place and it's run to an exacting standard just like other race circuits, but it just feels very historic. But then we're very lucky at MSV. You've got Brands Hatch coming up next, another historic feeling circuit. It captures what we all love about this sport and why we came into it. When you see, especially tomorrow, when we see the historic Formula 3 cars coming through Hall Bends with the trees in the background and echoing through the mountain, it's just it's one of those places that when you're there and that happens, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Love it.
Indeed. For spectators, how are they best able to support Cadwell Park and the other circuits around the country in the coming weeks and months as we start to come out of the lockdown procedures?
Well, the good news is if you're coming to spectate at an MSV circuit, it's still quite a normal process for you. You have to book in advance to guarantee your space, and when you come, there are certain areas you can't go, such as the paddock. But you've still got vast amounts of viewing available around the circuit. You can still view from your car, so you can be in your own little social bubble, as it were. We've got catering in different areas to make sure that people are getting the same experience that they would if they were able to come in the paddock. So although there are changes from a spectator's point of view, the experience of coming to an MSV circuit, whether it's Cadwell Park, Alton Park, Donington, Snetterton, Brands Hatch, they are still very much a great day out.
I can vouch for that. As I say, I was down at Donington myself on Sunday, and it was a very, very good day. Just keeping an eye on the lobbies at the moment. I think we're going to be going into server 2 on the stream shortly, with that one starting in the next few moments. Paul, we've got a quite wide array of cars that we're running with today. We've obviously already seen the Mini Cooper Cups racing. We've got the Bentley GT3 Continentals coming up next, the Radical GT3 coming up after that, and then finishing with the Lotus Type 49. So a real wide breadth there of saloon cars through to Formula 1 cars and ages as well. Of those four, what's your favourite of those four vehicles that we're racing with today?
That's a difficult one. I mean, the Lotus 49 is totally iconic. It has to be the Lotus 49. However, I'm doing a podcast at the moment with Guy Smith, who, of course, won Le Mans with Bentley and then won with the GT3 program. And I've had been lucky enough to have quite a few conversations with various people, from Andy Merrick to Brian Gersh, and people behind the GT3 project. So the Continental GT3 is a racing car that has a very British success story behind it. So it's a car and a story that fascinates me. So I guess, given the context of that, and I do like a good story, and Formula Student is all about good stories and British engineering, I guess I'd have to go with the Bentley in this context.
Good choice. I'm a fan of the Bentley as well. I've seen it race myself in championships before, in the GT championships, and seen it around the world as well, running at places like Bathurst, and always having good success. We'll, as I say, we're going to be seeing that very, very shortly. Just to let you know, as I say, Server 1 is running. Yeah, Brands Hatch with the GT3 Bentley, obviously a circuit that's held that car and cars like it in things such as the British GT Championship in years gone by. Staffordshire looking like they're having a good start to life in Server 1. This, remember, is the start of round 3. So round 3 and round 4 coming up. Round 3 on Server 1, round 4 on Server 2, and all the drivers running again through the course of the next couple of hours. Paul, I know you're very, very busy, so I'm going to let you go. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you back again on the Formula Student stream put together by High-Vis Media Group. Hopefully we'll get to chat to you later on, and we'll look forward to seeing Cadwell Park in virtual form very, very shortly.
I'll see you back here at Cadwell Park later. Thanks, guys. Enjoy, everybody, and good luck.
Cheers, Paul. That's Paul Woodford, circuit manager up at Cadwell Park. Right, I think, Dowie, we are going to be heading into server number 2. Brands Hatch, a circuit that you know from your own virtual racing? Oh, I think we've lost Dowie there for a brief moment. Here is your lineup for Heat 1 for round number 4. So the drivers that we've got on your screen: National University of Science and Technology, Saeed Nasir, the entry from Pakistan. University of Exeter, they had a pretty decent morning so far in the minis. Oscar Jinks drives for them in the number 23. The entry from Thailand, K-State University, they're in this one with Jiroin Gajitikorn for them. Rowan Hillier drives for De Montfort University. Faris Abdullah drives for the University of Bradford. University of Zagreb, they had a very good start to proceedings. Around Brands Hatch. Looks like it's been a very good start for the Pakistan entry, the National University of Science and Technologies. Currently in chase cam with the Zagreb car. A bit of a robust block pass there into Graham Hill Bend, up to 3rd place. Running the full Grand Prix layout here, so turning hard left and into the Forest. Got to be honest, my preferred layouts around here. Oh, massive contact there, and into the wall goes. That was good. That was our leader, wasn't it? That was the NFST car into the wall. Just trying to see who we've got. I think it was contact with the Zagreb car, so that's 2 pieces of contact for the Zagreb car. Dowie is back with us, I believe.
I am indeed.
That
sorry
was,
about that.
Not a good piece of news for the NFST car, the Pakistan entry, being turned into the wall there on that one.
Oh. Yeah, to answer your earlier question, I love a bit of Brands Hatch. It is such a good circuit, and this part that we're looking at now is probably the most difficult section for me. That turn 1, it always seems to catch me out. I never seem to get it completely right. And this section, Druids, and then going down towards this very difficult left-hander, especially with the camber. Yeah, what a circuit! Not only from its historical perspective, but the layout of it. Really good racing.
Host races on an international level, the several series today, of course, and has hosted Formula 1 in the past as well, back in the 80s when it used to alternate hosting the British Grand Prix with Silverstone. Right at the end is the scene of Nigel Mansell, one of Nigel Mansell's first ever Formula 1 wins as well in the mid-80s. Apologies, I think the contact actually between NFST wasn't with Zagreb, it was with the University of Surrey, who are currently leading. We're looking at the moment the 2nd place car. In fact, no, we're not. We switched to the 4th place car. This is the Brunel entry. Jake Halley back out for them. Had a very good result earlier on in the morning in the minis at Croft. He's doing a very nice job. He's now up to 3rd place actually. He's got back past the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. So currently leading is the number 29 on live timing, Jonathan Watts, the University of Surrey. 2nd place, University of Zagreb. Another good run so far. Tomo Dunko driving them. And Callie, as we say, 3rd. Brunel, 4th place now is Hong Kong University Science Technologies. We got them 5th place for Exeter. Back out with Cameron Barry now driving. 6th place, the National University of Science and Technologies NFST car. Stainless here driving for them to Donington. Christian Vessel won its race beforehand in that Croft. Focusing in though, moving place fighting on the moment with the 8th place Bradford car. Just not trying to make a move right through. It's the Exeter car of Cameron Barry. So we've already got some cars that are lapped down or so. In fact, yes, there are. Oh, that's very forceful. Contacts being made there by Cameron Barry on the Bradford car. There's another driver for them. I think, yeah, that's all cars we've got out. 8 cars out. So it's in leader. University of Surrey, Jonathan Watts, turning up now, boost 13s, over the top of the hill towards Pilgrim Drop, board with NFST. On top entry now, trying to close down on the Bradford Cup. That is not full position. So, yes, I'm not sure how this has happened, but Montfort, NFST, as off the road goes Ferras Abdullah and onto the grass. Yeah, they're already a lap down, so problem there for Bradford and some trouble with Big Bentley. This car, Joey, it's not the easiest to drive.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, a huge amount of power compared to the minis that we had earlier. Also, the downforce would be a bit of come into more of an effect as well. On top of that, the speed to drive as well. Yeah, a good challenge, and yeah, I'm sure the drivers are enjoying it.
Minutes, 43 seconds to go in this first heat on Server 2. You're watching live virtual dynamics for Formula Students 2020. Nice little drift there through it. That's very nice to see from the Bradford car that we're looking at. This is the number 23 on live timing. Heading up now to Pilgrim Drop, Hawthorne Hill. Very tricky right-hander. Another threading the needle corner, can't run too wide because there is the grass beyond the driver's left, which is definitely not conducive to good lap times. Here's 3rd place, Brunel. Having a good day so far. Jay Calley looking to score some more points. Currently 4.5 seconds behind the Zagreb car in 2nd place. Here is that Zagreb car. Danko still doing a good job for them, but Surrey clear out at the moment, leading this race by 15 seconds. And in fact, we've just got a quick shot there. Yes, the green car that you just seen. Now, this is the NFST car. There, trying for them. Watts is looking very, very comfortable at the moment. His pace currently about 2 seconds quicker than anybody else out on circuit. 125.155 last time now. That is context. 3, 4. Extra actually going quite quickly. They're 125 as well, so Extra trying to climb back. Maybe they're going to try and get some moves done. Go. Here are Extra quite new. They've got the confident car ahead of them, Christian Vessel, who is a lap down. Just ahead, they're 3rd place, Brunel, Jake Alley. Slow driver. Oh, it's now there's contact there. Over to one side. Let the extra car through. I don't think that was deliberate, Christian Bessel. That wasn't. He's not that kind of driver. But Brunel off the road. Hopefully, I'm just trying to see on the driver tracker. I think they have recovered. I think they are still running in fourth place. Back to the leader, Jonathan Watts, 16.3 seconds now ahead, 20 seconds on the clock. So this might be the last lap. Might be the last lap for our leader. Badanko looking very comfortable in second place for Zagreb. They're going to get some more good points. And yes, this is going to be the final lap, I reckon. That's expired. Good. So final lap board is out. In fact, no, the leader did get a cross start finish before time expired. So leader has started their final lap now. They're currently... In fact, no, that was the checkered flag. Apologies, that was the checkered flag. So it's going to be a win for Jonathan Watts from Surrey. Second place will be Toma Badanko with a very nice drive at the University of Zagreb. Third for Cameron Barry and the University of Exeter. Fourth place in the end, even though being a lap down, I think was de Montfort. Yeah, a bit of a chaotic start there. Some cars going a lap down, Dowie, but Brands Hatch looking in resplendent form so far today.
Yeah. Everyone loves a bit of Brands Hatch, don't they? And on that note, can we just have a bit of appreciation for some really good corner names at Brands Hatch as well? Properly pointing back to British motorsport.
Yeah, you've got a bit of everyone around here. Obviously, the straight that's not fully a straight, but the Brabham Straight. Mix, you've got both
Britain's
two wheels and four
champions.
wheels. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Barry Sheen mentioned as well. A legend of two wheels. And yeah, obviously Clark Curve right at the end as well. It's full of 60s and 70s motorsport legends and 50s.
So having a look at some of the replays, this was there's a fair bit of contact in that last race, which hopefully we see a little bit less of in the next few. Now, this is the interesting one for me. What happened here between de Montfort and Brunel? I don't know if de Montfort just tried to get on the power a little bit earlier there than the Brunel car was expecting. But a shame there for Brunel that they had that incident. Just whilst we're waiting for the next race, apologies, I got one of the hashtags wrong earlier for getting your memories in. It's my FS memories, not my memories of FS. So my FS memories. Hello to Maria Rabia, who has tweeted a picture of the Oxford Brooks team from 2018 receiving one of their trophies. So keep those coming in. Hello to a couple of other people as well who are using the hashtag FS 2020. Hello to Ryan, who says he won at Croft. He wins at Brands. Joe Grimer does it again. So very good work so far from Staffordshire. They're having a very strong morning. So that was your result from server number 1, I believe. In fact, I'm just going to try and check across to it now. No, it's gone on to the next race. But yeah, very good start there for Staffordshire. Well done to Joe, keeping those points coming in. Who else have we got? Hello to UP Racing, who've tweeted out the link to the YouTube version of the stream. Do share as well if you haven't already on the various social media platforms. Let people know that we're streaming the event today. Keep those tweets coming in, FS2020 and hashtag MyFSMemories as well. So I believe we are going to be going back to server 1 next, because I can see server 1's drivers are forming up. So let's have a look at the order, who we've got out for this next one. University of Hong Kong with the mysterious driver A driving for them in this next one. National University of Science and Technology from Pakistan, Mohammed Hamza Rao driving the number 33. Imperial College London, Lorenzo Tresca goes in the number 7. Cinder Corton, we saw some great moves from Cinder earlier on in the day. He's driving for the University of Agder once more. Giza Alexandru Catalin drives for Transylvania University of Brasov, the Romanian-based team. Tor Nielsen goes for Oxford Brookes Racing. Sheikh Muniruddin Nayazami goes for the University of Bradford. Mathana Al-Masri goes for Tafila Technical University, and Natabadi Banjadrakal goes for the K-Start University from Thailand. Here we go then, 10 minutes round Brands Hatch in the Bentley Continental GT3s. Clean start off the standing start as we go into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Are they all going to make it through as they run up the Druid? I think they have a much cleaner start this time. This is heat number 2. Oh, there's contact there. Someone gets forced out wide. Might have been the Brasov car. Coming down through Graham Hill Bend. Yes, there was contact. The Tafila car was involved with some contact, and the Tafila car is now already off the back of the field. I think there's also been problems for the K-Start car. That is off the back of the pack as well. But it looks to be the number 18 with the University of Hong Kong that's got the lead in these early stages here on lap 1, followed by the University of Agder. So there we are, first and second. Running wide there is the Brasov car. Blue Streamline team. Always a good supporter of former student. There is the Oxford Brookes Racing entry. Tor Nielsen driving for them at the moment. Does that mean they're up to 3rd place? Yes, they are. So Brooks up to 3rd place. Great scrap going on here, though, for the lead at the end of lap 1. Coming into Park Curve now, the University of Hong Kong versus the University of Agder. Oh, big moment for the University of Hong Kong, and they're going to be side by side. Agder will have to go round the outside, and Cinder Corson does. So Agder to the lead then in this second heat of round 3. Very, very calm driving there from Cinder Corson. Now, what can he do? Can he pull away from Jasper driving the University of Hong Kong car at the moment? Oh, that's a little moment there through Graham Hill Bend and has lost touch. This could mean that Cinder Corson's away now. If that's broken the slipstream, or broken the powerful bit of the slipstream, may also allow Tor Nielsen to start to have an attack there in the 3rd place Oxford Brookes car. More problems to report to you. There's been an incident down at Paddock Hill Bend between NFST and K-Start. They were in 6th and 7th. The Tafila car is running again, I'm glad to report. Brasov still in 4th. Catalan driving for them, and Nizami piloting Bradford car still in 5th. These 3 cars at the front now, they're just looking to get in a nice rhythm now for the course of this one.
Yeah, they seem to be. I mean, they're already coming up to back markers, and there you go on the exit of turn 1 going up to Druids. That's already the last car lapped. Well, yeah, these guys right at the front, they seem to be getting right in the groove straight away, pulling away.
Yeah, it's the 16 Tafila car that's in the middle of the source. This one that had the incident on lap 1. I think it's just another incident there coming up Graham Hill Bend. Oxford Brooks now really on the attack of the University of Hong Kong. Will get the run as they go over Pilgrim's Drop. Very hard to overtake around Brands Hatch. Oxford Brooks are going to have a little look. Let the University of Hong Kong know that they're there. Especially as drivers come around this far end of the circuit, Dowie, it is a bit of a follow the leader until you get to maybe Clark Curve. Oh my goodness, there's a car in the middle of the circuit, and the University of Hong Kong have made contact. I think it was the NFST car from Pakistan, and that's put Oxford Brooks up into second place.
I mean, they were getting closer and closer. I think that move was always going to be made, but yeah, they had Oxford Brooks has had a bit of help from the back marker there.
Has indeed. We're actually going to leave this race as it goes into its second half and jump across to the other server to hear that there's some exciting action going on there. In fact, there's a race start about to happen. So this is server number 2, their second race for round 4. Away we go then. And it's Southampton who have pole position off of this one, off the Bantam grid. In this one, we have got Sheffield Racing with Williams in the car for them at the moment. You've got Agda out there with Glenn, Ollie Endwick, Hackstead, as you see on the inside. Portsmouth have got Callum out there. Cambridge back out for their second appearance on the stream of the day. George Palozzi driving for Southampton at the moment. Liverpool John Moores to Fila. I think we've only got 7 cars running at the moment, so we'll see these guys as they come through and what they can do. It looks like a bit of a clean start there. Nobody reported this having gone off the road at this stage of this race.
I've seen some comments on the YouTube stream that a couple of drivers seem to be using a keyboard instead of a simulator. But I think that brings up a really good question. It would be good to see what sort of hardware a lot of the teams are actually using for their racing, whether they've gone for something that you can buy in a high street store, or whether they've gone for something a little bit more high end.
I had heard that murmuring last night in discussion with some of the organising committee that there were some teams using a keyboard, which let's not lie, it's going to be putting them at a bit of a disadvantage. The battle for the lead. Oh, it's Portsmouth. Portsmouth going very wide out of Paddock Hill. Well, not even out of Paddock Hill Bend. They were in the middle of Paddock Hill Bend, going off into the gravel. Battle for the lead. Southampton, George Palozzi, currently leading ahead of LJMU. Liverpool John Moores. Looks like Cambridge have had some more issues and have had their driver disconnected from the server. Not good news for them. George Palozzi's going to have to defend now to the inside. Fairly simple to defend. Before the incident we saw in the other server, Dowie, Brands Hatch is a circuit, especially through the middle part of the track. Very, very difficult to overtake. You've got to be very patient to make your move.
Yeah, it seems like going down into turn 1 is the best opportunity for overtaking that we've seen so far. So just getting yourself close through that sector 3, getting yourself into a position that, if you get a good run into the last corner, you can make it happen down into turn 1, as we've seen a couple of times so far.
We have indeed. So it's still, as you were, George Palozzi for Southampton. It's George driving. Two Georges in the front, trying to replicate the efforts of their namesake, who's currently doing very well in Williams in Formula 1. 6 minutes and 43 seconds to go. Look out for Harry Williams, though. Harry Williams has just put in a really good lap, a 1:26.171 for the University of Sheffield. Has started to close in, so we're going to have a 1-2-3 battle in this second heat of round 4. Just caught a sight there of the Portsmouth car. Callum driving for them. Palozzi going to the inside again. Go over Pilgrim's Drop. Oh, now was the LJMU car wide there? Yes, they were. So Liverpool John Moores make the mistake, and George Lunt has lost second place as a result. So that's not good news for LJMU. So they'll drop to at least third, maybe fourth. I think the Agda car might have got through as well as the Liverpool John Moores car was scored for gravel. So Harry Williams now has a clear run at the rear bumper of George Palozzi. What can he do about that Southampton car? Can he make his way by? We approach the halfway stage of this race. Looks like, yes, Agda have got through. So Agda have got through to third place. Hackstad in that position now. John Moores dropping fourth. Bolton still in fifth. The one other remaining car in this race is going to be the Tafila car, currently run by Hamza Nasir. So that means we have lost George Dragomir for Brasov. We've lost Daniel Barlow for Cambridge. We've lost Ollie Simpson at the University of Edinburgh. I don't think formed up on the grid for this heat that they were scheduled to be in. So that's a real shame for those teams. They'll be losing points as a result. Maybe starting to think about which final they're going to be in tomorrow. 4 finals tomorrow, so everyone gets a spot in a final. Similar to how karting club meetings often work. Probably sending finals in terms of results across the weekend so far. So the lowest performing teams will be in the D final. There'll be a chance to race through to the C final, and the C final is the B final, the B final is the A final. Meanwhile, let's focus on this battle going on screen. Down the inside. Nice move there. This is all over third place. That's LJMU getting back past Agda. George Lunt on his recovery drive. Classic kill bend there, Dowie. Got the move down the inside, and the Agda driver couldn't really do anything about that.
No, he just needs to try and keep up with him, following through this sector 3 and see where he can be on the main straight. We can see that he can get pretty close during the corners, but yeah, the straights are just not long enough to launch an attack.
Back with the leaders then. Harry Williams still trying to find where George Palozzi is weaker, where he's stronger. There is some traffic coming up though. It's the Tafila car. Hopefully gets out of the way. Oh, very much stays down the middle of the road, and this is difficult now for George Palozzi to work his way by. And this may offer an opportunity to Harry Williams. You can see in the rearview mirrors darting this way and that. That was very well dealt with by George Palozzi, but is he going to be vulnerable now to a run down the Brabham Straight and into Paddock Hill? And Harry Williams trying to find a way down the inside. He is side by side with George Palozzi and may have the move done. He does have the move done. Sheffield's the leader then. Harry Williams took advantage of the back marker. George Palozzi did all he could there for Southampton, but it's that Sheffield car that now leads and has 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go to pull off a win.
Yeah, exactly like we mentioned, they got really close into the final sector. Luckily a back marker was there to try and slow up the other car, but yeah, good clean move that, and down into a tricky turn 1, so he just needs to keep his head down and keep concentration for the next sort of 4.5 minutes that's remaining.
Liverpool John Moore still in third.
2 minutes.
Fourth place, still the Agda car. Portsmouth in a bit of a lonely 5th place now. I feel a lap down, at least scoring points in this one. We're still on board with this squabble for the lead. And George Palozzi is not being dropped at the moment by Harry Williams. Has the benefit of a bit of a slipstream now as well, especially on those long runs over Pilgrim's Drop, and then down here from Stirling's through Clearways into Clark Curve.
this circuit, like pretty much all the circuits that we've got here on the FS 2020 Virtual Dynamics agenda, no room for error. Today it's grass and gravel. Tomorrow it'll be many cones, more cones than you've probably seen in your life if you've never watched one of these Formula Student events before, as they tackle the sprint course, the autocross course in the Formula Student Assetto Corsa mod. 40 seconds to go then. On board with Callum now from Portsmouth as the Tafila car goes for some mowing across the grass at Graham Hill Bend. Keeping out the way there. Just keeping an eye on the timer. This might be the last lap, depending on what the leaders cross that start-finish in relation to what the clock's doing. It's been a very controlled race from both of these drivers for their respective universities, doing exactly what they need to do at this stage of the day. Nothing too racy, nothing too dramatic, just getting the points in and moving on to the next round. Leader is confirmed, it's on the final lap. Round clock curve for the final time. Harry Williams is going to take the win for the University of Sheffield. A very good result for Sheffield Formula Racing there at Brands Hatch. Second place goes to George Palozzi and Southampton University. No propelled exhaust in that one. We are glad to report good points for them. Third place, no recovery drive after that mistake at Hawthorns. George Lunt takes third place for the Paul John Moores University entry. Fourth place to Ollie Henrik Hackstad for the University of Agder. Fifth place coming across the line, already coming across the line, was the University of Portsmouth UP Racing entry from Callum, and then sixth place coming in the end of the order. The Tafila Technical University, Royal Taflos Racing from the Jordan was Hamza Nasir. DNFs for the University of Edinburgh, Ollie Simpson. Transferred to the University of Brasov, George Dragomir, and unfortunately the University of Cambridge as well, Daniel Barlow. Very good stuff here. Keep your tweets coming in, FS 2020. Remember, you can follow Formula Student at Formula Student on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and LinkedIn in /Formula Student. The only one that's different here on YouTube, FS IMechE. Do subscribe to the notification bell to be notified when streams are starting and uploads are completed. Back to the pits for all of our drivers. And back to us here in the virtual comms box. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media and Dowie Griffiths with you today for the qualifiers for the Virtual Dynamics of FS 2020. A solid race there, Dowie, I thought, for both Harry Williams of Sheffield and George Palozzi of Southampton. Good for those teams to get some more solid points in.
Yeah, definitely. They seemed like the class of the field there, sort of pulling away and having a good little battle between themselves. It's shown us what the circuit is throwing up, where the best places to pass are, and in looking at their onboards, they seem to be using all of the circuit, really carrying their speed and just being very smooth, which is something that really helps, or will really help them tomorrow anyway, when we get to a simulated Copse Corner and thousands of cones.
Thousands of cones indeed. As someone who's experienced that yourself, what is that like when you're going out on circuit and you see this course that doesn't look like anything a mainstream motorsport fan would recognise? Obviously, it's a very well respected tradition, the autocross, especially across the Atlantic and the States. But what goes through your mind is when you tackle that course for the first few times?
To the outside world, so those that haven't been drivers at Formula Student, when you see the onboards, it looks crazy, absolutely mental how you can remember all of the course. But you do get to walk the course a couple of times. It's always good to sort of take photographs at certain points that you want to remember. But when in the queue for autocross, I'd have a phone in front of me and I'd just go through and I'd try to picture what corners were in front of me, and just remember not to take too much out of it on the first run. The first run to me was always get your tyres warm, get your brakes warm, and get a feel for where the car is in terms of setup. Obviously, you should know from the practice areas and from your testing before the event. But yeah, just to not taking too much out of the car on the first run and then pushing a little bit further on the second. Understanding where you can be quick and where you can't be quick. Because there's lots of things that we do on the dynamic side, which I found out on, after finishing as a competitor. There's lots of things the dynamics guys do to try and catch you out, putting cones or multiple cones on the just after the apexes of hairpins and areas like that to try and catch the drivers out.
Let's have a look then at the lineup for, I think we're going into heat 3 now for round number 3. Here it is. So University of Surrey of Harry Pickard driving for them in the number 29. Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, the number 6. Kong Wing Nam driving for them. Cardiff University, Darry, your boys are back out, number 2. Chris Aldridge driving for them. Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, Rahul Manglik. Michael Preston for Southampton. Gabriella DeLuca for De Montfort. Syed Munib for the Pakistan Navy Engineering College. And Miles driving for Portsmouth. Here we are then, early stages of this third heat of round 3. This is on server number 1. And it looks like Surrey have got a very good start. Harry Pickard leading. Oh, as who was that off at Graham Hill Bend? Might have been the number 8 IIT Bombay car driven by Rahul Manglik. There's also something's happened to 3 of the cars, because 3 of the cars are all only just going through Graham Hill Bend now. That is the number 2 Cardiff car, 28 Southampton car, and number 26 of Portsmouth. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there. As we go through Hawthorns for this first lap, it is number 29 of the University of Surrey, Team Certis, another long-standing team in Formula Student, over a decade of experience. Produced beautiful cars over the years. What can they do?
They've produced quite a lot of cars that are very much like those BMW art cars. I remember being in the same pit as them back in 2014 or 2015, and the bodywork of the car was painted quite distinctively. It looked amazing.
End of lap 1 then. Surrey confirmed as your leader. De Montfort second. Gabriella DeLuca, very quick driver. I've seen raced many times in the BUKC for De Montfort University. Really strong group of students, showing a relatively new team to both former students and university karting. A good group of guys and girls there, wanting to knock on the student motorsport map over the last few years. Board of Gabriella at the moment. Looking back at the 3rd place Hong Kong University of Science and Technology car, driven by Hong Kong in this race. They are well clear of the rest of the field. The next car now on the road, I think, is the University of Southampton on Preston in 4th place. He was only just coming through Hawthorns now. So a real split in the pack on this one. Hong Kong UST keeping the pressure on De Montfort at the moment. 7 minutes to go. Over start finish to complete lap number 2. 4.7 seconds is the lead. Oh, big moment there for Nam. Nearly got caught out by the gravel on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. It's just about managed to keep it all together, going through Graham Hill Bend now. Patience on the power. The lead, 4.7 seconds now for Surrey. Surrey currently in the 126s.
Montfort the last time around did a 1:27.4. Hong Kong UST did a 1 minute 26. I think there's been trouble from Portsmouth out there as well. I can see that they've had incidents. So Miles currently in 7th place. Gabriela Martinez and Luke are really coming under pressure now from Kong Nam. Good exit there on the clearways for De Montfort. It's going back and forth, very edgy at the moment between De Montfort and Hong Kong UST. It's the end of lap 3. Pace very comparable. All of the top 3, all in the 1:26.2s, and continuing to pull away from Michael Preston in the Southampton car in 4th. Who in turn is pretty clear of the Cardiff car as well, of Chris Ulrich. Still good points there for Cardiff, sitting in 5th place at the moment. 5 minutes of this one to go. Dowie, where do you see the Hong Kong car's best opportunity to pass being round this Brands Hatch circuit?
I think, like we said in the last heat, getting as close as you can at the end of the 3rd sector and having to go into turn 1. But we've seen a couple of times actually that he's had a moment at the exit of turn 1. So yeah, maybe, well, probably similar to me. I can never seem to get turn 1 right around Brands Hatch. But if you can get a good run into turn 1, if you can't get it done there, maybe up into Druids, it's a good opportunity.
Yeah, just as you were going through there, I think the Hong Kong car had a bit of a moment. Bushin curve, it dropped back a little bit. Although, now I'm seeing a notification on my screen that there's been an incident involving the Surrey car and the IIT Bombay car. As off the road goes the number 8, that was the IIT Bombay car. It's now stuck on the outside of Graham Hill Bend. Now, has that worn away Surrey's lead at all? In fact, yes, the yellow car is the Surrey car. There's a bit more traffic in between 1st and 2nd as well. There's the Portsmouth car in there as well. So there you just saw the Surrey car, the yellow Bentley, just at the top of your shot as we ride on board with De Montfort at the moment. Portsmouth having a big moment. Oh, where is that going to land? And well, that was avoided very, very well by De Montfort and by Hong Kong UST as well. Big scary moment. No ghosting here on Assetto Corsa. And De Montfort managed to survive. So all 3 leaders having to find their way around some of the back markers on this particular lap with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Let's just see how that's affected the lap times. In fact, yeah, it's very much gone in the favour of Surrey. The lead is now 7.26 seconds. For the 2.5 seconds back are Hong Kong UST. I think the IIT Bombay car has retired. In fact, the Hong Kong car's gone as well. The Hong Kong UST car did not get out of that incident coming through Dingledale clean and is in the pits and unfortunately out of this race. So that promotes Michael Preston and Southampton up to 3rd place, Cardiff up to 4th, and I think Hong Kong UST are going to form out in 5th place. A real drama as we approach the final stages of this heat round Brands Hatch. Remember, this is heat 3, round 3, Virtual Dynamics day 1 for Formula Student 2020. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media and Dowie Griffiths on commentary duties for you here today. This Surrey drive, Dowie, obviously had to get round the IIT Bombay job, but this has been very assured from Harry Pickard as he goes on to his final lap.
Yeah, he's done very well, hasn't he? Just kept it smooth, kept it on the island. I mean, he's had a couple of little battles so far, but he's always come out of them the right way. Yeah, I mean, well, it's good to see him on board, actually. If we can stay with him till the end of the lap, we'll actually be able to see how to go around this track and keep it nice and smooth and quick as well. I'm not sure how his lap times compare to previous heats, though. Do you have that information?
Yeah, they're looking very good. In fact, that's some of the best of the rounds so far on this server. 126.002, so just outside the 25s there. I don't actually think anybody else has got into the 25. So yeah, I think that's the quickest lap on the server so far. So as Pickard rounds the final couple of corners here, this is taking over the final lap through Sheen. And just as we come to the end of this race, welcome another guest onto the stream. And beware, everybody, the stream is about to get very, very northern because there's two of us on now. Good morning to Joe Staten.
Good morning, Anu. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Joe. What have been your thoughts on the action on the second course so far this morning?
Well, I haven't seen a massive amount of it this morning because I've been out first thing and then I have a little baby to get to sleep. But it's nice to see the Bentleys out now, and nice to see some crashes as well because everyone loves crashes in motorsport. Part of the reason we're watching it.
How's the lockdown been treating yourself over the past couple of months? What have you been up to?
It's been kind of weird because nothing's changed for me with lockdown. I've worked all the way through. We're a critical supply to the steel industry, so for all our guys, it's been, apart from changing routine, washing hands, cleaning, extra stuff like that, it's been pretty much the same as. The only issue we've had is a lot of the shutdown work normally has been pushed back, and now everyone wants to do it at the same time. So it's been an absolutely chaotic last couple of weeks, and I've got a big week next week. But then hopefully it should settle it down.
We had John Dangerfield on earlier, who was talking about supply chains and how that's going to factor into a lot of the teams' preparations for 2021. It gave some really good insights on how, from being a receiver of parts, you've got for those eventualities. From your side, as being part of that supply chain, what have been the real critical things that you've had to deal with over those past few weeks, and how do you think that's going to change going forward as we go through the rest of this calendar year?
A lot of our bigger issues are a lot of our raw material comes from abroad, so it's dealing with all the international customers. Again, refractories, a lot of it comes from China, so we had to focus a lot on making sure that we had enough material on the ground to make sure that steel plants and cement plants could keep going because we had material to install. It wasn't too bad because sort of the government's kept the supply chains, but there was touch and go at times. We don't like to advertise that, but it was times where we got close. Unfortunately, when you turn a blast furnace, it takes a long time to do it back on again.
Yeah. In terms of the competition this year, obviously we're not at Silverstone. We've been talking about memories of former students in years gone by. You've been a great servant to the competition over a good many years. What for you, when you think of kind of the highlights, your best memories of former student, what are those as the years have gone by?
I guess there's two different categories there. There's the sort of the participant side and the volunteer side. As a participant, some of the best ones were sort of coming through adversity and reality. I mean, especially my first year, we had lots of problems with the car we were building. We had guys go back to the base to machine stuff overnight, rebuilt the car in the morning back at Brunty, as it was, and got to go in, and it raced and completed the endurance, which was a an amazing achievement, great memory for us. As a volunteer, there's been, if anyone's ever seen me at Formula Student, I'm normally running around like a headless chicken, right? This is nice to be a bit calmer, but it's something giving back. It's always great to have a poke around the cars, especially at Scrutineer, and see what people are doing, see all the different technologies that you might not necessarily see as a competitor because you're pretty busy anyway. So it'd be difficult to pick out individual ones, but there'd be some really good times, both as a competitor and as volunteer. I mean, it's why I keep coming back. I don't know if anyone really knows what I do anymore. I don't know if I know what I do anymore, but they keep inviting me back.
They do indeed. You mentioned scrutineering there, so that's where we often first see each other on a Formula Student weekend, and I always like to think of it as organised chaos. The volunteers doing the organising, the students providing the chaos.
Yes.
It's an unspoken bit of the competition that, yes, there's no points involved with it, but you've still got to get through it, because if you don't get through it, you're not going to be scoring anything in dynamics. How did you find that as a competitor, and what would you say to people now in terms of, years on? What would you say to a young Joe Staten if he was still competing, as to how to prepare for that early part of the competition?
I don't think there ever was a young Joe Staten. I think I've been about 30 since I was born. For me, a lot of the issues scrutineering, generally, it's the simple stuff that you see every year, all the time. It's like the classic lock wiring, yellow tape on the negative battery terminal. It's sort of like, it's those bits and pieces that are really easy things, but are sort of missed. And you end up with quite a few of them, and you're like, look, we're going to take the car back, stuff like that. It's really nailing down day or two before, go through the checklist with a fine-tooth comb, really nail down on it, and pick out all those little bits, because there's some really silly ones in there. I mean, for me, for scrutineering, if you have a major problem, you've done something wrong in the early days, a lot of the things we're picking out is like, you just need to tidy that up. This firewall needs sealing. It's a classic from 5 years ago. We spent forever getting people to reseal all the firewalls because they just, there's big holes in them, and it's like, well, it doesn't serve its purpose. So it's boring, but it is that sort of fine detail side of things. Just stepping away from it, from all the drama you've got building a car, and then fresh set of eyes, start the day, get the checklist out, one after another, go through it. Have you got all the bits? And if you got all the bits to make the changes you need to make, if you need to make any changes, it's nothing revolutionary, but it is that sort of, it is the organisation at the end of the day. And you look at the race teams. I mean, the greatest example would be Red Bull with the last Grand Prix. Change the front corner on the grid before they ran out of time. Having everything there, having all the people know what they need to do, and they just got on with it. And there was a lot of people working in that area, but because everyone had set roles, set tools, and they knew what they were doing, it happened really quickly. They got it rebuilt. The guy went out and came second place. And there's a lot to be said for that. It's difficult as a student team to really get into that, but it's sort of what you need to strive for, what you need to work towards. And you're never going to be at that sort of level, really, but it's an aim. It's part of the event you don't necessarily really think about, but it sort of has a parallel in your day job anyway, where you're going to go be in the future. So it's worthwhile trying it out in the early days.
Yeah, I think Joe makes a really good point there, actually. That a fresh pair of eyes for scrutineering is really useful. I mean, there's a lot of universities that, you'd have a competitor as your neighbour. So for us within Cardiff, we'd have Swansea would be relatively close, and the guys have struck up a really good relationship with Bristol as well. And we regularly have visits to each other, and having a fresh pair of eyes look at your car can always point out something that you can't see.
A number of times you'll go through a sheet and you'll be like, oh yeah, we've done that, or we're about to do that. Dave's going to do that in a minute. And then it don't get done, but you've sort of passed over it, and you get to scrutineering. And it's a simple thing to fix, but it's still time that you're wasting. I mean, I always said when people ask me about scrutineering, it's like it's the good way to have a really bad weekend, and it's not the scrutineer's fault. And none of us want to be doing that. I'd like to think of all the scrutineers we have, when we find the issues, we're always looking for the solution. Before we really go into it, we try and help the team find a solution, especially on those bigger problems, because we want the cars to race, and we've all been through it. We want to be racing the cars as much as you guys want to be racing the cars.
I actually think back, Dowie, because I don't know if you remember this, that it was me and Howard Ash who were part of the scrutineering team for your title-winning car, and it's something that I always remember. I do often say to say my old team back at Birmingham, seeing a car come through first time, especially at the start of a weekend, is actually quite rare, unfortunately. But I always remember that car that you put together. You know, I think there were like 2 things on it that needed doing, which were quick fixes. It wasn't a list of, sometimes we can get to 10, 15, sometimes even 20 items. Sometimes we don't even get all the way through the sheet. And we kind of have to move a team on because there's other teams ready to be scrutineered. But it is something that I always remember about that car, is you got it running very, very early on in the weekend. And it just took that pressure off, I imagine, for Saturday when you did start running it for real.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, scrutineering for us became, it was a massive challenge in my early days there anyway. And myself and Joe, actually, we went out to Formula Student Germany in 2011, I think it was. And we had a bit of a nightmare out there with scrutineering. Just, they picked up on things that we really should have been on top of. And since then, we tried to get a good handle on it, and we just prepared really well. We were quite fortunate that we've got people who are relatively local to us who volunteer at the competition and scrutineer. So we got them in. Like, why wouldn't you? So we just prepare weeks and weeks in advance, and it got to the point where, you know, we weren't saying, "Oh, we'll fix that issue after the next test." For the car to go out testing, it had to be in a condition that it would pass scrutineering at FSUK. So that when we actually got to the competition, we knew it was going to run, and it was going to run well.
I've just reminded Joe
of something there, Andrew.
Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Did you say something about Cardiff winning Formula Student? I missed that.
I
did. Want to go into a bit more detail about that?
They didn't quite have the best dynamic car that year. That went to another team, but we'll gloss over that. The originals and the best. I have got one more important question though. What is your favourite part of Formula Student, Joe? Is it ice cream?
Oh, he took that one out. Oh, that's a classic, that one. Do you know what it isn't? It isn't Saturday mornings, because I am normally running back and forth between the acceleration and the skid pad and doing about marathon and a half. And then I sit in a van for the rest of the afternoon, not seeing any racing, even though I'm on the track. So
I can testify.
If someone wants to bring me an ice cream, I'll be well off it.
I can testify to that Joe is by far the hardest working person on the whole of the site on a Saturday morning, and pretty much for the rest of the weekend as well. We're back in game now. Let's have a look at this one. This is Heat 4 of round 3. Joe, stay with us for a little bit longer as we watch this one. We've got Liverpool John Moore's back out there, Hertfordshire back out there, Ben Smiles driving for them. We saw him take a win in the minis earlier on in the day. Sheffield back out on circuit, Cambridge running, Biscaya, Zagreb, Exeter. So actually quite a few teams that have had very strong mornings so far. This is looking like a pretty strong group. Coming up to the end of lap 2. John Moore's leading at the moment. And it's Leon Chambers driving for them in this race. Ben Smiles just behind, 1.3 seconds the gap. The University of Hertfordshire, 3rd place. Sheffield Formula Racing, Alex Smith driving for them in this one. Cambridge need points. They've not picked up as many as they would have liked at the stage of the competition, but Joe Story is out for them at the moment. He's doing a very nice job indeed in 4th place.
or then with Liverpool John Bournes coming into Hawthorne's corner. Nice and tidy, many smiles at the moment, and they're very evenly matched. 1/10 between lap times last time around. Interestingly, Alex Smith is slightly quicker in the Sheffield car, just behind third. Still a long way in this race to go. Over 6 minutes of actual running, if you consider where the drivers will be when the clock ticks over to 0. Joe, we've been asking a couple of people already this morning that the cars that we've got running in the qualifier heats today, we've had the Minis, we're on to the Bentleys, we've got the Radical GT3 coming up and then finishing with the Lotus 49. Which one of those 4 cars is your personal favourite?
I'd say the 49. As much as it might be a nightmare to drive, it's a bit of a classic. So I love a run around in that. Minis, they come last, unfortunately, and then possibly Radicals in second, Bentleys in third. That's going to be my ranking on there. But you can't beat the look of the 49. You can't beat the look of the 49.
We jump across to Server 2. This is their 4th and final heat for round number 4. They've just started. I'm trying to sort themselves out at the moment with this randomly drawn grid. Just to go through who we've got in this particular heat. Cardiff out there, so I'm massively outnumbered now. 2 Cardiff boys in the virtual box. The Cardiff car out there on second as well. It's a spin for somebody in the middle of the circuit. And unfortunately, one of the Cardiff car, Henry Jury's had contact with Imperial's George Woolridge. So those 2 cars probably still circulating. Cardiff got back going again. You can just see him there. So they're actually running okay. That's good news for Cardiff in 4th place. Out there as well, you've got Joe Wilkes for Loughborough racing again. Syed Muneen for Pakistan Navy Engineering College. Ryan Clabban for the University of Hertfordshire. Horea Mihal Gubabici for the University of Manchester. Callum Bevel for the University of Warwick. And Safiat Saipov for the Colgate University of Engineering and Technology from Bangladesh. End of lap 1 then. Looks like Ryan Clabban is in the lead ahead of Joe Wilkes and Loughborough. Joe, any final thoughts before we let you go?
I just wanted to say a massive well done to everyone who's been involved in the organisation and setup of this virtual Formula Student event. I personally have been a back seat as much as I've been involved in the digital technology side of things for a long time. Surprisingly, we go virtual and I've not been involved that much, but that was more due to work. But to pull this off with this shortened time frame and get it all done like this, I mean, I think we've done amazingly well, and I think it's a big shout out to everybody who's involved, starting from Rob, Lucy, Dane and Chris and the other guys at the IMAKI, through the committee, on the static side with all the head judges, and I know from this virtual dynamics side, what was yourself, Dan, Chris, Howard, and a few other people. They've done really, really well, and it's fantastic to see. And I hope that we may look at this virtual side of things not as a replacement for Student, because we always want to build race cars and race them on the track, but it's something we can add in. Thinking of the old. I'm glad to see the pictures, but looking at the old sort of class 3, class 2 side of things, is there another event partway through the year where we can virtually assess designs to help teams develop for the final event? So to give them guidance earlier in the season, just to help them along, but equally to get more teams involved, because travel's always an issue. So if there's ways that teams from all over the world to be able to be involved without physically being there, it's a different competition. But it'd be brilliant if we could get all these people involved, because it's all about the education, it's all about learning, and whatever we can do to help that. Obviously there's costs involved and there's people's time involved, but if we can extend this going forward to give more opportunities, it'd be brilliant.
Absolutely. Very well said. Thanks for your time, Joe. Great to hear from you as always. Do take care of yourself and send my love to the family as well. And catch up with you in a bit.
Right, see you, mate. Thanks a lot, Andrew. Right.
Cheers, Joe.
John Payton there. One of the great team of organisers and volunteers make Formula Student happen every year. And every year with the live stream, we could not do what we're doing right now, what we've done previously without Joe's great expertise and help. Right, this final heat for round 4, so this is another quite critical one. We saw this with the end of rounds 1 and 2 with the minis. Teams searching for points, teams knowing what they need from this particular race, and the University of Hertfordshire currently doing a very, very nice job, 1.5 seconds clear of Loughborough University. So Ryan Clabban, who unfortunately, if memory serves me correctly, got taken out by a back marker in his first appearance of the day in the minis at Croft Circuit, having a much better time of it here at Brands Hatch in the Bentley. Oh my goodness me, there was, I think that was the 34, it's the Bangladesh car, right in the middle of the circuit, and Joe Wilkes for Loughborough had to take avoiding action there, and just about survived, but he will have lost a bit of time relative to the Hearts car. Imperial having a good race here. George Warledge is up in 3rd place. 4th place is Callum Bethel for the University of Warwick. In fact, no, they haven't swapped positions. We're on board now with Imperial in 3rd. In fact, what's happened to Hearts on this lap? Because even though Wilkes had to take that avoiding action, they've very much closed in on Hertfordshire in the middle part of this 4th lap of the race. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Cross start finish. What time is this time around? It's 0.6 of a second, so a lot of time taken out there by Joe Wilkes out of Ryan and Clabban on this lap. Into Druids, going for a bit of a wider line. How is Clabban going to deal with this pressure now from not just the Loughborough car, but the Imperial car as well? You can see them in 3rd place. George Warledge closing in as well. Set a 1:25.3. In fact, the Imperial driver is flying. This is some of the fastest lap times we've seen in the Bentley so far today. Right at the end of its running, George Warledge is on a mission here. Set a best lap time of a 1:25.1. His last time was a 1:25.3, so not only is he quick, he's able to do it consistently. Now, can he find a way through? 3 minutes of this race to go. On board with Warledge looking forward now, and Clabban under a lot of pressure. Wilkes in a bit of a sandwich here, and oh, is that off? Off goes Clabban into the wall as they came out of Sheen Curve there. So Clabban has gone. It's a big impact as well that he's had with the wall, and that leaves 2 of them. Can George Warledge find his way through? Wilkes a little bit wide. Warledge is going to be down the inside as they go across start finish on the Brabham Straight. Paddock Hill Bend is next. Can Warledge stick down the inside and hold this position? Can he take the lead? He's got to be brave, deep on the brakes, not run the Loughborough car out too wide, and he's got it done. Very cleanly overtaken there from George Warledge into the lead for Imperial.
That's how it's done, isn't it? That was a very clean move. That inside line into turn 1 has just been the way to overtake in these cars since for all the heats now. So he's clean run into the finish, probably just keep it smooth and keep it pointing in the right direction.
Absolutely. Ryan Clabban has got going again, by the way. He's still in 3rd place. So still a chance for some good points for Hertfordshire here. Just to let you know, there's a good scrap going on for 4th place as well. The University of Warwick, Callum Bethel holds that position at the moment, just ahead of the University of Manchester car, which is currently driven by Horea Mihal Gribovici. As was that a back marker being lapped there? Yes, it was. It was the kilo flight car from Bangladesh, which has now run into the gravel, unfortunately. So problems there for Safet Seymum. On board with Cardiff now, or shortly on board with Cardiff. They're in 6th place. They had a decent start to the race, but I think I saw them having a trip to the gravel whilst we were having a chat with Joe. They're still running, still in 6th place at the moment. I think we've lost, unfortunately, the Pakistan Navy Engineering College car of Syed Muneeb. Battle for 4th place has got closer though as they've come through the traffic. Gribovici closing in on Bethel. Both of these teams have had some good results so far today. Looking to pick up some more points. 15 seconds on the clock. Leader is currently on their way up to Sheen Curve, so this might be the final lap. Imperial have stormed away. 2.5 seconds is now the lead for Imperial over Loughborough. And confirmed that Leader is on the final lap. This is the closest battle that we're looking at the moment. Manchester really putting Warwick under a lot of pressure now, trying to find a way through, but it's very, very difficult to overtake around this part of the circuit. And oh, mistake there, and into the wall goes Manchester. So that's the opportunity gone. They will not get 4th place, well, unless Bethel can get over the line and not make any mistakes, but it's a win for Imperial. Really good stuff. Loughborough finished 2nd and have a good old crash after the checkered flag. Not that that'll matter in terms of points. 3rd place goes to Hertfordshire. 4th place there to Warwick. 5th place to Manchester. 6th for Cardiff. And 7th for Kilo Flight, the Colin University of Engineering and Technology. There we go, over start finish. Back to us here in the virtual comms box. That brings an end to rounds 3 and 4. So we are halfway through our qualifying schedule for today. What did you make of that final race, Dowie? A very good piece of driving there from George Warledge.
Yeah, it was great to see the top 3 having a close battle. It's just a shame that the car in the lead had a little bit of a trip onto the grass, because I think that sort of 3-way battle would have been really interesting to see going into the main start-finish straight. But yeah, obviously the car that won just sort of streaked away at the end. What was it, 2.5, 3 seconds lead, pulled out in a couple of laps. It was, yeah, the quickest car out there, the quickest driver. So yeah, well done to them.
Just having a look at some of your YouTube comments. Hello to Chris Smout, working hard, watching the stream. Imperial stole that, apparently, and Cardiff got stung. And hello to Samadhi as well, who's cheering on for the University of Hertfordshire. They've definitely had a good morning so far, as we've gone past 12 o'clock. We're into the afternoon now. Just having a look at some of your tweets. Hello to Ryan again. Solid job from Harry Mattox, landing a P4 finish. That's for at the SUR team. And keep your memories coming in. My FS Memories, hashtag My FS Memories on Twitter. For those, remember to follow Formula Student on Facebook and Twitter and Twitch and Instagram. All the same handle at Formula Student. Subscribe on YouTube at FSIMechE. I think, if I'm correct in saying, we're going to go to another break. It'll probably be a bit of a longer one. It is the lunch break. Yes, I've just had it confirmed in my ear that we'll be back at about 10 to 1 British summer time. Dowie, sum up the morning for me. How have you enjoyed it?
I've really enjoyed it. It's been great to see some good racing, some classic British racing circuits, which will continue obviously this afternoon. Bit of a difference in the cars that we had. The minis this morning were made for some really good racing, really close racing. Probably not quite as close in the Bentleys at Brands Hatch, but I think this afternoon, as we move towards the Caterhams especially, we're going to see a lot closer racing, hopefully. What about yourself? What's your highlights?
Yeah, I think the mini racing round Croft was really, really good. We saw some fantastic action there. I think Brands traditionally it's a tougher circuit, I'd say, than Croft. And I think that started to show some of the differences in terms of experience level of the drivers. As I say, really looking forward to the Caterhams. That's going to be a real brain tester, I think, for drivers to be patient around there, whether they're overtaking for position or overtaking back markers, especially when we talked to Paul and he was talking about going over the top of the mountain. It is tight round there, and car control is going to be at a premium, I think, around there. And then, as I say, we've got the Lotus 49 at Donington to finish off. What a car, what a circuit. Lots to look forward to this afternoon, and it should be really, really good. Right, we're going to wrap up there for the morning session. Rounds 1 through 4 are done. If you've enjoyed the stream, do give it a like, share it as well. As we say, we are coming back at about 10 to 1 British summertime, so in about, about half an hour's time. My name's Andrew Mather. If you've enjoyed the commentary, do check us out, Double Dash Motorsport Media. You can find us on Facebook at Double Dash Motorsport Media, on Twitter and Instagram as well at Double Dash MM, and our website as well, www.double-mm.com. So keep your tweets coming in on FS2020 and hashtag MyFSMemories. We'll be back at 12:50 British Summer Time for the start of rounds 5 and 6 of day 1 here for the virtual dynamics of FS 2020. We'll see you very, very soon. Sound. Cheers, guys.
I'm going too fast and I cannot see. Adrenaline high, it's a head rush. The world is in smoke like a broken dream. Survival kicks in, it's a head rush. And I'm dancing on fire, spinning out of control. And I'm leaving this town with a head rush. Will you come with me? Leave it all behind. We can take it to the limit for a head rush. Take me to the limit. Take me to the limit. Take me to the limit. I'm going too fast and I cannot see. Adrenaline high, it's a head rush. The world is in smoke like a broken dream. Survival kicks in, it's a head rush. And I'm
love how they've all come at this at very different angles. With some of them, we just saw a car that was 170 kilos. They're trying to keep it light and nimble. You've got other cars which got carbon fiber diffusers, and this is proper like grassroots racing, and it's fun to see so many different ideas.
Roger on Unit 121. Roger. 34, will this be 34 minutes?
Welcome back to Silverstone for our final day of Formula Student.
Sideways moments for the Glasgow car. The Glasgow car has come to a stop, maybe 200 metres from the finish. It's 3 cones in one.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of Formula Student 2020. We're going to continue with day one of our virtual dynamics here on Assetto course today. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Alongside me is Dowie Griffiths, former team member of the championship-winning Cardiff racing team from a few years ago. And as I say, we're going to kick off soon with rounds 5 and 6 around Cadwell Park in the Caterham Academy car. But before we get on to that, let's look at some of the standings at halfway through our qualifiers today. And Dowie, it's pretty interesting so far. University of Southampton leading at the moment with 2 wins, a second and a third. Harriet Watts have done very well as well, second. Hertfordshire third, Staffordshire fourth, Brunel fifth. Zagreb top of the international teams in sixth, followed by Agder in seventh. Surrey, Sheffield, Liverpool, John Moores wrapping out the top 10. Exeter, Cardiff, Warwick and Oxford Brooks, 11th to 14th. Who of those teams catches your eye, apart from the obvious, of course, Dowie, your former team down in 12th place at the moment?
Well, yeah, probably the obvious contenders. Southampton doing really well. Obviously, the consistency that they've got there, always on the podium, so to speak. That's doing really well. Consistency really is the key in this. But as you can see, a difference of 2 points in total can be the difference between being outside the top 10 and inside the top 5. So yeah, I think keyword for this for these next rounds is going to be consistency, making sure that you get those finishes, no silly mistakes, and keeping the car pointing in the right direction.
Absolutely. Let's move on to the next set of results from 15th down. I'm just going to move that box there. So Loughborough in 15th, De Montfort in 16th, Imperial 17th with 2 wins, a 7th and a 9th. University of the Basque Country in 18th, followed by Hong Kong UST and Portsmouth wrapping out the top 20. Now we're getting into teams that really need some stronger results this afternoon if they're going to pull themselves up into the B and A finals tomorrow. Excuse me. Manchester 21st, Edinburgh 22nd, Tafila Technical University 23rd. Good effort from Bradford on their debut. They're in 24th. Catered Start are in 25th from Thailand. IIT Bombay 26th. Queen Mary, Transylvania University of Brasov, University of Hong Kong, Kulin University wrapping up the top 30, and then it's Pakistan Navy Engineering College, Pakistan National University of Sciences and Technology 32nd, Cambridge 33rd, and Glasgow Caledonian, who I don't actually think have been able to get out on circuit at any point this time because I don't remember speaking about them much so far this morning, in 34th. Right, so that's where we are at the moment. And I think we can also welcome back, seeing as we are at his circuit next. Welcome back, Paul Woodford, circuit manager at Cadwell Park. Paul, welcome back. We had you on earlier. I'm guessing you've been keeping track of what's been going on. Some very interesting results from the first 4 rounds this morning. What's caught your eye so far?
I must admit, holding those big Bentleys around Brands Hatch is an interesting one. I had to laugh. Mike Groves, the circuit manager, I was talking to during one of the live feeds there, and it looked like the boss had flown in the helicopter. So he was all ready to stand for attention, and then realised that actually it was just virtual.
Absolutely. Cadwell Park up next. For those who weren't with us earlier, what's it like as a circuit? It's a bit of a unique one in terms of the UK national circuits.
Yeah, for anyone who's been getting used to these nice flowing fast circuits with plenty of runoff when things go wrong, well, the challenge takes a step up when you get to Cadwell Park, but somebody of course will be going away winner here at Cadwell. I brought my props along. It's a tight circuit. I don't know what the weather conditions are going to be like in your predefined virtual world, but wet or dry, you've got to get it right. You've got to be precise, and overtaking is pretty difficult here as well, and you've got to know where to do that. So you've got a long sweeping uphill bend, that first corner. It's a great place to keep your momentum up the first part of the circuit. The last part of the circuit is a particular challenge because it's tight and twisty through the trees before you head down to the start finish, and don't underestimate those slow corners and the gains and the losses you can make in them, because it's a really technical circuit. The gooseneck is probably the place that will catch a lot of people out. You've got to, in a real car, it's counterintuitive. You've got to keep your foot pinned and head for that apex that you can't see on the outside. And you're going to have to do the same, I would imagine, in a virtual car as well. For those who haven't been there or tested the circuit yet, well, the challenge awaits you. And I don't envy you if you've not had a chance to familiarise yourself with the wonderful Cadwell Park yet.
We've got the Caterham Academy car up next. Obviously, Caterham's a huge Caterham racing scene in the UK, not just the Caterham Supersport Championships, but things like Low Cost and the Westfields as well. Should be a car that's relatively suited to the circuit, especially as you go over the top of the mountain. And we talked earlier about the jump that's involved. Do you reckon we're going to be seeing some of the Caterhams getting a little bit of air over there?
You know, it's funny that you've got the Caterhams, because we've actually got Caterhams here testing on today's track day ahead of an event tomorrow where we have some classes with them in. But we've also got the Caterham Championship next weekend here. So we've got about 5 or 6 classes of Caterham. So it really does suit Caterhams and kit cars like those. As you say, you get light over the mountain, I would imagine, in the Caterham. So, you know, the car's going to shift balance so quickly. A light car like that, coming down a gooseneck, heavy braking over the mountain, going over that crest, whether you get air or not, the car will change balance and it'll get light. Definitely not a place to be trying to make any drastic moves. But of course, that first corner into Hull Bends in a Caterham is brilliant for overtaking.
We had a little chat about it earlier, but for those coming in now as we go into the second session on day one, obviously Cadwell Park, things have been very disrupted by COVID-19 recently, but as you say, you've got events running this weekend and next weekend, and I'm imagining pretty much every weekend up until the winter. How have preparations been going for that for those who weren't here earlier?
Yeah, good. We've had quite a few weekends worth of events across the group now, across the Motorsport Vision group. So it's gone well. It's not normal by any means, but if the new normal looks like this and people can actually come and race cars and bikes and spectators and enthusiasts can come and enjoy that at a safe distance and plenty of grounds as we have at these circuits, then that's good enough for me, because that's why we came into this. We're back racing again. It is safe to do, and we've got a lot of procedures in place to ensure that's the case.
Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, I was at Donington, another one of the MSV venues last weekend. Very, very well run event for the Masters Historics last weekend. Let's go back to virtual slightly for a moment. Have you had a chance to try out the Cadwell Park simulation on a Assetto course or any other game for that matter? And how close do you think it gets to the real life thing?
I must admit, I'm not a big gamer. My 12-year-old quite likes his games, and he plays Cadwell Park quite a bit. He's probably faster around here in a real car than me if we ever had the chance to do that. As a result, because I think the Project Cars game is the nearest I've got, and it's pretty real, to be honest. You don't get the undulations, but the layout of the circuit is brilliant. It does give you a real feel for the place, but there's obviously nothing like the real thing, but it's as close as you're going to get. I've not played Assetto. I know, going back to Mike Groves, he's sat there with his own, he's got a very nice rig at home, so he's been playing all these tracks. I think he'll be quicker than any of us circuit managers at any of our circuits after the amount of time he spent on those games in lockdown. But we'll see, of course, this weekend, because I think he's doing the wacky races part of the weekend. But the Grand Tour came here with Jeremy Clarkson, and they did their own version of Cadwell Park, and I thought, I'm going to nail this. I'm going to get like a really high score. So I went on and did it, and they changed the layout of the circuit. So you get to the gooseneck and you're onto a different part completely. So no, that was difficult.
I'm just having a look at the servers. I can see the first server is having its drivers hop into the lobby at the moment, so we'll be back up and running shortly. Stick around, Paul, if you can. It'd be great to get a lap round as the race begins. Let's actually have a little look through, Dowie, for the first heat of the afternoon session. So this is the start of round 5 and server 1. So if we have a look at it, there we go. Glasgow Caledonian University, Ian Mackey drives the number 4. IIT Bombay, Aditya Shah. Dimitris Toumanis, who raced well this morning, goes again for Manchester in this one, in the number 25. Chao Chun Hin drives the number 6 for the Hong Kong UST team. University of Zagreb, very impressed with them this morning. They've got a chance for some good points here. Ariane Souza drives the number 32. Jonathan Watts raced very well this morning for the University of Surrey, so look out for him in the number 29. Alexandru Katalin Butu races in the number 19 for Transylvania University of Brasov. Charles Boilev is back. We saw him in the minis earlier in the day round Croft. He's driving for Oxford Brookes Racing, so Oxford Brookes University number 12. Last but not least, Sheikh Mohammed Sheharia for the Pakistan Navy Engineering College number 13. That is your lineup for this first race in the Caterhams around the long layout of Cadwell Park. You can see 6 of our cars in the lobby. Sorry, 7 of our cars in the lobby at the moment. So I think we're just waiting on at least one more runner to join in, and then we'll get this one underway. Just to let you know as well who is racing across in round 6. So round 6 being held in server number 2. And just to run through who we've got in that one. Brunel University will be in that one. Well, let's start with on screen. Queen Mary University of London, number 14, Hassan Awan. 12 of Oxford Brookes Racing, so they've got both of their runs in the Caterhams done pretty early then in this afternoon session. Shao Mafuna, number 12. Jake Halley
really good performances from Jake this morning for Brunel. Let's hope we can continue that in the number 1. University of Bradford, the debutantes to former student this year. Katie Thompson drives for them in the number 21. Ben Willis goes for Loughborough University in the number 11. Lorenzo Cilia drives for Heriot-Watt University, the Celtic Cup competitor, in the number 5. Kohler University of Engineering and Technology, Afran Islam goes in the number 34. University of Manchester's number 25 will be piloted by Horea Mihai Grubavici, and Syed Nisar drives for the Pakistan National University of Science and Technology, the number 33. So those are the 2 races that will be commencing shortly. Back with us here in the virtual comms box, 1 minute before the start of the next set of races. Dowie, we've obviously had a quick look through some of the results so far from this morning. Obviously, Southampton have been very good. The score's working on a bit of a rallycross principle, that you basically just take the points from your position and lowest score wins. Do you think anyone can challenge them as we go through this afternoon's racing? Very different cars, of course, that we're using for rounds 5 through 8.
Yeah, they're looking pretty strong, aren't they? Their drivers have been really consistent. I mean, they're consistently up there. They seem to get on their own a little bit on the track. They seem to have quite a lot on the tarmac to themselves. But we're only halfway through, so there's still a lot more points to gain. I think we could see a bit of a shake-up of it. It depends how... I think the third sector, Cadwell, is going to be really important. Unless the cars are spaced out when they get there, I can see it could be a bit of chaos by the time we get into the whole bends, which Paul mentioned a moment ago.
Right, let's go into game then. Caterham's on the start line, ready for the lights to go out. Away we go then for 10 minutes round Cadwell Park. This is round number 5 of the FS 2020 qualifiers, heat number 1. And Paul, a really solid start from all the drivers there. Looked like a quite clean one as they set off on lap 1.
Yeah, it's always good to see a nice clean start into Coppice. Lots of spectators there at Coppice, which I do like to see. Here, you're looking for the exit. It's hard because it sort of disappears ahead of you into Charlie's exit where they are now, and then Park stretches out, and they're not using all of the track there. So if anybody really wants to gain a bit of a charge there, they can really use a bit more of the track and get more speed into Park, because they go through the dip, and then they're here. It's the all-important braking zone into Park Corner, which, as you can see, some people are really making the most of that, but again, not really using all of the circuit there, which means that into Chris Curve, if you were to do that, you're going to get a little more speed up. So I guess a few laps in, they'll kind of work out where they can put the car. But we're heading through to the gooseneck here, which is a formidable corner. So they should just dab the brakes, little dab of brakes there you see, and then straight through the apex. And that's a perfect line from the, is it the Glasgow car in front of us just there?
Yep.
Mansfield here is a brilliant corner, and then obviously the bikes would go into the chicane on the right there, but the cars go all the way through. A bit of a disparity between our fastest lap records at Cadwell Park. The bikes and the cars always like to have a good debate about that one. Into the mountain bottom here. Plenty of spectators again. Nice sunny day. Hopefully it'll be like this for the BRSCC actual Caterham races next week. That's a great place to be showing that you mean business, just hanging on somebody's rear quarter there over the top of the mountain into Hall Bends, because if you're watching your mirrors through Hall Bends, you're not concentrating on your line ready for hairpin, and that unsettles you. As you can see there, look. Watching your mirrors.
Contact there between second and third. So I think that was the Glasgow car and the Hong Kong UST car getting together. So that's going to split things out a fair bit as we come to the end of the first lap. So it's Manchester leading. Tsoumanis, again, we saw this from Dimitris Tsoumanis earlier on in the day when he had a good race in the minis around Croft, but he's got the lead here, 3.5 seconds ahead of the number 4 of the Glasgow Caledonian University, Ian Mackey, driving for them at the moment. So they have got going again after that contact in the latter stage of the lap. Zagreb have had a good first lap. They're up to 3rd place, so more good points potentially coming in here for the Croatian team. Bit of damage there you can see on the Hong Kong UST car now. Just checking who they've got. They've got Chao Chun Hin driving for them at the moment. Surrey are in 5th, Murray Taylor driving for them in this one. But I think we're still waiting for a few cars to come over start-finish. So some slightly slow first laps. Brasov have just come over the line, but are a long way behind the leaders. Alexandru driving for them, and then we're still waiting for IIT Bombay who actually now want to look at it. Yeah, IIT Bombay is sat in the pit, so obviously problems for IIT Bombay. They're out of this race already. And the Fern car, the Formula Electric Pakistan Navy Engineering College, they are still circulating, but already over a minute down on the leaders. On board then with the Brasov car. They are currently in 6th place. Oh, but that's not the way to tackle that corner, and they've spun off now into the grass. Hopefully they can get back on circuit safely. But Cadwell Park, as we said this was going to be a technical challenge for some of the drivers, and some of the less experienced drivers may struggle with this one. And I think we're starting already, Dowie, to see that occurring.
Yeah, definitely. It looks quite tricky. A lot of the drivers seem to be struggling, especially going into the sort of sections down at Park and the cross curve and 405. But yeah, it's great. I think the gooseneck is really underrated as a corner. It really takes quite a lot to get that right. I'm sure Paul could give us some stories about some big moments that he's seen there.
Yeah, the gooseneck's an interesting one. If you're in a rear-wheel drive car and you get it onto the grass, you're going to go out and then back in and hit the arm car on the inside. If you're on a front-wheel drive car, you've got to keep it pinned, because if you let off, you're going to do exactly the same thing. So whatever you're driving, the gooseneck has to be done right, has to be given the respect. But you can see that they're starting to use a lot more of the track, especially coming out of Charlie's. They're starting to work out that actually with a better rundown part, they've got more chance into the braking zone. And we saw with a bit of a collision through, as you see it, down the gooseneck, that's a great place to go into Mansfield. You've got to really get hard on the brakes there to make it work. But you saw through Hall Bends and into the hairpin, a bit between hairpin and barn. If you unsettle someone coming over the mountain, if you show that you're there, if you're classic stock hatch behaviour, if you're behind somebody and you're showing in the mirrors that you're there, they're watching you through Hall Bends and they're not ready for then you to go down, nip down the inside at hairpin. And as you can see, not exactly the best place to be chucking yourself up the inside there at the bottom of the mountain. But I'm sure if, like next weekend, we have the spectators like they do there in the virtual grandstands, the spectators will be loving that.
They will do indeed. So the race continuing over the little jump there that we had the Tautis cars. Oh, who's that off? I think the Pakistan Navy Engineering College were having some more problems there. Spun round. I think that was just coming out of the hairpin. But here's the battle going on for 2nd place. The Hong Kong UST car, trying to go around the outside of Glasgow Caledonian. Then Ian Mackey defending hard but fair there, but gets a little bit crossed up. This may give the opportunity to him to have a go for 2nd place. Gap between 1st and 2nd at the moment is 4.9 seconds. The gap between 2nd and 3rd is, well, as you can see on your screen, coming up. I think it's into Park next. There's a bit of smoke being kicked up by one of the cars further ahead. Mackey goes defensive on the inside. Great defensive driving there. Will hold on to 2nd place. The car in front, I think, is the Brasov car in 6th place. Yes, it is. Who are already 1 lap down. Second and 3rd place going past. Oh, 3rd place though getting held up there, and that's going to offer the opportunity to Zagreb to catch back up. So it's going to be a 3-way fight now between Zagreb, Hong Kong UST and Glasgow Caledonian for 2nd place here at Cadwell Park in this first race, this first heat of round number 5. Oh, drivers running very deep there and getting it all out of shape, and contact between Glasgow and Hong Kong. Zagreb go round the outside. Hong Kong have been able to get back through that. It looked initially to me, Paul, that was Glasgow getting the entry into the mountain wrong and collecting Hong Kong on the way through.
Yeah, it's a section of track where you need to really trust the people that are racing alongside you. It's fine to, as I said earlier, show that you're there and just peek in somebody's mirror, but you don't want to be pushing yourself up the inside if they're not ready for you to do that, because it's so tight through there. What's interesting actually looking at this, I see names of universities that obviously I've covered over the years doing the Formula Student live stream in the past with Alexandra Lequi. And there was a great moment with University Student Bombay, probably one of my favourite moments of Formula Student, when their car had arrived in bits and they hadn't passed scrutineering. And they were all hands on deck, they were welding, they were cutting, it was real back to basics, nuts and bolts engineering outside the pit garages at Silverstone to get ready for scrutineering. And they managed to do it literally with minutes to go, and there was we actually helped them push the cars. Myself and I think it was maybe I'm trying to think which camera guy it was, because he'll probably be on your crew this weekend, who helped push the car down the pit lane to get it down there for scrutineering, and it just the look on their faces to see that they've managed to get the car there was fantastic. And I saw them in the race earlier. It levels things out a little bit, doesn't it? It doesn't matter how much budget the university's got, it doesn't matter how much experience they've got in Formula Student. It looks like this esports thing is something that perhaps should be explored in addition to future editions of Formula Student for real.
Yeah, it's something Joe Staten said earlier before the lunch break, that I think in future years the IMechE and the organising committee are going to look to see how they can encourage more people to be involved in the competition by using the virtual competition, the virtual techniques that are available to us now and have been further developed over the past 6 months or so. We're still on board with the University of Zagreb, pushing on hard to try and catch up to the Hong Kong UST car, the yellow car just ahead in second place. But once again, you can see how the drivers are really finding this circuit very different to what they've experienced so far this morning with Croft and Brands Hatch. A lot of them really struggling, Dowie, with going over the top of the mountain and through Hall's Bends.
I mean, from when I've raced it virtually, that section after the mountain I find really tricky, especially turns 11 and 12 going into the mountain. It seems to be quite off camber there, and very tricky to get the right line, and you probably lose a huge amount of time going up that hill there. But yeah, I've just had a message from one of my old competitors, Paul. He's looking to take his MX-5 on a track day around Cadwell Park, but it seems booked out. He asks if you can do anything about it.
we are absolutely fully booked for everything at the minute, and I've got quite a few MX-5s here this weekend, some of which are practicing ready for next weekend when the racing convention.
Last lap then, leader is on the last lap. It's been a very quiet race for Dimitris Simonis, and I suppose that's just what he was looking for the University of Manchester. He's not had any dramas, anything too drastic to worry about. His lead is 7.5 seconds. We're keeping with, I think we're on board with Ian Mackey now. Yes, we are on board with Ian Mackey for Glasgow Caledonian Thistle. Not Caledonian Thistle, that's a football team. Glasgow Caledonian University. Trying to close down on the University of Surrey. Team Certis with Murray Taylor at the wheel, and he really is closing as we go through Hall Bends now. Oh, look at that, all over the curbs. Up on two wheels there. Reminiscent of Staffordshire from last year, and I think that's going to cost him actually. Leader's come over the start-finish line, so it's a win and a 1-point score, the best kind of score in this format for Simonis for Manchester, so a good result there for Manchester. Hong Kong UST finished second, which I think might be their best result of the day so far, so brilliant stuff from Chow Chun Hin. Third place for Zagreb, another solid result for them. Ariane Souza should be pretty pleased with that. Fourth place in the end to Murray Taylor for Surrey. Fifth place to Glasgow Caledonian University and Ian Mackey, and that's good because obviously they're bottom of the order at the moment. So for them to get a proper result on the board, they've got a lot of work to do, but they've shown a little bit of promise there. That means, if they could replicate that through the D and the C finals, they could still get something out of this Assetto Corsa heat format across the course of the weekend.
What was interesting there was, although in real life, if you get a wheel on the grass coming down through the last bit of Hall Bends into hairpin, or you've got a wheel on the grass in the braking zone before you go into barn, which then takes you onto the start finish, you would be punished a lot heavier than what the guys there were being punished. You're really not going to keep it in a straight line. They were still seeing big losses from doing that. So the ones who went too hot into the last part of Hall Bends, it's deceptively downhill into hairpin. You're going too hot into there, you get a wheel on the grass, you can't brake as heavily, you can't get it as tight, and they're losing time. So the tighter they can keep that last section, the more technical they can be, the stricter they are, and the more disciplined they are, the faster they'll be into that sweeping barn corner onto the start finish. And that's where there's a huge amount of gain to be made. It's where in the classic touring cars, for example, a Mini will take the fight to a big Ford Galaxy or a Mustang or even a Lotus Cortina because they can keep it tighter. And you can see they were starting to learn that towards the end, but that's where the challenge is.
It is indeed. Let's have a look at some of the replays then from that last race. This was on lap 1, and the contact between Glasgow and Hong Kong UST. Brasov had some problems across the course of that race. Here was one of the spins that they had, and you see initially the car oversteered, then the front end did grip up and spat the Brasov driver off into the scenery. There was some good overtaking though. This was the number 32 of the University of Zagreb getting past Glasgow Caledonian.
That's textbook stuff. That it's really good to see overtaking down the gooseneck under the brakes, because if you can get it right into the Mansfield, you've got a good way forward for the next bit into the mountain. But obviously they threw it away there into the mountain. You just got to back off there and just show the competitors you're there, but there's not really much to be made up side by side through the mountain into the whole bends.
Zagreb had that other little issue as well when trying to overtake Hong Kong UST. But yeah, a really exciting first race, showing that I think this is probably going to be the most unpredictable part of the day, in terms of you never know when someone's going to make an error or a mistake or misjudge an overtaking manoeuvre. I'm just keeping an eye on server 1 because we should be getting the second heat of their round into the lobby shortly. Server 2 also has got a race ongoing at the moment. I can tell you that Oxford Brooks are currently in the lead and that's the first time I think I've said that today. Brunel second, Heriot Watt running well again in third, Loughborough in fourth. So we're starting to see a pattern now, I think, Dowie, with especially the likes of Brunel. They've had a very good morning. Manchester, they've had a very good morning. They've got another win there. Teams starting to position themselves now, thinking further ahead into the weekend and hopefully getting in that big A final come Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. They're probably at the point now where they don't want to take any big risks in their remaining heats. They're already looking to be through, so there's no point in risking anything silly, making any mistakes, or having any battles with back markers, or as we said earlier, those who are playing on keyboards.
Yes.
I think going forward, into the next heats especially, we're going to see drivers, I think, get more and more used to the Cadwell Park circuit. As Paul mentioned, they're starting to use all the full width of the track to really maximise their overtaking opportunities and just generally to get their lap times down. But I think on the next one, especially in the Lotus 49 on our next tracks, that's really going to separate the top drivers that we've got here to those who are maybe not practiced as much as the others.
Julie, from your point of view, having done Formula Student, what are the guys getting out of this type of activity compared to doing it for real, the normal dynamic tests? Because it's all about that skill set, isn't it? And it's all about what they come out of Formula Student with. And there's an element of that here, but how different is what these guys are getting out of Formula Student and showing they can do compared to when you did it, when for real?
I think that's a really good question. Virtually, I think there's quite a lot to gain from it. So as an example, from when I was competing a few years ago, I could go on to various racing games, Assetto Corsa, even Gran Turismo to an extent, and you can feel what a small change in setup does. So, for instance, we were investigating different setups that we would have in anti-roll bars to be able to tune the car at certain events. So if I wanted to see what a 10% change in anti-roll bar would do, I'd do it on a game first, and I'd understand, that sort of percentage increment is going to make the car handle in this way. So that when we actually got to the car physically testing or at competition, I knew exactly what a 10% change in stiffness of an anti-roll bar was going to give me and how it would affect the balance of the car. It's a really good tool to have, but I've no doubt that all of these drivers would much rather be, in their own creations and hammering around the track against each other, in real life.
Is there a chance that in the future this could add another element to the competition in that it brings in other departments in universities, such as the computer science, such as the online elements, and actually there becomes another part to it where they do start to online model the dynamics of the car. So when they arrive at the circuit at Silverstone for Formula Student or wherever it is in the future, there's already been a lot of work by other departments that perhaps weren't involved before as a result of doing this and seeing just what they can get from the esports and just how important it is in real life motorsport as well. Do you think there's an element of that?
Yeah, so the simulation that all of the teams are doing now, it's getting more and more advanced as software packages are becoming more and more available. I think the one area where it's becoming really prevalent is as teams are looking towards the driverless aspect of the competition. So I know from experience from the guys at Cardiff, because I know them best. They are involved in the computer science department and looking at the simulation of tracks in how that they would have a car go around them and deal with aspects of the driverless competition. That's really interesting, and it's good that Formula Student can attract different aspects of or different disciplines of students. I mean, we've got the business aspects of the competition. Now we've got the computing side of things as well. I think it's really good just to promote Formula Student as not only a motorsport activity, but an education. As part of all sorts of different educations, rather.
What it's all about, isn't it? Guys, I'm going to have to love you and leave you because things are going for real here at Cadwell Park for the afternoon session today. So good luck with the rest of the stream. Good luck to all the competitors, and thank you for having me involved. Best of luck to all the production team behind the scenes as well. You're doing a fabulous job.
Always a pleasure, Paul. Thanks for your time, and best of luck up there at Cadwell Park. Hope everything gets back up, already is back up and running at Cadwell Park. But as you say, getting back to normal. Fantastic job being done by everyone at the MSV venues. I can vouch for that myself as a spectator last weekend at Donington Park. So do support them if you can. Apologies, guys. I don't think we're quite able to get into one of the servers at the moment. I think we've got server 2, heat 2 coming up shortly. In fact, let's have a look at who we've got in that server in terms of entries. If we can get that graphic up on the screen, we'll have a little chat through who we've got coming up. I've got it on my screen here. Cardiff University back out for this next one. Aidan Bliss, one of their really, really strong drivers. I've raced against him myself in some of the sim racing on things such as iRacing. He's out in the next one. IIT Bombay back out in this next heat as well. Bharath Krishna driving for them. Celtic Cup alert. University of Edinburgh. Sam Evans goes for them in this next heat. Transylvania University of Brasov, again, they're out in this one, so they'll be done fairly quickly for the Caterhams. We saw them in the last race that we had. Cameras on. Daniel Raoul Ardeline drives for them. University of Agder. Hopefully they can get another good result in. Ollie Henrik Hackstad drives for them. Ryan Clabban, very good race for him earlier in the morning session round Brands Hatch in the Bentleys. He goes for the University of Hertfordshire in this next one. Callum goes to the University of Portsmouth. George Palozzi, another driver who was strong in the Bentleys earlier in the day. He drives for the University of Southampton. And last but not least, the University of Warwick. Callum Bethel drives for them. So those are your entries into the next one that we're going to have a look at, which, as I say, should be round 6, server 2, heat number 2. That first race, Dowie, that we saw there, I think it kind of goes back to what we said earlier. Drivers are going to have to be very, very patient with their moves to make sure they can get the Caterham home clean and happy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a few of those corners with some negative camber on them that are really challenging the drivers. I mean, I can't remember who it was that we saw getting oversteer and understeer and then ending up pointing the wrong way down at turn 4. But more than anything, I think some of the twisty sections in sector 3 going up past the mountain, that's proving really, really tricky. And we've had several cars already collide there. Yeah, good to get insight from Paul, actually, someone who's obviously done probably countless laps of Cadwell and having his insight into it and pointing out the differences between reality and the virtual world. It's quite interesting how he thinks it's less forgiving on in the simulations.
Absolutely. Just keeping an eye on your YouTube comments. Hello to Ian Mackey, who drove very well in that last one. He's done for the day, but I think he's pretty happy with how things have gone. Hello to IIT Bombay Racing. They are present in the chat. Rocket Barath is what they're saying. Obviously, their driver is out in the next session. Always great support from the IIT Bombay team, whether it be online or at Silverstone itself. Hope you guys are all doing very, very well. So keep those coming in. Keep your tweets coming in as well. Use the hashtag FS2020 and the hashtag MyFSMemories. Tweet us your pictures and your memories of previous competitions of Formula Student from years gone by. We're a couple of minutes off this next race for Server 2. Do bear with us. We'll be in there as soon as possible with the cameras. Make sure that you're on Twitter. If you're on Twitter and you're following at Formula Student, because they've got the latest results on there. So those results that we showed from halfway with Southampton in the lead there, they've tweeted those out. So do go check those out. We'll share them on the Double Dash Motorsport Media Twitter page as well if you're following us on there. Remember, you can directly tweet us in the box at double-mm. A couple of minutes to go then before this next one. And Dowie, as a driver, because this is something I never experienced, I only ever did skid paddock competition. How aware would you be whilst getting ready for going out, whether it be a sprint or an endurance? How aware would you be of other cars around you that had gone before?
Relatively aware. I mean, with the way that myself and the partners that I was driving with, we would typically go out and sit on the inside bank at COPs, and we'd watch the first maybe half an hour or 45 minutes of racing, just so you can see where other people are making mistakes. We'd always try to decide between us who was going to go first. Obviously, you've got the benefit then of going second when you can look at the GoPro footage of whoever's gone first. You can keep an eye on the times. Generally, you'll see who's looking pretty strong through the weekend, so you can know roughly what your pace is going to be. But yeah, it depends. And then Silverstone will throw it in with some inclement weather just to shake it up even more.
Indeed, this is probably going to be the driest Formula Student UK ever, unless someone turns the rain on in Assetto Corsa. But race is underway then for round 6, heat number 2. And it looks like it's been a very good start for Ryan Clabban of the University of Hearts. He's in the lead at the moment, number 24. Number 28 out there as well. It's George Palozzi, so it's two drivers that we saw running well in the Bentleys earlier in the day round Brands Hatch. They come to the fore again here at Cadwell Park in the Caterhams. Heading into the really technical part of the course now, up through the mountain and then into Hall Bends. Cardiff have had a good start as well. Aidan Bliss in 3rd place at the moment, but he's being chased by the number 26 of Portsmouth as... Oh, is that Bliss spinning? Yes, I think it was Bliss spinning. So Bliss has spun out, and there's another driver off going through Hall Bends. So it's Hall Bends again, and the leader's spun. Oh, it's chaos over the top of Hall Bends as once again drivers really struggling with the undulating nature of this part of the course. So let's see who survived at the end of lap 1. Ryan Clabban comes over the start line. Him and George Palozzi have gone. They've disappeared up the road. They're more than 4.5 seconds clear of 3rd, 4th and 5th. Here we are on board with 3rd. It's Ole Henrik Hackstad for the University of Agder, and he's off, fully off the road. Gets back onto the circuit, but running very wide there. As he came through, I think that was through Charlie's. Yes, it was, through turn 3. Callum's still behind there in the Portsmouth car. 5th place, the number 2 of Cardiff. So Aidan Bliss having recovered from that spin on lap 1. As up the inside is George Palozzi trying to go for the lead for Southampton. Going to have to get the block pass done into the gooseneck, and he has got it done. So really good stuff again from George Palozzi. Southampton
continuing to have this brilliant qualifier day here for the Virtual Dynamics of FS 2020. Move round the outside. That's a really brave attempt from Ryan Clabban. Great racing between these two. But what a move that was, Dowie. George Palozzi and Southampton are really, really on form here today.
Yeah, they really are. They've given each other a really good challenge, but more importantly, giving each other a good bit of space as well. And while they're out in front, they don't want to be dicing too much that third or fourth place come back to bite them later on in the race.
Through the hairpin then. Oh, Palozzi a little bit wide. Clabban has a look up the inside, but hasn't got enough of an overlap to get a move done into Barn Corner. Over start finish now, end of lap 2. And look how tight it is round here at Cadwell Park. They're side by side once again, Palozzi and Clabban. They're going to have to give each other room through Coppice Corner. Still side by side are Palozzi and Clabban. It's a right-hander coming up next, which will be advantage Southampton. And Palozzi able to hold on, but this is the great nature of this circuit, Dowie, because you get offline on one corner, you obviously lose a lot of momentum, but you can defend around here because of the type and technical nature of the circuit. Up the inside though again is Clabban. Next corner is another right-hander, it's Park Corner, and surely Clabban is going to retake the lead. Can he get it done on the brakes? Oh, he locks the front right, runs a little bit wide, Palozzi back underneath. This is fantastic stuff between two really strong teams in this virtual dynamics this season, Southampton and Hertfordshire. Southampton back to the front then as they go through the gooseneck here on lap number 3, then diving downhill. Clabban looking for it. Clabban seems very, very strong on the brakes there. He saw that downhill through Mansfield Corner. The mountain is up next. Clabban trying to do everything he can to shorten the circuit. Oh, he's made a bit of a mistake there on the entry into the mountain. Clatters the curb, runs wide. I think he might be starting to push a little bit too hard and has lost touch now with George Palozzi. But all the while, keep an eye on the Agda car, not too far behind. 4 seconds down the road. If these drivers start, in fact, that's a lot less than 4 seconds, I think. Let's see what it is this time around as they go over start finish. But of course, the front two spent a good, what was it, third of the lap side by side at the start of lap 3. 150.0 for Palozzi, 151.1 for Clabban, 148.9 for Harkstad. University of Agda are on the move here, and they're coming into the battle now for this win. 4 minutes to go. Just looking a little bit further down the order. Portsmouth still in 4th. This would be a good result for them if they can hold on to it. Callum driving for his university at the moment. Edinburgh in 5th. Trying to fight off in a Celtic Cup battle as well. Cardiff and Aidan Bliss in 6th place. Warwick in 7th. IIT Bombay still circulating in 8th place. And I think still circulating as well are Brasov as well. Yes, Brasov in 9th place. So that's your rundown of the order with 3.5 minutes to go. Ryan Clabban looks good on the brakes again. That first half of the course where getting the braking markers right is absolutely critical. It's very, very important. And through the mountain there as well, I think Palozzi ran a little bit deep into the initial part of the mountain. Can he do the defensive work through Hall Bends now? He's just got to keep it nice and calm, nice and smooth. Position his Caterham in the right spot on the circuit. He's done that pretty well. He's done that actually more than pretty well to recover, but a little bit wide through Bam Bend there, and this might give Clabban the chance again. Get in the slipstream. He's not going to get a move done into Coppice Corner, but he might be thinking about the top of the hill at Park Corner, turn 4, to see if he can work a move. Go through Coppice Corner again. The gap was 0.4 of a second last time over start finish. It's a crucial corner now through Charlie's for Palozzi. He's done that very, very well and is going to resist, at least for now, the attack from Ryan Clabban. Harkstad still doing some good times as well, just keeping himself in it. If something were to happen between these two in the last couple of laps, he is in the perfect position to pick up those points. Palozzi gets a little bit out of shape as they come off of Chris Curve. Gooseneck is up next. Braking, downshifting at least once, and again Clabban is very strong through the gooseneck. Can he get deep on the brakes again into Mansfield? He is right there. He's practically pushing Palozzi along out of Mansfield corner. This is great stuff once again from these two drivers who've been going at it pretty much since lap 1. Into the mountain then, slightly wider entry, too wide an entry there from Ryan Clabban, but he's still in touch with Palozzi. And all the while, Harkstad continues to close in bit by bit. He is right there. Just needs to keep things calm within himself. Palozzi wide out of the hairpin. Last corner, BAM corner. He's got to get this right to get the run onto the pit straight to be a good one. 50 seconds to go. This will be the last lap then that they're heading onto now. And there you see the blue car of the Agda team. They are definitely closing in. It was 2.184 seconds last time around. And yeah, they're all pretty much in the 148.7s, the 148.8s. Very, very close indeed. What can Clabban do? He's got a very good run through turn 3, through Charlie's. He's going to have a bit of a slipstream and a chance to get up the inside into Park Corner. Palozzi will go defensive. Clabban may as well have a little sniff around the outside. No, he's going to try and go really down the inside. He's on the grass. He's really pushing. Palozzi continues to defend. That's really well positioned by the Southampton driver. Next up is another right-hander. It's Chris Curve. But this is the part of the course where Clabban is really, really strong through the gooseneck and then down the hill into Mansfield Corner. Closing all the time. Oh, but actually that time Clabban's got it a little bit wrong. He's got too much on the curb there. Lost a bit of momentum. And now you've got to think all Palozzi has to do is navigate his Caterham through the mountain, through Hall Bends and the hairpin and the last corner, and he's got this race running. Just needs to keep this calm. That's a nice line from Palozzi through and over the mountain. Is this going to be another victory for Southampton here today? Day 1 of the Virtual Dynamics for Formula Student 2020. It's looking like so at the moment. But always run a little bit wide there, but I think it's going to be too little too late for Ryan Clabban. It's been a good effort though, but what a victory once again for Southampton University. They are having a stellar day here on the Saturday of Formula Student 2020. A cross-start finish. George Palozzi wins. Ryan Clabban is second. A really solid drive from Ole Henrik Harkstad for the Adga team as well in third. Aidan Bliss recovers to fourth place. Crucial points for Cardiff. Fifth place, relegated down to fifth place, the University of Edinburgh. Sam Evans for them. Callum for Portsmouth finishes in sixth. Then it was Callum Bethel in seventh for the University of Warwick. Eighth place for IIT Bombay, and Bharath Krishna, good driving from him. And then ninth place for Transylvania University of Brasov, Daniel Raoul Ardeley. Back with us here in the virtual comms box, Dowie. That was probably one of the most tense races we've had so far today. That battle between Palozzi and Clabban. I could have done another 20. Well, I don't know if I could have done another 20 minutes of that. My voice probably would have given out. But really exciting stuff from those two drivers.
Yeah, really good. That's definitely the best wheel-to-wheel racing we've had all day. So hopefully we get a bit more of that, and fingers crossed that they come out in the same draw again in our next track and car combination. Absolutely.
I'm just having a look at the comments. I think the YouTube comments really like that one. Southampton former student team saying P6 to P1. Well done to George. Absolutely, really good stuff there. And a popular victory as well. A couple of spinals in there as well for drivers having some moments. Right, I'm not quite sure which race we're going to look at next. We're going to go back to server 1. It's going to be heat 3 for those in round 5. Here's your order for this race. That's heat 1, I think, for the moment. We are going into heat number 3. There we go. University of Bradford, Nizam Shamsuddin drives the number 21. Andrew Stringer goes for Loughborough University in the number 11. Ben Smiles back in the number 24 for the University of Hertfordshire. Look out for him in this one. He's had some good results so far today. Alex Slim drives for Brunel, looking for another good result. Kieran Gray drives for Queen Mary University of London. Ryan Wilkins drives for Cambridge. Jordan Dobson drives for Cardiff, and I'm just going to play around with my sheet. No, I haven't got a Hong Kong driver. So the mysterious driver A returns for the University of Hong Kong. That's the number 18. So all British lineup except the Hong Kong University there for this next race, round 5, heat 3. We are quickly rattling through them now. Back with us here in virtual comms. But yeah, that race between Clabban and Palozzi, I admit they're two drivers I've seen before. I know that they're well experienced drivers. We talked about the pressure of an event and just having that ability to be a bit more relaxed, even when the situational pressure starts to mount. As someone who's taken part in Formula Student events in your student career, how did you kind of develop that mindset? Because I presume that there was a first day, where you'd never driven a Formula Student car before, and it was a very strange experience. How did you calm yourself when it came to driving in competition?
I think practice more than anything. I was quite fortunate that as my Formula Student career spanned my undergrad and my postgrad, I just had so much seat time in the car. It was where I felt most comfortable. And I had that with my teammates as well. As soon as they'd had maybe a couple of competitions had gone by and they've done acceleration and skid pads, and then as they get more experience, we put them in to do sprints and endurances. They just seemed to love having a bit of the pressure. It was there's no doubt that it's not easy to go into a sprint and endurance, especially when you know you're in for a chance of a win or a really good result. But I quite enjoyed it. It was really nice just being sat in the car and knowing that I was sort of on my own, but it was the competition was in my own hands at that point, and you just hope that you can get to the end of the driver, to the driver change, and then you hand over or you take the car over and you just try to bring it home for the team.
Back in the lobby then. This is server 1, which is currently running round 5 of the qualifiers. This is heat number 3. We've just seen the start of the race. 10 minutes once more for these drivers to sort themselves out. We have now got a name for the HKU racing effort from Hong Kong. It's Jasper Yung Chung Hong driving for them in this one. So he is the mysterious driver A, but at the moment it looks like Hertfordshire have had another good start. Ben Smiles out front at the moment. Saw him take a race victory earlier. We're on board with second place at the moment, which I think is the Brunel car. Yes, it is the Brunel car of Slim, and we were looking back at Dobson there in the Cardiff car, Jordan Dobson. So much steadier start it looks like so far, Dowie. Well, they were saying that. I think we've got 2 cars off the back. Number 22 of Cambridge is just going through the mountain now, and the number 21 of Bradford have had some problems on the first lap. But oh, was that a move by the Cardiff car through Hall Bends? I just saw that. It was. What a move that was by Jordan Dobson, taking advantage there of some problems for the Brunel car of Alex Slim, and Cardiff up to second place.
I've not seen a pass through there today. that was quite impressive. Hopefully we can get a replay of that later.
Out front though, Ben Smiles. This is what he did earlier in one of the earlier rounds. Got out front, kept his head forward, and took a race victory for Hertfordshire. 3 seconds is his lead at the end of lap number 1. As I say, down the bottom, you'll see a couple of the bits of telemetry. 24A is in reference to Ben Smiles being driver A in car number 24. So when you see that change, it might appear as 24B or 24C in other races that we see today. That's what that is all about. But Cardiff looking pretty good at the moment in second place. They've got a bit of a gap now. Oh, and what is happening there? That was just a glitch on our screen. I thought I was going to have a commentating on a levitating Cardiff car. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. We want a on terra firma Cardiff car, please. And that's definitely what we've got as Dobson weaves his way up through the mountain. Be interested to see what the pace is like at the end of this lap and whether anyone is starting to come through the field, as we just saw with George Palozzi driving for Southampton in the previous race. Keeping an eye on 4th place as well. Queen Mary, not talked about Queen Mary University of London too much today, but they're having a solid race at the moment. Kieran Gray driving for them in 4th place. Over start finish. Smiles sets a 149.1. Dobson quicker though at 148.656. Pulling away from Brunel as well. And Queen Mary quicker than Brunel by a second last time around. So will they start to set up a move to go into 3rd place? We're approaching the halfway point of this heat. Brunel definitely starting to come under a bit of pressure from Queen Mary now. Loughborough also in this race, by the way, in 5th. Just trying to see where they are on the track map. They're about halfway up the straight into Park Corner, so about 2 to 3 seconds behind this pair that are on your screen at the moment. Into the gooseneck, this is where we saw a lot of concertina effect of the cars in the previous heat that we had a look at. How is Kieran Gray's braking down into Mansfield Corner? Slim's a little bit wide there in the Brunel car. What is happening up ahead? Oh, there's been a problem. There's been a problem, and I think that's for Hertfordshire. Yes, it is. So Ben Smiles has had a problem, I think, with the Bradford car, which was a back marker. And Smiles is now off the road. He's cut across the inside of Mountain Corner. Slim is right up behind him now for the Brunel team, and Queen Mary, I think quite wisely at this moment, Dowie, is just holding back, waiting to see what develops with these two drivers.
Well, there's your proof.
Yes, right there. A half spin for Brunel. And oh, he's going round again. Obviously got dirt on the tyres. And through go Queen Mary into 3rd place. Loughborough have had some form of incident as well, I can tell you. I think they've got going again, but they're still in 5th place. But what a shame for Ben Smiles and the University of Hertfordshire there, Dowie. I mean, we didn't see the start of the incident, but I saw the number 21A of Bradford spearing off to driver's right. So I imagine that's been some form of incident between the former leader and the back marker as he came through to lap the Bradford car.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a replay of that later on.
It does mean that Cardiff now in the lead of this race. Jordan Dobson, he was closing in on Hertfordshire. It's just a shame that we don't get to see a proper battle at the front of the field now that Hertfordshire are some 8 seconds behind. We're currently having, well, we are on board with Hertfordshire. You can just see in the distance there the Cardiff car. 3 minutes to go up through the mountain once again.
to you about our battle for third place. Well, it's actually not much of a battle anymore because Brunel have properly fallen off the back of the Queen Mary car after those problems coming through Hall Bends last time around. Here is your leader though, Jordan Dobson for Cardiff University, former winners of Formula Student, looking to reclaim that title if they can here this weekend. Don't worry if the car seems to be veering off circuit. There's clearly some form of glitch or connection issue to our cameras, but I'm sure on Jordan's screen he is tracking straight and true beautifully, gliding that car through the turns. Yes, I can see Timing's having a fun time with this number 2 car because he keeps levitating all over the circuit. But Jordan Dobson, when the pace does come through, it is very, very good indeed. He did lose a little bit of his lead last time around. 5.7 seconds now the gap between Cardiff and Hertfordshire, so this might not be over if Hertfordshire can keep producing that pace of 147.877 last time around for Hertfordshire. More UFO experiments from the Cardiff car, but it keeps trucking on, now going up through the mountain. There is second place. There is Hertfordshire. They're well clear of the third placed Queen Mary. Talking of 7th place, Bradford still in that position, still registering on the track map, although some laps down. A little bit of a problem there for Hertfordshire. Just trying to keep pressing on at the moment. I think it's going to be a little bit too much for them to catch up to Cardiff, because this should be the last lap that the drivers are going on to now. Dowie, how big a win would this be for Cardiff? They've had a decent day so far, but I don't think we've seen them in this position so far, on the verge of a race victory.
Yeah, not quite. The early results were pretty good, a couple of second places, so they could really do with the points now. I think this should get them into the top 10 quite comfortably. But yeah, we'll see towards the end of the session where they are. We get a little update. But they could really do with this result.
Leader confirmed as on the last lap. Time has expired. Next time round, the drivers will see the checkered flag. The Bradford car pretty much keeping out of the way there of our leaders, not causing any incidents, but unfortunately 2 laps down is that Bradford car now. But Cardiff now coming up through the mountain, over the top of the mountain. They've still got this around about 5-second gap to Hertford. You can just see them there, the yellow car disappearing out of view, going through Hall Bends now. Well, Hertfordshire, I think, will be a little bit frustrated. They were in the lead of this race and then had the problem with the back marker, but it's still going to be decent points for them in second. But a first win of the day then for our former champions, Cardiff University, and Jordan Dobson takes the win in heat number 3 of round 5. Maximum number of points towards their tally from this particular race. Hertfordshire finishing second. Very good results for their Queen Mary in 3rd place. I think that's been their best result of the day so far. Kieran Gray clearly very happy with that one. 4th place will go to Brunel, Alex Slim. 5th place will go to Loughborough and Chris Hancox, who is just coming round and over start finish now. 6th place for Cambridge and Ryan Wilkins. 7th place for the University of Bradford and Nissam Shamsuddin. Well, they're quickly cracking through. We're now onto our final set of races in both Server 1 and Server 2 for the Caterham. So Heat 4 in each coming up. I'm not quite sure which one we'll be going to have a look at. I'm sure I'll be told in my ear anytime soon. But it's really starting to hot up, isn't it, Joey? The team's coming to the fore, really getting on a rich reign of form now. And it's hard to see how anyone is going to stop the likes of your Southamptons, your Hertfordshires, Cardiff now coming into this as well. It's going to take a mighty, mighty effort to stop this train of good results that those teams are starting to pull in.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, looking at the results so far, you can tell who's really been practicing at these circuits in these cars. On the start of this race as well. Good clean getaway.
We're just having a look at some replays here from that last race. I should say as well, Oxford Brook's starting to come into this as well. I know in one of the previous races that we weren't able to have a look at on screen, but I was keeping an eye on the results. Oxford Brooks have taken a race win. So they're starting to come onto form. Just looking through some more of the replays. We've got to the end of the race now. There was the celebration from Kieran Gray. But back to us here in the comms box, the virtual comms box. I do think we're going to have another guest on very, very shortly. If he slides onto the screen. I think it's time to welcome onto the stream a guy who's helped me for a good few years. It was our chief scrutineer for many, many years in the big pen with all the green shirts. Good afternoon to Mr. Jan Jones.
Good afternoon, gents. Sterling work so far
Dan,
this morning.
Thank you very much. Dan, for our international audience or our newbies to former student, this might take us up to the next race. Describe to me all the many things that you do in the world of Formula Student.
So I competed with Hertfordshire in 2004 and 2006, and the bug bit, and I was hooked. And I've stayed involved with the competition ever since. So I started off doing design judging for a couple of years, and then moved into scrutineering. Joined the Formula Student Organising Committee. Then took over as chief scrutineer from Dr. Andrew Deakin. And at the same time as that, I started representing the UK on the International Rules Committee. And as part of that, got heavily involved in writing the rules for FSAE and Formula Student. And then a couple of years ago, I changed jobs. I moved from the previous company, Flybrid, that I was at, to work for Mercedes HPP on their F1 engines. And at that point, trying to do F1 as a day job and the chief scrutineer role, it was just too much. So I passed on the reins of the chief scrutineer to Deputy Alex Darville. And then this year, as Terry Spall left to become the president of the IMACE, I've picked up as his role of head judge for the event.
So just about enough to do, keeping you busy.
Keeping busy.
I just want to
Last
talk
week
about
again, ready for this has been interesting.
Yes. Let's talk about you mentioned Mercedes HPP there have been long supporters of the competition. I've had an example, Will Goulbourne, who I ran the Birmingham team with back in 2011. He's just an example of someone who's gone on to great things in that company. It's really a place that looks at Formula Student and recognises it as a hotbed for talent. Can you kind of sum up for what reasons do Mercedes HPP keep coming back to recruiting people who've done Formula Student?
So HPP has been a long-standing and welcome partner of the Formula Student event, and we run a graduate scheme every year. So every September we have a fresh intake, and they come on to a 2-year graduate program. And we look to Formula Student to try and find the graduates who have got the best, broadest skill set that will make them not only the best engineers, but the best able to work in teams in a high pressure environment. And Formula Student just gives that experience that people who haven't been involved in extracurricular activities like that, you just don't get it elsewhere. And I think without fail, all of the FS alumni that have come through the business, they all do very, very well.
Talk about the high pressure. We've asked quite a few of our guests so far how the last few months, how COVID-19 has affected each of their operations. In terms of Formula One, I don't think there's anyone watching who doesn't know that, there's been 3 races in a row to kick off the season proper. The next 2 weekends, another 2 races at Silverstone, another 3 races announced yesterday with Nürburgring, Portimao and Imola back on the calendar. Obviously, I know you can't go into every single detail of what's going on at the moment in HPP with teams and their contracts, but describe to us what has the last 2 to 3 months been like, and especially how has that ramped up into then the race weekends, which we've seen at the Red Bull Ring and the Hungaroring?
Well, it's been unprecedented times for all of us. On my side, in engineering, my main focus at the moment is next year's engine already, but we also are supporting the trackside team. We were in March with the engines have been shipped to Australia, and obviously that round was looking like it was going to go ahead, and then there was the confirmed case in the McLaren team, and it all just stopped. And we went from, it was the weirdest experience I've ever had in my life, because normally over the winter you go into the first race and it's so flat out, and then it just stopped. We carried on for around a week and a half in the factory until the lockdown came in the UK. And then there was the compulsory shutdown. So lots of us were furloughed for the duration of the enforced shutdown. And then since we came back, it was the push to get the reliability updates in for the introduction of the PU1s at the first race. And then the triple headers, I mean, for the trackside guys and those who are doing the engineering support in the factory, I think the only word to describe it is brutal. So we'd had 1 triple header 2 years ago. I think it was Austria, Paul Ricard and Silverstone. And you've got so little time to do the turnaround of the engines in between the races. So if you've got one back to back, you can plan for it. But it's obviously the drivers are restricted on the number of power units that they're allowed per season, and we always try to stick to that to avoid the grid penalties. And there's only so many things you can change, but there's extensive servicing that goes on the power units, on the cars between races, and with all the travel restrictions, they're having to do that out in the field as well. So it's plus doing that with social distancing. It's for everyone across the grid. It's been a real challenge, but everyone seems to have managed to step up to that challenge. And particularly the first race at Austria, where it was the journey into the unknown, because that was really the first international sporting event that was put back on as the lockdowns have eased in different countries.
Absolutely. There's a nice parallel that I can see between Formula One and Formula Student, kind of looking at the next 12 months. It's something that we've touched on a little bit already. Obviously, there was meant to be a big set of rules changes more on the aero and chassis side and the mechanicals as opposed to powertrains, but a rule set's been deferred to 2022. That's definitely going to have changed what the teams and what their suppliers do for this next 6 months. And I suppose we're kind of going to see, similar with Formula Student, that a lot of cars that would have raced this weekend and then had their 12 months of being able to be completed in Formula Student, well, that 12 months isn't going to start, and there's actually maybe an opportunity for teams to do slightly different development cycles looking into 2021. As someone else who works in that kind of environment and also has had a big hand in the rules, what would be your advice to any team that's in that situation, that they haven't run their car, they haven't tested their designs, but they've now got that opportunity into 2021?
So on the Formula One side, there have been pull forward of FIA regulations on dyno hours restrictions that we're having to adapt to, and there's they've introduced the freeze on the aero development and chassis side, with limited spend on tokens for different areas of the chassis. So for the Formula student teams, it's a different scenario that they find themselves in. So we announced that we would have stable rules for next year, so that all of the design work that people have done getting ready for this year could carry on into next year. And different teams will have been at different levels of preparedness for this year's event when everything changed. But I think it really is an opportunity to have an 18-month cycle. And I think it should show the value to some teams of starting early and trying to maybe run a 2-year cycle with groups of students and teams, because anybody who gets to Formula Student at Silverstone with a complete running car, that in itself is a massive achievement. Whether you turn a wheel, whether you come first or last, to be able to do that from starting from zero, going to a fully built car each year, whilst you're still studying and trying to get the best marks you can in your degree, it's a massive challenge. And spreading that out so you have more time to make informed design decisions, maybe do some proof of concepts on some different areas of your car, on previous cars or on rig tests, and just spreading out that development period. It should be a real aid to people.
It could actually create, I think, a really exciting competition next year, because there's so many cars that we know are so close to getting running and running well that we don't see come out. We could see a record number of cars running and a number of finishes in endurance next year, which could result in a very, very tight competition at the top. Right, I think we're going to go into one of the final races then for round 6. This is 6, heat number 4. Away we go then for 10 minutes. Fairly clean start from the runners so far in this one, and just as I say that, there's absolute chaos on the run up to Coppet, and I think every single driver's involved, all of them are off. Who's going to escape from this first? I think the driver to have escaped is the 10B driver of Liverpool, John Moores. I think they're halfway up the run to Park Corner, but we'll have to get a replay on what happened there, because everyone from second down was involved in that one. I think there's a couple of damaged cars potentially out there. The Thailand car is quite slow up the hill. Maybe they're struggling with some controls, but a very, very dramatic start there, Dowie. I don't think we've seen some scrappy starts. I don't think we've seen one as scrappy as that so far.
No, not at all. I can't wait for the replay of that. I have no idea what happened.
Us both. That was a quite dramatic one. So we're still working our way through lap 1. I mean, we have seen this circuit be very, very tricky for a number of the drivers. Let's just run through who we've got out there. We've got the Hong Kong UST team out there again. Yoon Ho Young driving for them. K-Start, they've got Sarawut Wishian out there. George Lunt, as I say, appears to have escaped the chaos so far and is up the road. Should have been confirmed as the leader in a short bit of time. Who else have we got out there? We've got Tafia Technical University from Jordan. Hamza Nazir is driving for them in this one. Gordon is out there for the University of Hong Kong. Daniel Barlow for the University of Cambridge, and Elliot O'Toole for the University of Sheffield. So, confirmed, George Lund survived, managed to get through the chaos, and as a result has a 7.6 second lead at the end of lap 1 over the University of Surrey, who have one of their drivers out there. I think it's actually their B driver. I think this is where there's been some slight changes
to the order. So it's Watts out there for them at the moment. Jonathan Watts, their B driver. As I say, Sheffield are out there as well. Elliot O'Toole, who you can just see ahead of us here. We're riding on board with the Hong Kong UST car that's currently piloted by Yun Ho Young. So Young trying to close in now on O'Toole through one of the critical parts of the circuit, through the gooseneck and then downhill into Mansfield Corner. O'Toole a little bit wide on entry, and Young definitely closing in. Will he have a look down the inside into Mansfield Corner? Well, he doesn't have a look. He has a little look too close to the rear bumper of O'Toole. Got caught out there by O'Toole braking a little bit earlier. And as a result, Young is now third on the road, ahead of Sheffield's Elliot O'Toole now. Dan, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to let you go now because I know you're very, very busy this weekend. Thanks for all that you've done, not just this year, but for previous competitions as well. We couldn't do this without you. And also best of luck for the rest of the Formula One season. I think Dan has gone, but we'll hopefully hear back from Dan Jones later in the weekend as well. One of the integral parts of the Formula Student operation. Back with this race though, LJMU continuing to lead, are starting to be closed in though by Surrey. So Jonathan Watts has just set a 1:46.709, closing the gap to 6.7 seconds between himself and George Lunt. Dowie, what do you think will be going through the drivers' minds, especially those who got caught up in that first lap incident with the leaders so far out ahead?
They'll just be trying to keep their noses clean, I think. Probably just trying to be as smooth as they can, see if there's any. Well, I'm not sure if there is there damage on these cars.
I don't think we have got damage on at the moment, but I know maybe a couple of the drivers. As you say, we know there's a wide scale of peripherals being used in terms of wheels to keyboards and everything. I suspect some of that may be coming into it. Oh, it's massive difference in braking there, and that has caught out the number 9. That's the K-Start, the car from Thailand, the team from Thailand. It's Sarawak Wishian driving for them at the moment, and I think, okay, damage isn't on, but the tyre model definitely is, and dirt on the tyres there from running offline means trying to drive at full pace once you're back on circuit is not the easiest of things to do.
No, it really isn't. Actually, driving with things with very low grip is something Dan is quite good at. The videos he's been putting up on the organising committee's WhatsApp group of him racing lawnmowers on a set of courses, nothing short of impressive.
On board with Cambridge, here's I think it's Joe Story driving for them at the moment. They're having a solid race. They're in 5th place. Here's your lead though, George Lunt, Liverpool John Moores University. They've got their lead back above 7 seconds now, so they're looking quite comfortable at the moment with 3.5 minutes of this final heat. The final appearance of the Caterhams. We're going to take things back old school shortly as we get round 7 and round 8 underway, where we'll be using the Lotus Type 49, the Formula One car from the 60s and early 70s. In non-winged form as well. It's a car that went over many years of development and was very much part of the birth of aerodynamics. Great work done by Colin Chapman, but we'll talk more about that car later.
So yeah, just heard that damage is set to 50%.
Ah,
so
okay, so it is on
in the
to
first corner scuffle will be hurting from that.
So they'll be having some battle scars, but we're not seeing wheels pop off or anything of that description. So damage on partially then. Lunt continuing to lead then ahead of Watts. Gap still at 7 seconds. Gap further back to Young in the Hong Kong UST car. It's about another 7 seconds. 2 minutes of this race to go. The field fairly spread out, to be honest, in this one after the incidents of earlier. There's an 18-second gap between third and fourth place.
Yeah, it's really a case of
quick
just
lap
bringing it
times.
home now.
Yeah, there's some quick lap times coming in, I must say, from the leading two. 1:46 is consistently for Liverpool, John Moores and Surrey. But some traffic I can see up ahead as well. I'm just trying to work out who that may be. It's might be. In fact, no, it's not traffic at all. It's the leader. Apologies, we're on board with Surrey, of course. So that's the gap that you can see. That's what 7 seconds looks like to Liverpool, John Moores up ahead. So in fact, the next car up the road from Liverpool, John Moores is the Kasastart team from Thailand, and they're a good long way up the road, and that'll be pleasing to George Lunt, that he's not starting to fret of, oh, I've got a back marker, an unpredictable back marker coming up, especially as they go on to the final lap. In fact, in terms, Dowie, obviously as someone who's driven the Cardiff car a fair bit, what was that moment like when you'd come up to lap a car or overtake a car, and you're very much at their mercy in terms of you've got to wait for them to pull into the overtaking bay? What kind of goes through your mind at that set of circumstances?
I think more than anything, you just try to make the marshals aware that you are catching that car nice and quickly. I believe we only had about 3 overtaking zones on the track at the time. So you just try to make sure that you are, get into them as soon as you can to get to the earliest available overtaking zone. To be fair, the marshals do absolutely everything they can to recognise that and get the slower cars out your way so you can crack on setting fast times.
Back on board with Liverpool, John Moores and George Lunt on the final lap now, and this, well, it's been probably one of the most simple victories that we've seen so far today, but it's still been a very assured drive, a very mature drive from George Lunt. Didn't get caught up in the melee that happened even before, well, as we went through turn 1 of this race. A little drift there out of Hall Bends. 1 corner to go, and it's going to be a very welcome victory for Liverpool, John Moores and George Lunt, who takes a win in the Caterhams round Cadwell Park. Surrey are going to get 2nd place. Jonathan Watts there with a good result. 3rd place is going to go to the Hong Kong UST team, and I think that's one of the best results we've seen so far from any of the Hong Kong teams so far today. So well done there to their driver Young Ho Young. 4th place is going to go to Sheffield and Elliot O'Toole. 5th place to Cambridge, again one of their best results so far today for the number 22 and Daniel Barlow. 6th place to Tafila and Hamza Nazir. 7th place will go to the University of Hong Kong. 8th place to Kasastart team from Thailand. Back to us here in the box then. That culminates round 5 and round 6, so that's the last of the Caterhams that we'll see today. I'm just going to check. I think we're going to a short break. No, we're going to go to an interview. Well, this is quite an honour to welcome on to the Formula Student live stream someone who has supported Formula Student for many, many years. It is the famed F1 aerodynamicist, Willem Totes. Mr. Totes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you, boys?
We are both very, very well. Very all the better for hearing from you. Willow, kind of let's start off. How did you get involved in Formula Student, and what attracted you to the competition when you first joined?
It was colleagues at, I'm pretty sure I was working at BAR Honda at the time, and colleagues were involved in some of the judging, and I went to a meeting and it was before it was at Silverstone. I went to a meeting and was really stunned by what I saw. A fantastic competition. So there'd also been some people I've been involved in through hill climbing who'd said you really should go. And I'm in love with this competition. Now this year is quite different. And actually it's been a really great experience being involved this year as well in the statics. I've not been involved in the dynamic events, but in the statics, in the design judging, because this year I'd say it's been even more intense than most years for both the students and also for the judges. The students have had opportunity to provide more information. We've needed to review that information and then have a Q&A with them. And it's been a really great experience, and it's taught me more about IT than I use IT a lot because I use computational fluid dynamics and I've written computer codes, but IT is evolving, and these new communication packages that we see really are fantastic. And we had one minor glitch with IT with one student where there was a problem at their end, and it took us a little while, and then about 10 minutes, and then the problem gets solved and you carry on with the discussion. And I just fell in love when I saw this competition, because students who are in the competition have to learn things that normally you don't learn until you go to work. Coping with people not delivering to a deadline. Some people who are overcommitted, that might be me, perhaps, and other people who make promises. Actually, I'm also not great at delivering on my promises, because I try to do so much that I end up doing too much and then I'm late, if you know what I mean. Yeah? And that's actually not good either. Being overcommitted is also not good. You need to find that balance. And Formula Student teaches the university students, they get their academic education from the university, but this teaches them hands-on, how to design something that can actually be assembled by a mechanic. His hands can get in there and work on it, because the first time you design it as a Formula Student person trying to design, say, a pedal box, how do you get it into the car? How do you service it? How do you adjust it? These are things that they learn, the students learn really, really well. And it's really positive, I think, for the students. Sorry. I've got funny messages.
That's all right. In terms, you
really
mentioned
positive.
you mentioned that you've been involved with the design judging. We've still run the static events as close to normal as we can with doing things over video calls and the rest of it. You know, the innovation never stops in Formula. It never stops in automotive and motorsports as well. Without giving too much away, obviously I know that there's certain results that may not be announced yet. What's impressed you this year? What innovative things that the students been doing that you've seen through the design judging this year for FS 2020?
I've seen now. I've judged one. I've been one of 6 judging groups, so I've seen close up a number of teams. So I'm not going to name any teams, but I've seen some really interesting teams come through from unusual locations with fantastic static scores, because they've taken advantage of perhaps some little extra time between having to submit your initial documentation and then being able to supply additional documentation, learning a little bit from feedback on that initial documentation. So some teams have really moved up. Others, I've seen also many more UK teams starting to really work on electric 4-wheel drive powertrains and just electric drivetrains. And that's useful for road cars of the future, and it's going to give them a good chance of getting jobs as well in the future.
Yeah.
So it's a smart move also for getting jobs. And there've been, you know, I was interviewed once at a Formula Student event and asked, do I ever learn anything, aerodynamically speaking, from Formula Student? And I sort of chuckled and said no. And that very meeting, I learned something about aerodynamics that I didn't know. And that's what I adore about Formula Student.
It's one of the things that leads me on to the next question. If I think back of the last 10 years of Formula Student since I've been involved myself, there's two things, especially in Europe, that have exploded in a way I don't think any of us could have imagined back in 2010. And you've hit them there, the electric cars and the aerodynamics. Where do you see those two going, in particular the aerodynamics, and how do we ensure that the students do still get the learning of how those packages work together, and that it doesn't end up to be, we had an aerodynamic package that worked one year and we've just carried it on? How do we keep that innovation going?
Well, the universities and the teams are continuing to invest manpower into computational fluid dynamics. And then I see a number of universities, including UK universities, starting to invest into wind tunnel models. So that's going to teach them techniques that can be used in any industry. CFD can be used in virtually any industry, any transport industry. You need aerodynamics, much more so with electric powertrains than you do with normal powertrains. If you can put a 600 horsepower engine in your RS6, for example, you don't have to worry too much about the drag. But if you're trying to get the maximum possible mileage out of an electric powertrain, the electric powertrain is less energy dense, you need to put more mass into the car to get a certain mileage, then the drag becomes really, really important. And so aerodynamics is something that automotive companies have to invest in. There isn't a choice, they have to invest. And so I think aerodynamics will continue to grow, and I think Formula Student will, in time, the regulations will be thrown up in the air and modified every now and then to keep the teams working. At the moment, it's really about getting a lot of downforce, and that's partly because it's low speed where the drag doesn't play such a big part, but the little bit you gain out of aerodynamic downforce gets you faster, especially skid pan. It doesn't really make much difference in acceleration, where you're grip limited for very little distance indeed, but in skid pan it makes a huge difference. And I think the rules will be tweaked in order to keep changing, making students rethink. And they learn so fast. And with CFD, you're learning evolutionary techniques, development techniques using computational science. If you build a wind tunnel model, you have certain disadvantages. It takes a lot of initial effort to build that model. But then once you get into the wind tunnel, you're able to change attitude, change your angle. You're able to do so much more in a wind tunnel to assess sensitivities. And most students, when they use CFD for developing, they develop in a straight line, at first at least, because they're just learning. But we learn from all the formulae, but that actually drivability, and particularly in Formula One, we've learned that drivability is such an important part that it can overrule maximum aerodynamic power quite often. And so, for example, a Formula One car from today, anywhere on the grid, because the team I'm linked to is sort of down the back at the moment, which isn't good, but anywhere on the grid, all the teams have understood that you really need to reduce, in particular, pitch and yaw sensitivity, where the Formula Student teams haven't quite got there. But I think that research into aerodynamics and learning how to use the different packages that are available and what they can give you, that is increasing. And there are a number of free courses you can go on to help you to learn. That's great. I love to see that. And the cost of compute power that will give you a realistic case that you could use, say, for a Formula Student car, that cost is reducing and therefore making it more accessible to more universities. That's great. And then the electric powertrains, they're amazing. Four-wheel drive, torque vectoring, energy recovery. Why is a Tesla so fast? A Tesla's so fast because you've got powerful electric motors that can recover energy even in a quite extreme braking event. As soon as you've got those powerful motors that can do the regen, man, you can hit that button they call ludicrous mode, and man, it's ludicrous. It's really fun. Yeah? And what you see from Formula Student is those technologies, if you like, being evolved, and the use, for example, the big European teams are now really taking advantage of torque vectoring. So you design a car that is, let's say, mechanically relatively neutral. Then you add torque vectoring to give the driver exactly what he wants, to place the car exactly where he wants it to be. And that just makes the car so much nicer to drive. Yeah? So, and then, of course, they learn driving. And then in your competition, in today's competition, you're really focusing entirely on the driving. It's quite a different, it's been quite a different competition. And it gives teams who normally don't have the budget to do really well in the conventional competition, they have another chance. They have a second go. Yeah, it's really fun.
Absolutely.
And then autonomy.
I think we could go on. I've got many questions I want to ask, but I think we're about to kick off with the next race. Well, thank you for your time. I don't want to cut you off, but yeah, we're going into the next race now. Thank you so much for your time. Very much agree with everything. I know definitely from my own job in terms of that balance between aero, powertrain, cooling, and power. Some absolutely fantastic stuff that we're going to move forward, I'm sure, within in the coming years. But sorry to cut you off, but thank you for your time.
No problem.
I hope we'll chat again later in the weekend.
And well done. It's been a great competition. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Great to see you, Willem Tote there, one of our main design judges here at Formula Student. I think we've got some replays. I think before we go into the final round of races, I think we just want to have a look at what happened in that last race of round 6. What triggered the Spa 98-like incident. Yeah, I don't know if it was a bit of a connection issue or what. Yeah, going over the top, that was quite a mess, and that's how Liverpool John Moore's got that big lead. And there is a bunch of limping Caterhams. Sorry to cut Mr. Tote off there. I quite happily could have gone on for another half an hour and asking more questions to Willem. It's very rare that we get his time, but we are, as I say, due to rapidly go into the next set of lobbies. So change of car, change of track coming up now. So we're going into the last chance for teams to get their points in for qualifying. The circuit that we're going to be using is Donington Park. It's the national layout, and then we'll also be having the Lotus 49. Just been told we actually are going to go to a short break. So we'll go on to that break, be back at about 1:45. So join us then for rounds 7 and 8 of the qualifiers day here for FS 2020. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of the first day of Virtual Dynamics for Formula Student 2020. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media and Darry Griffiths on commentary duties for you today. Right, things are going to go very, very quickly for this next session. First of all, rundown of results. These are preliminary results. So pending any, protests, changes, all the rest of it. So these are preliminary results, but this is how things stand after 6 of the 8 rounds. New leaders with a win, 3 seconds, a third and a fourth. University of Hertfordshire with 14 points are now your leaders. 1 point behind, there's a tie for second between the University of Southampton, our former leaders at halfway, and Heriot Watt University. So Southampton have had 2 wins, 2 seconds, a first and a sixth. Heriot Watt have had 2 wins, a first, 2 wins, a second, a third, and 2 fourths. University of Exeter are then next up with 16 points from a win, 2 seconds, a third, 2 fourths. 5th place are the University of Sheffield, who've had 3 wins. I think the most of pretty much anybody so far today. So 3 wins, a third, a fourth, and a 7th. Next up, the University of Agder, 6th place, also on 17 points. No wins, but some very solid results. 2 seconds, 3 thirds, a fourth. Let's run through some more of these as we go through the rest of the top 10. Liverpool, John Moores, we've just seen them take a victory there, 7th. 2 wins for them so far. Brunel are in 8th, 1 win for them so far. The University of Surrey, they are 9th, 2 wins for those so far. The University of Zagreb, no wins but 3 seconds, also in the top 10. So 5 points is currently covering the top 10. So say from 1st down to 10th. Moving on, Cardiff have jumped 1 spot from where they were at half time. They're now 11th with 20 points ahead of the University of Warwick, who are 12 and 21. Staffordshire are now 13th on 22. Imperial College, they've also had 3 wins as well. So very much a bit of a roller coaster day for them so far. 23rd at the moment, 14th at the moment with 23 points. Oxford Brookes University, an area of the table probably not too accustomed to them. They're in 15th. Hong Kong UST 16th, 17th for Loughborough, 18th for De Montfort, Manchester 19th, Formula Student Biscaya Basque Country in 20th. And then just to rattle off the rest of these, Edinburgh 21st, 22nd for Queen Mary, Portsmouth 23rd, Tafila 24th, Kazakhstan are 25th, Bradford 26th, Brasov 27th, Pakistan Navy Engineering College 28th, University of Hong Kong 29th, IIT Bombay wrapping out the top 30, Cambridge, Kelowna, Glasgow Caledonian and NUST from Pakistan wrapping out the 34 runners. Right, I believe we are now going to be heading into round 7, heat number 1. So this is a server 1 race. Here is your lineup. Lorenzo Tresca goes for Imperial College London. Joe Grimer back out for Staffordshire. He's had a very good day so far. Callum Bethel goes for Warwick. Cameron Barry goes for Exeter. Alexandra Kathleen Giza for Brasov, Chris Aldridge for Cardiff, Natabadi Banjaratkul for Kettestart, Joe Story for Cambridge, and it'll be Jasper for Hong Kong. Here we are then at Donington Park. 10 minutes has begun in the Lotus 49, down through the Crane of Curves into Old Hairpin. Donington Park looking resplendent in game as it was on Saturday. This, of course, a circuit that hosted the 1993 European Grand Prix, a race made famous for Ayrton Senna going from 5th to 1st on the first lap of the race, a rain-affected race that Senna, of course, then went on to win. We've got a replay, I believe, of a crash from the very beginning of this race. Let's have a look at that now to see what happened here. So this was pulling off the line for the start of the 10 minutes. And there's a collision in the midfield there that took out 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, that was a real near miss for the navy blue car there. Back with live. Let's try and track who we've got in the lead of the race at this precise moment.
Looks like we've got Cardiff ahead of us in 3rd place, so we're on board with 4th place at the moment. Apologies, lifetime has just been a little bit delayed in my end. It's Exeter, so we're on board with Exeter at the moment. Ollie Jinks with Aldridge just ahead, driving for Cardiff. Oh, contact in the old hairpin, very easy to do, and Exeter have gone into the back of Cardiff there. Both drivers have spun off, and that's surely going to lose them a number of positions to the likes of Staffordshire. And in fact, yeah, well, there are Cardiff back on the road now, and they have lost positions, I think, to the Thai University as well. So Banjit Chakrul has got through for Kazat to start. So a lot of action so far in the early stages of this race at Donington Park. We are back on board with Exeter cutting to the inside of Cardiff's car as they run down into the chicane. We're running the national loop here. Cardiff fighting back down the inside into the chicane. That's a great move by Cardiff, and they are through. But we're running the national layout here, so a little bit different to what we see perhaps when Formula 1 did visit here back in the early 90s, and international racing still used to this day. No going left through the chicane there and down to the Melbourne hairpin, just the right-hander first chicane through to start a new lap. Imperial, though, leading this race at the moment. They've got a 4.2 second gap to Warwick in 2nd, Staffordshire in 3rd, but it's this battle over 4th place between Cardiff and Exeter. We've already seen them have contact. Exeter have got a good run over Starkey's Bridges, contact again, and Exeter are going to spin out there. That was a little bit of a rash move, if you ask me. That's not really an overtaking place as you come up past Starkey's Bridge. The airport just off to driver's left, and that's going to have lost Exeter a lot of time there. And Cardiff, I think, will breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. And who's that off? It's the leader. Oh, the leader's off. Imperial off at Redgate, and are now going to be challenged by Warwick down through the Craner curves, and that's a wise piece of driving there from Bandari, driving the Warwick car at the moment. It's very, very tricky to overtake through the Craner curves, and decided to pull out of it. Just wonder, the Brasov car there, has there been a collision between leader and lapped traffic? Imperial getting by, and Bandera, as Warwick are now on the grass, and there's contact between Warwick and Brasov. I've got to say, that's not the best of driving from Brasov at all. They know the leaders are up behind them, and that's really not what you want to see. The Warwick car taken out there by the back marker. I think we're back on board with, we were on board with Imperial there. Just having another little look back at that Warwick incident. Yeah, that's not really what you want to be seeing. Would have been better for the Brasov car just to pull off to one side and let those leaders through. But Imperial still lead, Warwick still 2nd, and Staffordshire close behind now, though, in 3rd place, continuing to have a good day. But Dowie, how did you read those two incidents between the two leaders and the car being lapped?
Yeah, it just seemed to be going for a gap that didn't exist. Aiton Senna will tell you that you have to go for it, otherwise you're not a racing driver, but you've got to be realistic.
Just to run through the drivers in this one: Chris Aldridge driving for Cardiff, Lorenzo Resca there, two leaders, or one of the leaders, Lorenzo Resca for Imperial. Natabadi Bajadrakul for Kassat. Doing pretty well at the moment. They're in 6th place. Just looking out for where they are on the track map. They're just coming through Old Hairpin now, but they're not far off the likes of Exeter and Cardiff. Joe Grimer is putting on some good luck times here in the Lotus Type 49. 3rd place for Staffordshire for him at the moment. Jasper driving, as we say, for Hong Kong. In fact, I don't think we've got Hong Kong out there, so more problems for the University of Hong Kong. They're not out on circuit as far as I can see. Alexandru Giza-Catalan driving for Brasov. Joe Story also not out there for Cambridge, so more problems for Cambridge. And Tanvir Bandari for Warwick as well in second place. 3 and a bit minutes of this one to go. Gap between the leaders is 7 seconds at the last count. Further 3.5 seconds back to Joe Grimer in third place. On board with the second place car, the Warwick car. Now cutting back to Joe Grimer, and he does seem to be starting to apply the pressure, and this car, very, very tricky to drive. No aerodynamic features in terms of wings or anything of that description on these cars, but a lot of power and only the amount of mechanical grip that the tyres attached to the car will offer you. This is a proper car from the ages.
Yeah, it's a properly tricky one to drive this, especially on the Assetto Corsa. I think the difference between people's simulator rigs will really make a difference here. For instance, on my sim rig, I've got a clutch included, and trying to do a heel and toe on the down change is pretty tricky. But from what I've heard, actually Dan Jones has given us some tips on the WhatsApp group with this one of how you can blip down change with a paddle system. So depends how people are set up for it.
Cardiff versus Exeter round of lost count now is about to begin again. So it does look like the Exeter driver is slightly quicker, just perhaps needs to use some patience to get past the Cardiff driver. There's going to be a good opportunity here, as they, in fact, that's a very good opportunity, and Exeter are through. So straight through there as they came round Coppice Corner, down Starkey Straight now and into Goddard's Chicane. So that'll be Exeter up to fourth place then. That's to be confirmed as they come over start-finish. Still Imperial in the lead, but they're now in the lead by 12 seconds. Imperial have disappeared up the road, and we have seen this so far. They've either been right at the sharp end of the field or lounging down in the lower positions. This could be another win. Well, we keep saying maximum amount of points. It's actually minimum amount of points, working in the rallycross style of less points is better. So 1 point for a win, 2 points for second, etc., etc. This will be a good victory if Lorenzo Tresca can pull it off. Lap times currently, well, we're looking at 1 minute 10 for Imperial last time around. They're just coming over start-finish now and into Redgate Corner. So this new lap that's just been started should be the final lap of the race. Back on board with Exeter. Can they chase down Staffordshire? Staffordshire have just had a very slow lap, a 1 minute 17. Although I think that they've just got back on pace. They've now just set a new lap, which was a 1 minute 10. The gap is 15 seconds between third and fourth place. There are Exeter. Leader is just coming through McLean's now and towards Coppice. So a couple of corners to go for Lorenzo Tresca to take another victory here for Imperial today. On board at the moment with the Cardiff car in fifth place, down through the Craner curves. Looks like the Brasov car has had an incident out there as well. You can see on live timing. We're just tracking through to coming over start finish now. Imperial are going to take the win. Second place should go to Warwick. It's what has been a very good drive from Tanvir Bandari here in the orange liveried car. More good points for Warwick in this case. I'm just reminding myself where Warwick were in the order at the round 6 points. So they're in 12th, so they're knocking on the door of that top 10. This is a very good result for them. They take that position. Staffordshire, more good points for them, and Joe Grimer.
and 4th place to Exeter, 5th place to Cardiff, 6th place to Kasetsart, and 7th to Brasov. Back to us in the virtual box. A race that got a little bit strung out there with obviously a couple of incidents at the start. Next heat that we're going to be looking at, we're going to be going into Server 2 next for their second heat. But good again from Imperial. Very good result for Warwick in that one. And Staffordshire again. Staffordshire showing that they've got a couple of peddlers, haven't they? That shows promise for future years as they further develop their team.
Yeah, they really have. Quite a few incidents there, though. The Exeter car seemed to be finding the Cardiff car all the time. But in the end, showed themselves to be a lot quicker than the Cardiff driver in that one. And getting past quite smoothly going down to the final chicane. So yeah, good on them, but probably need to have a bit more spatial awareness going into the next rounds.
We are keeping an eye on obviously there's always 2 lobbies going on and 2 races going on at the same time. We are keeping an eye on the other races as well. I can tell you that heat number 1 of round number 8 is starting to come to its conclusion. Surrey are looking good. Surrey have got a lead of 14.257 seconds over Heriot Watt, who continue to do great things in the Celtic Cup. Cambridge having a really good run in this one, but that's good to see. Cambridge up in 3rd at the moment, ahead of Agder in 4th. Hong Kong UST 5th. Staffordshire in 6th, although they've just had an incident with the Pakistan Naval College in that race. Also in that one, as I say, you've got University of Hong Kong in 7th, 8th for the Pakistan team, and 9th for IIT Bombay. As I say, that one is coming to an end soon. We'll wait here on the Hivers Media Group stream for the next race on our schedule, which is round 8, heat number 2. I wonder if we've got the graphic for that one to have a quick look at who we've got coming up in this next session. There it is. So this is heat number 2 coming up as our next race to have a look at. University of Portsmouth, Callum driving for them. They've only got 2 drivers today, so they've been doing a lot of work today. Joe Wilkes is out for Loughborough in the next one. Manchester, Horea Mihal Grubovici, who's had some really strong, steady results so far today, looking for one last good one before the end of the day. He's driving from Manchester. George Palozzi back out. We've been seeing some great stuff from George so far today for Southampton. They're in this great battle with Hertfordshire to see who could come out as number 1 seed ahead of the finals tomorrow. So he's in this one as well. Leon Chambers, he had a strong run for Liverpool. John Moores, who are a bit of the dark horses, I feel, at the moment for this competition. They're in this next heat that's going to be viewable on the stream. MD Mahudin from the Bangladesh Enter team, Kolkata University of Engineering and Technology. They'll be in this race. Saeed Nasir for the National University of Science and Technology from Pakistan, number 33. Rowan Hillier for De Montfort University, and George Warledge for Imperial College. So again, David, there's some interesting drivers in there. I think George Palozzi hops out at me for Southampton. We saw a great run from him not too long ago in the Cadwell Park races in the Caterhams. Anyone else from that list that you're looking for a good result from?
Good question. I think, George Palozzi, I think is the one that really stood out in the Caterham, like you mentioned. Not only was it probably 4 or 5 laps of really close wheel-to-wheel racing, but there was always good space and no contact between the 2 drivers, which was always nice to see. And entertaining for us to watch and talk about.
Just to update you on Heat 1 from Server 2. I think that race has come to its conclusion. And apologies, just as I was going to start reading it out, I think, yes, Surrey have taken the win in that one ahead of Heriot Watt. Cambridge 3rd, Agder 4th, Hong Kong UST 5th, Staffordshire 6th, Hong
Kong University 7th, and then the Pakistan Naval College 7th, 8th, sorry, and IIT Bombay in 9th. So that race all wrapped up and done. So we will wait now to get going for this next race. Good conditions formatted today in the lobby, so perfect conditions for racing around Donington Park. Time is telling me it's currently 26 degrees air temperature and 38 degrees track temperature. Let's talk a little bit about this car, though, Dewey. The Lotus 49. You know, getting on over 50 years old now, but Lotus in that era, that 60s era, Colin Chapman leading them as the technical director, the team boss, pretty much everything in terms of the old classic team Lotus. You know, not just for Formula One and for British racing teams. You know, as just as an engineer. What does Colin Chapman and the work that he did in the 60s mean to yourself?
Well, it's just massively impressive what they did at the time. You know, the garagistes, as they were known to the Italians. The innovation that they brought, and you know, the amount of firsts that they brought to Formula One and, you know, top end motorsport, because they used to race in Formula 2, etc. as well. It was incredible. Everything they did pretty much turned to a winning car, but they were famously fast but fragile. You know, if they crossed the finish line and didn't fall to bits straight afterwards, they were too strong, and they'd be constantly taking weight out of them. But they're just iconic cars, and to have the Ford DFVs in them as well as a structural member was pretty much a first. And you know, you got to remember the DFV was running all the way from the early 60s through to the early 80s. I think it was 19 Grand Prix seasons, the DFV, although in different configurations. But yeah, what a piece of engineering to be able to survive 19 seasons of Formula One. I mean, Dan probably wouldn't tell us even if we asked him how many components would be comparable between this year and next year's Formula One engines for Mercedes. But to think that block was something that existed for nearly 2 decades, it's incredible.
But I suppose for Formula student teams, you know, even though it was a long time ago now, that there's still a lot that Formula student teams can take from the ethos of how teams worked back then, because they didn't have all the resources in the world. They didn't necessarily have all the technology, but they were very, very good at refining designs over years and years, and they really knew their designs. That's not to say that teams don't know their designs today, but as you say, something like the DFV, I know there's certain teams that are still, you know, running with engines from the mid 2000s, maybe even further back, because there's still things that you can do with, say, an older Yamaha R6 or something of that description. But again, in terms of you mentioned they made the cars very, very light, or introduced parts as stressed members that nobody else had done before. You know, just simply going back and looking at the principles of what they were doing back then and how they were discovered. There's a lot of learning that can be done there for especially a lot of new teams that are first forming their Formula student experiences.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're going to have a motto when you start out within Formula Student, you make it simple and you build it early and you test it thoroughly. If you stick by those 3 rules, I think you'll do pretty well. And to give a shout out in terms of Formula Student as well, one of the best first year teams I ever saw was the University of Wolverhampton, where they put a car together. Although in their first year it wasn't quite to the proportions of normal Formula Student cars or conventional Formula Student cars. But when they came back in their second year, they revised things, and they did exactly that. They built a relatively simple car, but it was built early, they tested it thoroughly, and they had drivers that really knew how to push it. So yeah, first year teams, that's the ideal model to go for.
And would you say that that's a model that really, if there's ever a year to apply it, this next 12 months, that's what teams should be doing? Because if you've prepared your team well for what would have been the full 2020 competition,
you know, you've already got that head start on 2021 to refine your designs as opposed to completely tear them up and start again and develop a car that's really strong for 21.
Yeah, it's something I discussed back in my student days. How you could maybe do like an 18-month design cycle. I know there's some universities that have they do a class 2 design in their third year of an M-Eng, and in their fourth year of an M-Eng, they take that design and they go on to a class 1. So you've got basically 2 years on the same vehicle, which is brilliant, and it's worked out really well for some universities. But now that it's a forced opportunity, is it one that you should necessarily be taking? Personally, I'd be trying to finish last year's car as soon as possible and then bring upgrades to it as and when you can. And if you've got a car which has been together for pretty much a year going into competition, that's something that's not only going to be reliable, but it's going to be set up well. It's going to have drivers that know how to push it. And more than anything, it's going to have a team that know how to run it, maintain it, set it up, and make it run over a competition weekend.
I fully agree. It's something I've been saying to a number of teams for a while as they start to get things and operations back up and running, especially once the new academic year kicks off. I can see our drivers forming into the lobby. So just to have a quick rundown of our drivers for this next heat. This is round 8, heat number 2. This is in server number 2. So De Montfort University have got Christian Bettel in for this one. So I think that's been a change on the driver tracker. George Warledge for Imperial. University of Portsmouth have got Callum. I think this is his 4th and final race of the day. Loughborough University, Joe Wilkes. Similarly, I think this is his 4th and final race of the day. University of Manchester, number 25, Horea Mihal Gribovici. University of Southampton, George Palazzi, we've already talked about. He's probably going to be the favourite for this one based on previous performances. Liverpool, John Moores, look out for them. Leon Chambers. Cornell University of Engineering and Technology, I've got Madi Mahuidin in there, and National University of Science and Technology have got Say Saar. 1 minute to the start of this race, 10 minutes as always around Donington Park in the Lotus Type 49. Coming up after this, we'll be showing you 2 more races. We'll be showing you round 7 heat number 3 and round 8 heat number 4. So 2 from each server across the course of this time with the Lotus 49 and the Donington Park National Circuit. Just to say, we are back tomorrow, of course, 9 o'clock, same place, on the FSI Mechie YouTube channel. Remember, you can follow Formula Student as well, at Formula Student on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and LinkedIn. If you're enjoying the commentary as well, you can follow us at Sport Media on Facebook, at _MM on Twitter and Instagram. Lights coming on then for this next heat at Donington Park. Out they go, away we go then for the start of this race. Portsmouth on pole position for the randomly drawn grid. Much cleaner starts this time than the previous heat we saw. A very good start indeed, and off go Portsmouth. So problems there at Redgate Corner straight away. Don't know if there was any contact involved. There's been some contact involving Southampton, Loughborough and De Montfort, but I think they are all pretty much running again. But slightly clear. Oh, and there's a contact there coming off of Old Hairpin. And who's that? Who's going to be in the gravel? It's the number 25. It's Manchester. So Manchester in trouble here. On board with the number 10. 28B, sorry. So this is going to be the 28B. This is George Palazzi. So George Palazzi with ahead of us is going to be LJMU, I think. Yes, it is. So George Lunt back out there again. So quite a few fast drivers in this race, coming to the end of lap number 1. It's going to be the number 3 in the lead of this race so far. So De Montfort, Christian Bessel has got to the front of the field. Then George Lunt in second place for Liverpool, John Moores in the red
machine there, and third place, and spun round and contact in the back, and a big hit as well. George Palozzi, I think that was getting into the back of George Lunt, and then I think it was Wallage, George Wallage being collected, the Imperial driver. So a couple of our drivers who've done really well in previous rounds, struggling a little bit with the Lotus 49. Was that an error? Yes, I think it was an error from Palozzi. He's now being swarmed by a number of drivers, or maybe he's letting some of them back through. There's more contact, and Palozzi's off. Palozzi is off and in the gravel. And that's up there at McLean's corner. And this is going from bad to worse for George Palozzi. He's now going to get challenged by Manchester. Loughborough have been off as well. Joe Wilkes. There is the NFST car. Fortunately for them, they're a long way off the back of the field already. So chaos reigns again here at Donington Park. 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Christian Bessel has a 6.8 second lead. Surely, Dowie, he's just got to keep his head forward now and keep it calm. We saw a similar thing in some of the test events yesterday. The leader get out front and keep the head down. Christian Bessel has got a good chance here for a bit of a local area win. To Montford, of course, based in Leicester, not too far from the Donington Park circuit.
Yeah, he'll definitely just keep his head down. He doesn't know the chaos that's happening behind. He'll expect that everyone's pretty hot on his heels.
Joe Wilkes for Loughborough, fighting now for 6th place with Manchester. And you see the Manchester car there just getting out of shape. The Manchester driver trying to get some heat in the tyres perhaps, because the back end of that Lotus 49 does not want to sit down at the moment for Grupovici. Battle for 3rd place now. This is, well, in fact, Imperial have taken that position. Imperial have got through and passed Portsmouth for 3rd place. So we're riding on board with Callum here. And was that a problem that I just saw for LJMU? Have they lost? Yes, they have. They've lost a lot of time, LJMU, and there's contact again, and LJMU are off and into the gravel. So this is getting to be quite a chaotic race. Has a change of position there. The number 7 of Imperial goes round the outside through Old Hairpin. That's a decent move from George Wallage. So George Wallage, apologies, no, it wasn't LJMU having problems. It was one of the other back markers. I've just seen them on the track map, that they are still out front going through Coppice Corner, or just ahead. Yeah, just caught a quick sight of them there out in the distance ahead of the red number 7 of Imperial. There it is. I'm going to be honest, Dewey, I'm not sure how I feel about this. A Lotus being painted red looks far too Ferrari-like.
They did have an original livery though, didn't they, like that? Isn't it the Lucky
That
Strike?
is true, yeah. You did have the gold leaf liveries. Yeah, it wasn't just in the engineering sense that Team Lotus were pioneers. They were the first team to run with sponsorship in Formula One. Something that you can't really imagine without today, with the corporate branding on the cars. Here's your leader though, Christian Bessel. He's got a back marker just ahead, and I think that's a keyboard controlled car, just by the way it's being manoeuvred around the circuit. But Christian Bessel continuing to lead now, 7.6 seconds last time around ahead of George Lunt. There is George in the number 10. Down into the chicane then. Running very nicely at the moment. This will be another good result for LJMU. Let's have a look at the lap times last time around. 109.1 for Bessel, 109.5 for Lunt, 108.5 though for Wallage. Imperial on the charge yet again here in this race. They've got some good pace in that Lotus 49 coming down through Craner Curve. You see the car sliding around. Great stuff from George Wallage down into Old Hairpin. Not quite using all of the circuit. The line's working. The line's quick past Starkey's Bridge and then up to McLean's. Still on board with Imperial at the moment, trying to hunt down Liverpool John Moores. 3 minutes to do so. The gap last time around was 2.3 seconds. But we've seen from Imperial today, in fact, I'm just going to remind myself where they were after round 6. Yeah, they were in 14th place, 3 wins, a 4th, a 7th and a 9th. They could be another bit of a dark horse here if they keep pumping these results in and getting up into at least a B final and maybe even more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's quite tight in that area of the table, isn't it? Just a few points can make a difference between quite a huge amount of places.
Back on board with our leader then, Christian Bessel. A bit of traffic to negotiate. It's the NFST car. It just keeps the drivers left. Good driving there from Said Nassar. No problems there for our leader. Gap between second and third, 2.2 seconds. 2 minutes to go then, so it should be 2 more laps. Yeah, 2 more laps for Christian Bessel to close out a win for the Leicester-based university, not too far, also right in the middle of the Midlands. In East Midlands Airport, just off to the side as one of the back markers fallen off the road there. Not to worry about that. That's one way for second and third place to get their way past. It's still George Lunt ahead of George Wallage. However, Wallage has pulled in a huge chunk of time on that last lap. The gap now 1.5 seconds as Lunt is out of shape coming out of Old Hairpin. Just about gathers it back up before they get past Starkey Bridge, but Wallage will be licking his lips now at the potential of a second place for Imperial in this race. We're hoping to maybe make a move down into Redgate. It'd be a bit of a bold one to run it up the inside into the final chicane, but on board now with George Wallage for Imperial College. Hard braking down into the final chicane. You can see him visibly closing. It's a good run off the chicane down the pit straight. Well, he's not going to have the opportunity on this lap into Redgate, but maybe get it close down through into Old Hairpin. You can overtake down into Old Hairpin. You've got to have the move done nice and early. He's just got to wait for now. The time starting to tick on by. This will be the last lap of the race. George Lunt gets it under control. That's where we had the issue 1 lap ago. That was much better this time. That was 0.8 of a second. What can George Wallage do here? I think he's got to force George Lunt into a mistake in that Liverpool John Moores car. Leader is on the final lap, and in fact is halfway down the back straight before the final chicane. It's going to be a win for De Montfort. But are LJMU going to hold on to second place here? I think they are. They've just got to get through the final chicane nice and safely, and they do so. It's going to be a win for Christian Bessel and De Montfort University, but it is going to be a bit of a drag race to the line for second place. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Liverpool John Moores on the line for George Lunt. Less than 0.2 of a second between George Lunt and George Wallage for Imperial, but more good points for Imperial. 4th place is going to go, I believe, to Portsmouth. That's a really good result for Portsmouth. Callum getting a strong result there in the Lotus 49. 5th place, in fact, it's a very close battle for 5th place, and George Palozzi has taken it on the line. Last lap move for Southampton, getting ahead of Manchester in 6th. Loughborough are going to finish in 7th place, still on the lead lap. And then our 2 cars that fell 1 lap down, National University of Advances in Technology from Pakistan, and Kilo Flight, the Kulna University of Engineering and Technology team, those 2 in 8th and 9th. Another slightly tense one there, Darry, especially that battle between George Lunt and George Wallage for Liverpool John Moores and Imperial. But Lunt, I think, did pretty well there to just gather it all up and not completely crack under pressure and hold on to that 2nd place.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to see a photo finish as well. Yeah, you could tell they were really trying there. So the gap was getting smaller and smaller. So, yeah, good on him for keeping that position.
Not so good news for Southampton, though. I mean, we're fairly certain that I think they'll make an A final at this rate. But in terms of getting that top seeding and the grid positions for the A final, that's not the best result of 5th place. That opens the door for the likes of Heriot Watt and Exeter and Hertfordshire to steal positions off them once we get to the end of this 8th round of the table, at the end of proceedings this evening. So I think the next race that we're going to be having a look at, we're going to go back to Server 1. We should be getting ready to have a look at heat number 3 from round number 7 in server number 1. So if we're able to bring that graphic up to have a look at the drivers that we've got for this next race. Who we've got in this one as we come to the penultimate set of races for this afternoon, and some big teams running in this one. Just on my sheet. In fact, before we go that, let's have another chat, another interview. Bring onto the stream. Good afternoon to Oliver Webb from Williams Racing. Oliver, can you hear us? There he is.
How's it going?
Hi, Oliver. Can you hear us? Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Just for the benefit of our international viewers and those new to Formula Student, describe to us what your role within Formula Students is and what your role at Williams F1 entails.
Yeah, so good afternoon, guys. I'm the Deputy Head Design Judge at Formula Student, which basically entails supporting Neil and a lot of the other committee members in their roles, both leading up to the event and at the event. And at the event, the first couple of days typically I coordinate the design judges, make sure all the design judges turn up and that they're in the right groups and that they've got all the support that they need. And then at the end of the day, typically on Friday, we get all of the preliminary design scores, and then myself, Neil, and the other design moderators take all those scores, and then we basically check for consistency across all the design groups, because it's impossible for all of the design teams to be judged by the same people. So we have different people in all the teams, obviously, and we just check all those scores for fairness, for moderate and moderate them for equality, essentially. And then at Williams, my job is essentially to ensure that components on the car don't break. And when they don't break, we try to make them as light as possible, achieve certain stiffness targets and things like that. So that's what I do there.
Fantastic stuff. We had a really interesting chat with Willem Turret earlier in the stream, just as we're noting that Heat 3's in the way. It's been a bit of a chaotic start there. Going down Red Gate corner. We had a chat with Mr. Turret earlier. Obviously, you've been doing the more chaos down at Old Hairpin as both leaders take each other out. I don't think there's anyone who's survived in this one. Design judging this year, obviously, it's been done via the mediums of Zoom calls and video conferencing and the like. How do you feel as deputy head that it's gone, and is it something that potentially we're going to use more of in the future?
I think so. I think taking my Formula Student cap off for a moment and trying to be as unbiased as possible, I think the team have absolutely smashed it. And I think it's really important that the guys watching this and the students involved really appreciate everything that's gone on and is currently going on in the background. It's been an absolutely huge effort by Lucy and her team, and what they have pulled together is literally nothing short of astonishing. And there's been some really good things to come out of it, I think. When we look at the way we conventionally design judge, we face-to-face, we've got the car, we've got some components, and we've got more team members. Whereas now, doing it all virtually, all digital, all online, it's really allowed, I think, the knowledge of the students to be at the absolute forefront of the design judging, and that's what we're here for. It's great to see a car, it's great to see car components, it's really good to talk to the students about their designs, but really this is an educational exercise. We want to see what the students know, we want to know why they've done what they've done, but we also want to help them. And by purely design judging with no other distractions, it's been an absolutely amazing opportunity to really find out what the guys know, to dig deep, and to just really have well, like I say, no other distractions. It's been really, really good.
That's very good to hear. I don't know if not just this year but in previous years, we're always looking to the future when we get together for Formula Students. Obviously, what's happened this year is not just going to affect this year, but next year and probably years to come. From your position in industry, you're obviously restricted as a team. You can't run the car every other week when there's not a Grand Prix. The rules don't allow you to do that. We talked about it with Dan earlier of this next year is a kind of a unique opportunity, but also a great learning opportunity for the teams in terms of how they develop their cars for 2021. From your role at Williams, where else you're doing a lot of CAE, you're doing a lot of component level work as opposed to running it on the car in private test settings. How do the teams best, use that resource of CAE and component testing and apply that into what they're going to present to you at design judging for 2021?
I think there's a lot of things to pick up on this, guys. There's a lot to be said. Obviously, my role at Williams is heavily involved in using analytical tools to help us design car components, essentially. But there's a lot to be said for simple, fundamental hand calculations. One of our old chief designers always used to say to me that when you define the wheelbase of the car, you give or take pretty much define the weight of the car. And there's some very fundamental things you can do by hand just to figure out simple sizing, simple layout things, to give you a really good, you can get 80% of the way with 20% of the effort, say. And then the tools then really come in thereafter. Once you've got a path where you're looking at, we then really expect the students to take those tools and to use them to hone and to optimize their designs. And we're not only looking for strength. A lot of the Formula Student teams come to us with FEA plots, and they're looking at different stresses. But those tools can be used for so much more. So we're seeing more and more topology optimization, which is really, really good. But we're also seeing teams focusing on stiffness. Now, the classic area of the car to focus on stiffness is the chassis. Every team ought to be predicting what chassis stiffness they want, calculating what chassis stiffness they've got, and also then measuring what chassis stiffness they've got. But there are so many other aspects to vehicle design where stiffness is important. So camber control, toe control, all these sorts of things. And we're not always looking for the stiffest. So it'd be really good to see students doing more and more stiffness predictions and not only calculating what they think the stiffnesses are and how they think that will affect the caster or the track change, but what they actually want, what target they want. It's all too easy, particularly in high-end motorsport, for not having to dig at vehicle analysis, but it's also all too easy for them to say, oh, we just want it to be 10% stiffer than last year, or we want it to be as stiff as you can make it. Whereas if you look at it, if you make a structure as stiff as you can make it, typically it's not optimized in terms of mass. So it really is that sort of trade-off, and we expect the students to be looking at that trade-off, to have stiffness targets, to have mass targets, and then to use those tools to achieve those targets, really.
It's always stuff that I think the teams can always go into more in-depth knowledge. Oh, just as we see there, there's someone having a bit of trouble. I think it was the 33A of NFST having some trouble there. Just got about 3 minutes of this race to go. Currently, we've got Southampton still in the lead of this one. Well, one final question, Ollie. How much do you see the teams applying what in the automotive production automotive side? We kind of talk about the V diagram a lot and mapping out what they want to achieve. You say it be an objective target or a number of points in the competition. Is that something that we're starting to see coming through into former student teams of going, right, well, we want the whole car to achieve X, down to that meaning component itself, whether it be a bearing or a wishbone or whatever it may be, has got to achieve Y at its own component level. Is that something that we're starting to see coming through?
Yeah, have you been reading some of the design reports?
I've been banging on about it as some teams in Squid's doing so many times the last few years.
No, we are seeing that, and I think, again, not sort of wanting to put a broad brush across this, but particularly some of like the European teams, the German teams are very, very good and have been good in the past at saying, right, this innovation gives us this many points at the competition, which is really good to see, because ultimately, points being prizes, you've got to really score those points and to know where, and also to know where to put your effort. If something's worth 10 times the points of something else, we'd really expect to see a team biasing their effort towards where those higher points can be gained. But we also see, and I have seen in quite a few of the design reports this year, is actually kilograms per point, where teams actually develop their own, effectively their own performance metric, and say, well, this innovation is potentially worth this many points, the mass trade-off is this, so the kilograms per point is this, and they've used that as a metric in which to gauge where they need to maybe develop the car, where they should pause development, and where they should then focus human resources perhaps, or analytical resources, time, cost, whichever one it may be, in other aspects of the car to gain more points. So we are definitely seeing more of that, and it's one of those things that you look at it and it's like, well, it makes total sense, I think, and it's a really good advancement to see, I think.
Oh, that's very, very good to hear. Ollie, I know you're very, very busy as all the design judges and cost judges have been this weekend. We thank you very, very much for your time. It's a very interesting discussion, and I'm hoping some of our listeners and teams for not just this year but future years have learnt a little bit there as well. So thanks for your time, Ollie. Hope to speak to you soon, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Ollie Webb there, Deputy Chief Design Judge and also Stress Engineer at Williams Formula One. We're coming to the end of this race. We've been keeping an eye on it. It's been another Southampton domination. 14.6 seconds is currently their lead. Just looking out for where they are on the track map. They're just coming down through Old Hairpin now. So we're going on to the last lap now as we're on board with Liverpool John Moores, who just got up into third place. So their driver doing a grand job at the moment, just got past the University of Surrey, who've got Harry Pickard driving for them at the moment. So I think we're going to stay in this area because that's the closest battle out on circuit. 3.3 seconds is the gap between them. We have been seeing quite a few incidents in this one, Dowie. Once again, the start, as we mentioned, was very chaotic. And there's been some other cars out there that I think our back markers have had some issues as well.
Yeah, they definitely have. There seems to be quite a lot of spinners there and not a lot of spatial awareness when rejoining the track. Yeah, well, there's probably going to be another one there. But yeah, there's such low grip on the Assetto Corsa when you go off either in the gravel or the grass. The difference it makes to your tyres is absolutely huge. So a small mistake can end up leading to a big accident, and then as soon as you rejoin the track, it'll end up in another big accident. It's just a knock-on effect.
It is indeed. Southampton have won the race, so it's another win for Southampton. They've bounced back there with their final score of today's qualifier. Second place has gone to Liverpool John Moores, so more good points for them. Surrey were next up, and then Sheffield, Portsmouth, Manchester, and we're going to, in fact, so apologies, no, it was Agda in second place. So Agda in second place, third place for Liverpool John Moores, fourth place Surrey. So once again, the University of Agda. I really like this University of Agda team. I think it was either last year or the year before that they first appeared at Former Student. Apologies, I've done 10 of these now. They start to merge into one. But really good attitude from this Norwegian team, and we've seen teams. I'm thinking about on the lines of Trondheim previously have been a team from that area of the world who've run really well. Cinder Corton, not for the first time today, an absolutely fantastic result from Cinder with second place there. We're going to have a look at some replays, I think. So this was early on. Started the race. Count them all. Is anyone on the road? I think one of them was on the road there, but quite a few drivers off down at Redgate Corner. This is on board with Portsmouth, who went for a spin through McLean's Corner and churned up a bit of the grass through there. Let's see, that's exactly what you were talking about, Darry. Very, very little grip off the circuit, especially in these cars. This was contact between LJMU and I think that was Sheffield receiving the abrupt end of that contact. University of Agder were lucky to avoid this accident. That was, I think, was one of the ones that you were talking about, Dowie, of some drivers going off and not quite paying attention to, and that was another one. Back markers not quite having the care and attention that's required when rejoining the circuit. And then a few more issues there as well for some of our drivers. Back to us in the box then. So we've got one more race for you this afternoon. I do hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far today. Leave us your feedback, constructive feedback as well. Remember, if you don't already and you're on either of Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram or LinkedIn, find Formula Student at Formula Student on there. The only one that's different is here on the YouTube channel, which is at FSI Mechie. Keep your tweets coming in using the hashtag FS2020 and continuing the dialogue online. And remember your Formula Student memories as well, my FS memories that I know Lucy and the team are looking at and compiling over the course of the weekend. But as I say, we've got one more race to go. It's going to be Heat 4 from Server 2, so round number 8. And let's have a little look at the lineup then for this one. Here we go for the final race of the day. Aidan Foster goes for Oxford Brookes University in number 12. Daniel Panguea goes for the University of the Basque Country. That's former Student Biscaya team. George Dragomir goes for the Transylvania University of Brasov, the number 19. Henry Dury drives for Cardiff in this one. Dake Halley has had some really good results so far today. Let's hope he can have another good one here at Donington Park for Brunel Racing. Ferhat Abdullah goes for the debutants University of Bradford. Ollie Simpson is driving in this race for Edinburgh University, and Oscar Jinks finishes us off for Exeter. You can see the drivers hopping into the lobby now, and I'm just going to in fact, I think server number 1 is dormant at the moment, so there's nothing to report from there at the moment. We'll try and get results for you, preliminary results for you as soon as possible. In fact, just to tell you, actually in server 2 at this precise moment, we're just coming to the end of heat number 3. Looks like Zagreb are on for a victory here. Another really, really good performance from Tomo Bodanko.
He has currently got a 15.9 second lead ahead of Harry Williams from Sheffield. Callum Bethel, I think it is, from Warwick in third. Ryan Clabban only fourth, though, for Hertfordshire. So we saw that door opening with Southampton having not such a good result with George Palazzi not that long ago. Hearts not quite taking advantage of it at the moment. Tafila in fifth, Katat Sart in sixth, and Queen Mary in seventh. That race is just coming to the end of its 10 minutes. Dowie, before we go into this final race of the day, what have kind of been your highlights of the racing so far? What have you really enjoyed?
I think my highlight is probably Cadwell Park in the Caterhams. I think that brought some brilliant racing. We had 5 or 6 laps consecutively with the lead being fought for with no contact, just good racing, which is really nice. It was good to have the perspective as well of the circuit manager there as well. Yeah, Paul as well. It's good to have the insight of someone that knows the track so well and can compare it real life to the virtual world. That's been quite nice. What about yourself?
I think for me, I know it's right at the start of the day, but I think I enjoyed the minis most round Croft. I mean, it's all been very good. It's all had different aspects of it. As I say, the Cadwell Park racing was, I think, all about survival and getting to grips with the technical circuit. And to an extent here with the Donington races for the Lotus 49, the Bentley was all about just taming the pure power of the GT3 machine. But yeah, I really enjoyed the minis kicking off first thing in the morning. But then I quite like my tin tops. So as I say, going into this final race, just before we go into this final race, actually, I just want to give another big thanks to our sponsors of the competition this year. Big thanks to MathWorks being a partner once again for Formula Student, Babcock and all the work that they've been doing for the autonomous aspects of the competition in its second year now. Our 2 big sponsors, ANSYS and all the CAE and CFD software that they supply, not just to industry, but to the teams as well. DLG Auto Services for all of their support. Thank you very much. Assetto Corsa server hosting. Everything has run, I think, remarkably well today. I was in the back of my mind expecting, well, it's an esports event. There's surely going to be some disconnects somewhere along the line, but I think, touch wood, everything has run impeccably well. And our production partner as well. How could we not mention High-Vis Media Group? They've put all of what you're seeing right now together, all the camera work, all been done by High-Vis Media Group, who've been frantically working for the last couple of weeks to get all of this together. There they are. There is Mission Control. So big thanks to the High-Vis Media team for all of their efforts today. And we do it all again tomorrow. Here on the FS IMECE YouTube channel and the Formula Student Twitch. Do make sure you follow in both of those. Click the notification bell and subscribe as well. I think we're getting very close then to this final race of the day. We'll keep an eye on server 1 as well, because that will also be having its last race of the qualifying phase of this event. Racing once again around Donington Park in the Lotus 49. Just to let you know who's in that one. You've got, excuse me, as I just click my numbers around and my sheets around to make sure I'm telling you the correct people to look out for on the results. Brunel will be in this one with Alex Slim finishing off the day for them. Heriot-Watt University, big race actually this one for Heriot-Watt, because they're right in the mix for not just the Celtic Cup, but getting a good grid slot for the A final tomorrow if they can. So they have got Ewan Smith racing for them in this one. Hong Kong UST in the battle between the 2 Hong Kong universities. They've got Kong Wing Nam driving for them in this one. IIT Bombay back with Rahul Manglik. Tor Nielsen driving for Oxford Brookes University, who are just bubbling away, quietly getting on with things at the moment. They've definitely been picking up some good results in the afternoon. Mothana Almazi for Tafila Technical Universities out there as well. Julian Stakura for Edinburgh and Matija Ritoza for Zagreb. All of those drivers looking to get points between now and the end of the day. We're just waiting on server 2 to restart. I can see drivers in the lobby now. 3 minutes 30 to the start of the race. Our camera observer is going to be positioned very, very shortly to get his camera pictures of that. I hope you've enjoyed the interviews that we've had today. It's been great to be joined by the number of our guests across the day, all different parts of Formula Student and those who've been involved in Formula Student in past and present. I'm sure we'll have more of that tomorrow. And if you thought these races weren't wacky enough, we've got actual termed wacky races for tomorrow in between the breaks between our finals as we go through the course of the programme. Yes, we've got the wacky races with all sorts of vehicles. I'm hearing that there's mowers, tractors, all sorts that are available on Assetto Corsa involved tomorrow. And stand back because I think some of the judges might be getting involved as well for some of those races. And having watched some of the test events, if you thought that these races today were chaotic, well, you haven't seen anything yet. We will also have, this is a bit I'm really looking forward to, Dowie, to see how it runs and how it's similar, how it's different to what we normally do on this weekend of the year at Silverstone. Tomorrow morning, the sprint event using the new Formula Student Assetto Corsa mod. We've got the sprint track laid out as it would be at Silverstone. The teams I know have been preparing for that one. That should be a fascinating watch to see who can come out on top on that in that event.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to that, actually, seeing how the drivers get to grips with it in the virtual world. Yeah, seeing how far people will push, how much people will risk getting close to the cones just for a quick lap. It should be, it should be really good viewing.
And just to let everyone know, we have got plenty of people, I've been told, watching for the cone counting tomorrow. It's one of the biggest parts of the competition in a normal year, and it's no different here in 2020. Not long to go then before we get this final race of the day underway. Let's have a look at some of your comments on the YouTube stream. Good to see 221 of you following at the moment. Thank you so much, guys, for all of your support across the course of the day. Lots of support coming in for Southampton. And thank you, Chris Mountain. It's reminded it was 2018, so it was 2 years ago that Align Racing first joined us at Formula Student. I remember talking to them that year, and I think they had 4 team members that year. So they've already grown quite a bit since that point 2 years ago. So really good to see them back and doing well today, as I say. Oxford Brooks Racing, they're getting some great support in there as well. Let's have a look at some of your tweets as well. Keep following at Formula Student using the hashtag FS2020. More support coming in. Thank you to Andy Cash, Andy Cash 71, for his kind words using the hashtag FS2020, hashtag proud to be staffs as well. Away we go then for the final race of the day here on the qualification day for Formula Student 2020. 10 minutes around the Donington Park National layout in the Lotus 49s, and there's a couple of drivers off towards the back already. The number 21 of Bradford is involved and off the road, but Oxford Brooks have got the Aidan Foster machine in there at the moment, and he leads early on here. A bit of locking up there with the number 30. It's the Formula Student Biscaya driver having some problems there, Daniel Panguea. And who else got caught out at the start? Oh, unfortunately, it was Cardiff. Cardiff have had not such a good start. They were a little bit off the back, and I think the number 19 of Brasov, Dragos Dragomir, has had problems there and is off the road early on. Up the inside, good recovery there from Cardiff already. The back up to 4th place. That was them getting past the Formula Student Biscaya. Oh, but no, Cardiff off into the grass and the gravel on the exit of Coppice. very easy to do. The car naturally wants to run wide there, and Cardiff losing a couple more points again. But end of lap 1, Exeter had taken the lead, side by side over start finish. Oxford Brooks and Brunel, two long-standing teams in former students. Brooks defending to the inside, there's contact, and Brooks have gone round. Aidan Foster's been tipped round there by Halley in the Brunel car. Got a little bit too early on the power and tipped Aidan Foster round there. Here is your leader though, Cameron Barry has absolutely shot off here. I think he's got about a 5-second lead. And is looking very good again for Exeter, who have just been getting on with things today, getting some very good results in. Remember, at the end of round 6, they were in 4th place with a win, 2 seconds, a third, a couple of fourths in there as well. So they've always been in the top 5, and here they are in the final race of the day with a chance of another win. What did you make of that contact there, Dowie, between the Brooks and Brunel cars?
Slight, but it didn't. It obviously sent him round. It just looks like there's not a lot of grip out there, especially when you get tapped from behind. I've just seen a message from Dan Jones as well, saying that for tomorrow's sprint laps, all the laps will be recorded and the horn counting will be done from the replays. So yeah, there should be no protest about that because it should be pretty spot on.
Yeah, no, it has been a question of a few of the teams. Some of the cones go flying, but not all of them do. I've got to say, it's a great effort from the guys who've been working on the mod, but it's still a bit of a work in progress, so hence why the cone counting is going to be done by the replays. But essentially, if pixels of car passes through pixel of cone, even if cone moves or doesn't move, it's still a cone strike, for anyone wondering about that one. Still on board with Cameron Barry, and one of the back markers goes spinning out. That was the Bradford car, having a moment there, coming out of the chicane. Barry himself had a little bit of an oversteer moment, I think, coming out of McLean's corner, but just about got it together. Second place, Brunel car up the inside of Bradford. Hopefully Bradford hold. Oh, as Brooks are off again. Oxford Brooks are off and in the gravel. So Aidan Foster had a really good start to this race, but is not having such a good one now. 4th place, the University of the Basque Country, former student Biscaya. They're closing in now. So Daniel Panguea, is off and having his own little bit. It's so tricky. These tyres on the Lotus 49. Doesn't take much to take them beyond the adhesion of the tyres are able to give you and spin you round. Thank you. I've just had a reminder that the sprint track has actually been done by one of our students from De Montfort University. JM Mistry has put a lot of work into that, been a real driving force for that. So big thanks to JM and everyone at De Montfort University who's helped him achieve that. I'm sure we'll talk more about that tomorrow when we're running that sprint event on the modded autocross course. Will hopefully make us feel like we're back at home at Silverstone for this COVID-19 affected year. 5 minutes of this race to go. Still Exeter out front. In fact, out by a long way. It's been a bit of a theme that we've seen, I think, Dowie, that leader gets out front here at Donington and doesn't turn back. 16.5 seconds almost is the gap between Exeter and Brunel first to second.
Yeah, well, there's nobody to bump into him to spin him round. Seem to be getting around the back markers fairly well as well, which seems to be the way to go.
Does indeed. Down through Craner Curves. Looking here at the Basque Country entry in the classic Team Lotus colours of British Racing Green and Gold. Back now with the Cardiff car. Currently in 5th place. Henry Jury driving for them. And
I know Henry quite well. He's
yeah,
he's been practicing. He's been putting the time in for definite. He's a very, very funny guy. Actually, I've been asked to tell the story. Oh, there he goes. I've been asked to tell the story that he got called. His nickname this year seems to be Sody, which is named after one of those rental cars that you race because it's slightly wider at the rear than the front, and that's what they've said that he's like.
I'm going to make no comment in response to that, but okay. We're Sody carrying on at the moment, and still in 5th place. The spin that we saw there was Brasov, George Dragos Dragomir. Oh, but I think Sody was going round there, getting a bit locked up on the brakes into Redgate Corner. Back on board with 4th place. This is University of the Basque Country. Daniel Panguea. Oh, getting a little bit wide. It's so tricky down there at Old Hairpin. I've seen this summer myself on Sunday. You often see drivers just pull in a little bit. Don't use the full width of the track through Old Hairpin because the track slopes away slightly, and that grass and that gravel off the driver's left will pull you in. Here we are looking back from the Oxford Brooks car, driven by Aidan Foster. Fortunately, 19.5 seconds behind Brunel in 2nd place, so it's all just about holding on to this 3rd now out on circuit ahead of former student Vizcaya. Exeter still leading, by the way. Just see on the track map that they're coming up through, coming up to Coppice Corner now. So a few laps for them to go. Just have a look over to so the other race going on at the moment. Apologies, we've only got one observer at the moment, which is why we're not quite able to see all the action today. We'll get some of the results in as soon as possible. If we don't get them fully in before the end of the broadcast, do follow on Twitter at Formula Student. Results will be posted up there as they've been doing so throughout the course of the day. 90 seconds to go then. Here's Daniel Panguea. At the moment, Aidan Foster doing a really good job. Started to pull away again from the number 30 car. 30D, you can see up in the top left-hand corner. On board with Daniel Panguea. A bit of a lock-up there from Aidan Foster. And I suppose that's one of the bits that we haven't talked about, is just how easy it is to lock up the brakes in this Lotus 49. Kind of with everything you do with this car, you've got to be very soft.
Yeah, you really have. You've got to be careful at every opportunity. The brakes will lock quite easily, obviously, with downforce on these cars. And then coming out to the corner, if you just stamp your foot on the throttle, well, as you can see exactly there, you put your foot all the way down, they will squirm on the exits of the corners and even on the straights.
Half a minute to go then. Leader has just started another lap. This will be the final lap, and it's been a dominant performance from X Racing, the former student team representing Exeter University. And Cameron Barry, well, I don't think we've seen, at least on the stream, I don't think we've seen a bigger victory today. He's just coming through McLean's corner now. I mean, he's not that far off, almost putting a lap on this battle for 3rd and 4th. They're going to cross start finish in a few moments time to start their final lap of the race. But coming down the back straight now, here he is. What a drive this has been. This has been a statement of intent from the University of Exeter ahead of the second day tomorrow. Cameron Barry comes out of the final corner and is the winner of the last race of the day here at Donington Park. Dominant is going to win, I reckon, by over half a minute. A remarkable run from Cameron Barry, and lap times in the 108s and the 109s to boot as well. That was a very, very fast driver. We wait for him tomorrow to see what he can do across the rest of this competition. Second place should be the Brunel car. Here it is. This is still really good points for Brunel Racing, so they will be very, very happy
with that. Jake Halley with a very good performance there. And I think we're just waiting now for this third and fourth place battle. Aidan Foster should hold out in this and get another good result for Oxford Brookes Racing. The OBR team will be very happy with this. The helicopter, the Oxford Brookes helicopter, will be taking off virtually tonight. Very happy with how their team have done today. They're in the mix for tomorrow. Third place for them, fourth place for former student Biscaya as well. University of the Basque Country with a good performance there. I think it was in the end a lap down though. Cardiff in fifth. And that is it. That's the end of all our virtual on-track action today. What did you make of that last race?
That was dominant, wasn't it? I mean, that's the most dominant fashion that it's been won today. Was it 33 seconds, the leader?
Yeah, I think it was
something ahead of second place. That's
replays.
Yeah, massively impressive. There seemed to be a little bit of action in the field. A couple of little moments from back markers getting in the way of cars lapping them, but otherwise a nice good race.
I've just had a word in my ear that we're 10 minutes away from being able to see the final results, so we'll wait around for that. Just looking over some of your comments. Hello to Joe Barnwell on YouTube, who just says X Racing go with a lot of O's. There's a lot of power as well there for X Racing. They've had a very, very strong day. Back to us here in the box. Keep your hashtag MyFSMemories. I don't know if any of you noticed, there has been one of our FS members in the background here. That's just some bodywork that I like to keep around. Otherwise, it would just get destroyed. But that's bodywork from 2011, back in the days pre-wing. Hello, actually, to Andy Cash again, using the hashtag MyFSMemories. Only 12 months ago, but definitely one of the ones that will stick in my memory diary. Andy Cash's MyFSMemories got to be seeing DJS 1994. Which can't quite remember which driver that was, but it's whoever Staffordshire's driver was at the time, getting it up on two wheels. I think I heard this moment referenced today in the Caterham race. Yes, we did reference it earlier today in the Caterham race. The moment captured in history forever. We're going to give that a retweet on the _MM Twitter account. But yeah, that was one from 12 months ago, the first time that we'd seen the Staffordshire car running in Dynamics. I think this was on no, it wasn't in the endurance event. And essentially, roll control needing a bit of work perhaps on the Staffordshire car. And at one point they did manage to get up on two wheels. Didn't go over, weren't ever going to go over. That's the whole point of the tilt table test. But was quite a dramatic moment seeing them do that. Hello to Zach Young Racing. In fact, this is another Staffordshire one. So my FS memories, getting through scrutineering with Staff's Uni FS and getting their first running car in 2018. I know, I remember that one. I was one of the guys who scrutineered it before going on better and scoring more points in 2019. Looks like Staff's Uni FS might smash that out of the park this year. Absolutely. I've been really impressed with Staffordshire today. I think they've been a definite contender of my team of the day. And if they keep going, they could be on for a very good result.
Yeah, they could indeed. I'm not sure how the rest of their results have gone. Obviously, we don't know static results or anything like that. But yeah, it'd be good to see how they get on.
Hello to fake Ted Kravitz. We are blessed by having fake Ted Kravitz. He's got in touch with us using the hashtag FS2020 with some very key technical analysis with a screenshot. I think it was from Heat 2 earlier in the Lotus 49 races. Technical analysis: it's faster to face the right way down a straight with a big arrow pointed towards Redgate Corner. I like that. That's getting a retweet as well. Lots more Staffordshire love. Staffordshire absolutely smashing it on the social media today. Hello to Teresa Lawler Wright as well, who's cheering staffs on. Southampton as well, a P1 and an unlucky P6 in round 3 of the virtual FS 2020 results dynamic events. We hope for better luck in round 4, but they've done pretty well today. So yeah, keep all of them coming in, and just waiting on now on the results to come in. Thank you to Cream Tea. It says fantastic day of streaming. Looking forward to the finals tomorrow. I'll very much second that. We are very, very much looking forward to those finals and the sprint autocross event as well that will happen in the morning. Hello to Maria Rubio again, who says great job, Oxford Brooks Racing. Same for Sarah Nielsen. Well done, Oxford Brooks. Lots of Oxford Brooks Racing love in the chat. Hello to Lorenzo Celia. Great job, Heriot Watt Racing. Brilliant results all day. Yeah, I hope we get to see more of Heriot Watt tomorrow. Another team that I think are pretty much on 10 years in Formula Student now. I know they were a fairly young team when we started, Dowie, but they've been putting in, so I know we've not seen all of their races today, but they've put in some really, really solid results.
Yeah, definitely have. I think the last time I checked the results, they were pushing on for 3rd place, I think.
Yeah, at the point of round 6, they were in 3rd.
Yeah, great effort from them. So, I mean, the Celtic Cup's been mentioned quite a few times, so they fully deserve to be leading that at the minute. They've done really well.
No, absolutely. Hello to Tom as well. Thank you, iMcKee, for streaming this event. Great job. We're doing our best. We're doing our best. We thought, especially when a lot of things started getting cancelled, we did very much want to do this to keep people talking about Formula Student, keep people recognising Formula Student and the great work that it does for developing skills of new engineers. My heart goes out really to everyone who's graduating this year, especially, and have worked together not just for this year, but for several years towards this event. Giving them the chance to still be recognised for their efforts is the least that I think we could do. And fingers crossed, 2021 we will be back up and running as normal. So we're just pausing for a few minutes whilst we wait for the results. There'll still be preliminary results, but the results to come in. Hello as well to, we've just had another one come in on my FS Memories. Hello to Josh at SoundCloud_mixed, seeing the TAU racing car stomp in 2019 sprint with no wings and a good old Triumph 675 Daytona. Absolutely brilliant to see. It was. That was a belting Aberdeen car last year, and just proves sometimes, Dowie, that the cars that still kind of go back to how things were 5 years, 10 years ago, space frame or no wings, but just a very well put together car with, again, a team that's always done well in statics, Aberdeen. That was a very strong vehicle, I remember, 12 months ago.
Yeah, it definitely was. From what I remember as well, it was driven very well. I was out on track during all of the dynamics last year, recovering a lot of the cars that had sadly broken down. And I remember pushing a couple of cars off track at the time, but Aberdeen were coming past and they were just getting faster and faster and looked very strong. So really glad they had a really good result last year. Yeah, always good to hear a Triumph triple as well.
Traditionally very strong at cost as well. I know they've had a few cost finals over the years. I'm keeping an eye on.
Actually, yeah, they've won cost on quite a few occasions. Back in the day when I was competing, we came second to them, I think 2 or 3 years in a row in cost. So probably one of the favourites of John Dangerfield.
Yes. Just to say as well, as we mentioned Jane earlier, for our main man at DMU who's made the sprint track, he's racing in the Wacky Races tomorrow, and he's quick as well. I've seen Jane race both virtually and in real life, and he is very, very quick. So In fact, there's someone in our group chat saying he's too fast for wacky races. Well, it's all a bit of fun. So we'll see JN tomorrow, and we'll see how his autocross track performs. Still waiting on the results. Do bear with us. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Midlife Crisis. Great work, commentators. Nice seeing Dinky on the screen. Hello to Chris Smout as well, who has been working very, very hard in the background. Bernard Hollins, another man cheering on Heriot's Watt Racing, been killing it all day. Hello to the Hortons. Shout out to Mather and Griffiths. Great job. Thank you very much. And Cameron Mackey as well, great effort from the commentators. Thank you very much, mate. Not easy to stream all day long. Made all the easier with some really, really good action to watch throughout the course of the day. So as I say, 9 o'clock tomorrow is when we're due to kick off again. If you're on YouTube, if you're following us on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the Formula Student UK channel. Where there's the subscribe button, there's a little bell. Click the bell as well, because that'll tell you when we're going live. But I believe we have already got the link for the stream tomorrow. I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't think we've quite got the link tomorrow set up, but click the bell, click the notification bell, and it'll come up when the stream link goes live. It'll be just before 9 o'clock, as we were this morning, kicking off with the sprint event, and then going on with the finals. 4 finals tomorrow: D, C, B, and A. Based on the rankings from today's qualifying, there will be chances for winners of D finals to get up into C, C into B, B into A. So if you have had a complete shocker today, not all hope is gone. You can race your way up into the A final. It's just probably a little bit unlikely. And then, of course, we've got the wacky races as well, which they're so wacky, I don't even know what they're going to be. But let's say we know we're going to be having several races in not so orthodox machinery, shall we say. So we'll be looking forward to those. Hello to Harry Mattox, who's just tweeted using the hashtag FS2020. Full day of sim racing today for the virtual Formula Student competition. A few decent results from my end, but great performances by Joseph Grimmer to take 2 wins. Absolutely. Again, Staffordshire have been brilliant today. Hello to Demetris as well from the Manchester team. I had to read out this one using the hashtag FS2020. Loved the BUKC level of banditry going on today. Hopefully tomorrow is a bit cleaner. I think that the final setup will help with that, Dowie, won't it? That we'll have teams more into their... They'll be more ordered in terms of their driver's ability as opposed to the mixed grids today.
Yeah, it will. It'll definitely help with the racing. Obviously, those that are very quick will be out on their own and wheel-to-wheel racing amongst themselves, and those that are slightly further behind will be having their own battles, which will still be great to watch.
Yeah. With us, folks, just still waiting on the... We're going to get them beamed up on the screen as well for you to see where we stand at the end of 8 rounds of competition here today. And then we'll be closing now, to say, being back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you have enjoyed the commentary, you can follow at Double Dash Motorsport Media on Facebook, like the page. I know it sounds corny, but your support really, really does make a difference. We're on Twitter as well, at Double Dash MM, Instagram, which for this forum doesn't really do anything, but we are on there at Double Dash MM as well, and www.double-mm.com as well. There's various things that we're up to this weekend around the country, both remotely and on site, as well as things do start to get back up and running in terms of real world motorsport. It's probably just worth mentioning as well that there will be those saying, well, why couldn't we have run the competition as normal today with circuits starting to reopen? The thing that you've got to consider as well is that this project takes months and months and months for the teams to prepare for. And it really was, it hit the main build times, didn't it, Dowie, of a lot of the teams, the COVID-19 pandemic, and essentially locked them all out of their laboratories and build rooms to get the cars ready for the competition. And yeah.
Absolutely, it did. I know from my old team that, what was it, mid-March, they were forced out. So all of a sudden they've lost 3 or 4 months of time there. And I had your rumours actually of from student teams from America who'd made some of their students isolate in the university and brought them food and drinks and anything to sustain them whilst they were still manufacturing their cars. So that's a hell of an effort from them.
I'm not sure that's one we're going to advocate though over here in Europe.
No,
but
I wouldn't.
I think we have a set of results. Hopefully we can bring them up on a graphic, and there they are. So there we go. That is how we're looking at the end of the qualifier day. By 1 point, the University of Hertfordshire have taken it, and it was that last race where we saw the door opened by Southampton having problems at Donington and finishing 5th. Hertfordshire's 4th means they are the winners of today's qualifying. 100 points in terms of the full former student competition are given to them. 98 then go to Southampton. 96 go to Heriot-Watt University there. So they take, well, it means Southampton have got that on a tiebreaker, haven't they? So Southampton, their 3 wins to Heriot-Watt's 2. That's what decides that one. Exeter, strong day, 4th for them. Brunel University finish in 5th. I think they'll be pretty pleased with that, in the top 5 in every single one of their races today. Liverpool John Moores finish in 6th. I mean, look at that. 3 points covering the top 7 teams. Sorry, Agda there in 7th place. Also very consistent across the course of the day. Surrey in 8th place, tied on points with Sheffield in 9th. So Surrey take that as a result of 3 race victories to 2. In fact, no, both of them got 3 race victories. So where has that been decided on the tiebreaker? It has gone. Hold on a minute. I think that's gone to a 30. It's on the virtue of a 3rd or a 4th place. We'll try and work that one out later. Yes, 2 4th places. 2 4th places for Surrey against 1 4th place for Sheffield. That's how tight it's been in the middle of the top 10 there. Zagreb wrapping out that top 10. Imperial College London 11th, Warwick 12th, Cardiff 13th to Montfort 14th. I think all those teams on that first page, Dowie, deserve a round old pat on the back. They've all been really, really solid today, and there's either consistent results across the board, always in the top half, or race victories with the odd unlucky result here or there that have got them into those positions.
Yeah, there definitely are. Consistency's really been key, isn't it? But more than anything, with random allocated grids, it's a bit of luck really at the start of the races. We've seen quite a few incidents, quite a few crashes at the start of each race, especially in those cars that are a bit more difficult to drive. So yeah, fair play for those teams that have been consistently at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's move on to page 2 then. Let's see where our other teams have finished. Oxford Brookes University finishing 15th then, in a tie on points with Staffordshire. Hong Kong UST finishing 17th. 18th for Loughborough, 19th for University of the Basque Country. Manchester wrapping out the top 20, just pipping Portsmouth to that spot. Tafila Technical University finishing 22nd, University of Edinburgh 23rd. Now we're getting into the teams who've had a bit of a tough day, but have got finals to look forward to tomorrow and the chance in Sprint Autocross as well. 23rd, as I say, for Edinburgh. 24th for Kaset Sart University from Thailand. 25th for Queen Mary University of London, 26th for the University of Bradford on their debut. That's actually still a commendable effort from Bradford today. They've beaten some experienced teams along the way here. 27th, the Transylvania University of Brasov, 28th, the University of Cambridge. Pakistan Navy Engineering College finished in 29th, University of Hong Kong wrapping out the top 30. Kaluna University of Engineering and Tech from Bangladesh finished in 31st. IIT Bombay 32nd. Pakistan National University of Sciences and Technology 33rd. And last but not least, Glasgow Caledonian University with the one top 5 finishing there in 34th. Those are your preliminary results. Do keep up to date on Twitter at Formula Student for any changes to those results. But that pretty much, Dowie, brings us to the end of day 1 here on Formula Student Weekend for FS 2020.
Looking forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely. Looking forward to say goodbye for now. Big thanks to our partners and sponsors again: MathWorks, Babcock, Ansys, DLG Auto Services, Assetto Corsa server hosting, and of course Highvis Media Group have put all of this on today. 10 to 9 tomorrow. I've just had it in my ear. 10 to 9 tomorrow morning is when we plan to go live again for day 2 of Formula Student 2020. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do check us out on Facebook at Double Dash Motorsport Media, Twitter, Instagram as well at Double Dash MM. If you could give us a like and a follow, that would be fantastic. And as I say, we'll be back, the two of us, 8:50 British summertime tomorrow. We look forward to seeing and hearing from you all then for day 2. Have a very good evening. Take care. And for now, goodbye.